Gamers of the Underworld. Chapter 500, Attack by Victoria City. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Flying sparks illuminated a huge hammer in the blacksmith shop as it hammered a red-hot piece of metal. It was a huge breastplate for an orc. What Hill had to do was refit the breastplate for a human. He had been doing such things since he came to Victoria City. God knew how these humans, elves, and fairies obtain orc-sized armor and weapons. Though Queen Victoria had informed them, when the humans brought the huge breastplates to them, Hill and the king were shocked. They had stayed in Victoria City for some time and were used to surprises. They had seen orc armor, ogre armor, and even giant armor. Whatever the armor was, they refitted it and recycled the remaining metal. That was Queen Victoria's order. For refitting equipment that required more metal, there would be a fee. The recycled metal and equipment would be refitted before being placed on shelves for sale to the Victorians. Today, there was a newcomer, golden-haired George, in Victoria City. Hill and the king had seen George before. Previously, George was a prisoner, and now, he was a guest. Golden-haired George stood at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, watching the Victorians carry various equipment into the shop for refitting. He had never seen such a situation before. Was equipment not dispersed by the authorities? Did the gamers have to prepare their own equipment? Only knights would prepare their own equipment. Normal soldiers obtained equipment from their Lord Overseer. Was every Victorian a knight? That was impossible. George wasn't there to investigate the traditions of the Victorians. He was there to find out more about the war. The underworld creatures were at their doorstep, so the attitude of the Victorians towards the war was important. Though Queen Victoria rejected the godly kingdom's help, George believed that at the later stages of the war, she would consider accepting help. The gamers were friendly to George. As a strange encounter NPC, every gamer tried to obtain benefits from him. When George was at the blacksmith shop entrance to collect information, many gamers chatted with him and shared information regarding Eternal Kingdom's attack on Victoria City. These fellows are tiresome pigs. They have no sense of shame. They attack us when we're most tired. Especially those Pioneer Alliance members. Believe me, they are all bad at heart. If you ask me who's the strongest in Eternal Kingdom, the answer is Arthur. He's a legend. During the first beta testing, he was already playing this game with millions of renminbi. He's too awesome. If there's a chance, I'll lick his boots. Don't listen to those traitors. They are worthless scum who will defect to Eternal Kingdom at the slightest chance. I'm the only one who is loyal to the humans and the light factions. What things can you offer me? Perhaps a good quality weapon. I don't want weapons. Secret manuals or mana skills books will do. I'll learn some mana skills. What? You don't know what a mana skills book is? Bro, you said you're here to help us, but I don't see any equipment. Can you give us some equipment? The gamers were trying to solicit equipment and benefits from George. Why were they still going for equipment at this stage of the war? Was equipment more important than the godly kingdom's reinforcements? George didn't just chat in Victoria City. He also contacted some brave Victorians to plan the next attack on Eternal Kingdom. It was going to be a huge operation. According to a deformed hoodlum, they would be gathering thousands of Victorians to attack Eternal Kingdom at dawn and control the teleport portal. This would allow the Victorians to enter the underworld at will while prohibiting the warriors of Eternal Kingdom from entering the surface world. Whoever controlled the teleport portal would have the upper hand, as the Victorians could attrit the equipment of the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. George didn't understand why the Victorians placed more emphasis on damaging equipment rather than killing the enemies. The underworld had an unlimited supply of equipment. However, George was unable to rebuke Hoodlum's words. Hoodlum was previously the Duke of York's prisoner, but now, he was one of the leaders of Victoria City. He had many Victorians under his command. To defend against Eternal Kingdom's attacks, hoodlum was required to lead the warriors of Victoria City. George felt strange about their targets, but their plans were proactive and constructive. If they were able to control the teleport portal, they would have the battle initiative. George was a tactician, so he understood this point. The war preparations of the Victorians were completed rapidly. Within 2 hours, they gathered about 2,000 to 3,000 members. Though they had different equipment and were ill-disciplined, George had a strong belief in their combat prowess, as he had fought with them before. Around dawn, George set off with the warriors of Victoria City. Chapter 501, Sherlock's Student Life. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. When the gamers of Victoria City were about to launch their attack on the teleport portal, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom had assembled and set off towards Victoria City from the Crossroad Intersection outpost. They wanted to make use of the chance to attack Victoria City. After killing the gamers of Victoria City at the city boundary, they wanted to pillage the city. By diminishing the Victorians' strength, stealing their equipment, and damaging the hot air balloons, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were confident that they could win the next faction war. It wasn't the first time the two factions gathered in mass numbers and fought with each other. However, it was the first time both factions had NPCs participating in the conflict, and the NPCs were all strange encounters. The NPCs of Eternal Kingdom were Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry, while the NPC of Victoria City was golden-haired George. The three NPCs had interacted with the gamers before, and they triggered many plot missions. The gamers believed the NPCs were responsible for triggering more strange encounter missions. Both factions were prepared to use this chance to trigger strange encounter missions and kill each other. It was an unavoidable conflict. A tall figure was walking in the middle of a dark tunnel. The side walls were bare, unlike other tunnels that were crawling with glowing vines. It was an undiscovered location. There weren't even small animals. At the end of the tunnel, crimson rays shimmered along the walls, and there were sounds of shooting flames. It was like the lava pool in the heart of a volcano. The tall figure walked to the crimson flames. Sherlock's figure was lit with crimson light. He looked as though he was stained with fresh blood. In front of Sherlock wasn't a lava pool. It was a pit that looked like the mouth of a volcano. In the pit was a crimson swirling vortex, and wailing voices and thunder could be heard coming from it. Dark shadows tried to break out but were restrained by the vortex. It was like a black hole sucking in the rays of light. Lord Sherlock, it's a critical moment for the surface world and the underworld that are locked in a battle. If you don't return to manage the situation and the two worlds escalate into a full-scale war, how are we going to clean up the mess? Brew spoke inside Sherlock's mind as he stood in front of the crimson vortex. Don't worry, Brew. I made arrangements in Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. There won't be any problems. I believe that the surface world and the underworld won't fight. We can make use of this chance to legitimize Victoria City. We don't have to worry about the surface world using the teleport portal to attack Eternal Kingdom. This is a highly beneficial situation. I'm more concerned than you. Brew wasn't convinced. He quickly said, Lord Sherlock, though you sound confident, I'm worried that you're not managing the situation in Eternal Kingdom. If the surface world attacks Eternal Kingdom, what shall we do? The Godly Kingdom's army is already stationed at Goldshire Town. I didn't expect you to be worried. You weren't like this when you were trying to coax me into attacking Winterfell. Do you think that the Godly Kingdom's army is stronger than Winterfell? Sherlock smiled as he said, Don't worry, let's finish up the important matters first. Lord Sherlock, what's this? Brew asked curiously. Don't you find it familiar? Sherlock walked around the crimson rings and stopped at the side. Brew said, the previous Michelangelo relic had the same red rings. Perhaps, this is related to Michelangelo. Your memory is good. Sherlock nodded and said, this place is one of the locations of a Michelangelo relic, but there is no relic of Michelangelo. This is just a forgotten place. This place is of no interest to us. Why is Lord Sherlock here? Brew asked bewilderedly. It seems there is nothing of value. However, if the fox in Evelyn's body is the crux for reviving Michelangelo like the ancient god's army said, then we can obtain valuable information at this place, Sherlock said as he looked at the crimson vortex before him. I don't quite understand. This is a discovered relic location, but there is no more relic. How do you intend to obtain information regarding the fox in Evelyn's body? Brew asked curiously. Sherlock took out a bag of powder from his clothes and threw it into the crimson vortex. Then he said, because there's someone here who understands Michelangelo very well. I'm here to find him. Wait, this place was already searched, but there's someone hidden here? How did you find out about this hidden creature? Brew asked in surprise. Sherlock said in a matter-of-fact tone, I helped him escape the investigation of the Devil Management Committee. When I was in school and training in the wilderness, I discovered this hidden creature. Ah, it's rather nostalgic. As Sherlock recalled the memories, Brew said, what did you encounter during your school days, Lord Sherlock? The crimson vortex erupted with more violent swirling until a human figure was formed. The tall figure emitted a booming voice, Sherlock, are you here to face your death? Chapter 502, Fire Giant's Question. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The fire giant twisted his body as though his current posture was draining his energy. Sherlock stood before the fire giant. His tall figure was like a kid before the giant. It has been a long time since we last met, fire giant. Compared to the fire giant's hostile tone, Sherlock's tone was cordial. He smiled and removed his hat as a show of respect after speaking. The fire giant punched at Sherlock, but Sherlock was unperturbed. The fist of the fire giant stopped in front of Sherlock. It was very close to Sherlock's face. The flames on his fist were unable to reach Sherlock. There seemed to be a barrier between Sherlock and the fire giant. Lord Sherlock, I'm not doubting you, but looking at the fire giant's temper, he doesn't seem grateful to you. Didn't you help him avoid the Devil Management Committee's investigation? Brew's voice appeared in Sherlock's mind, but Sherlock didn't respond. The fire giant was filled with rage as he shouted, I'm not called fire giant. I'm Great Overseer, Ragnarok. Before the fire giant finished speaking, Sherlock nodded and said, I understand. I'll tell you my intention for coming. I have a problem. Do you know the great devil Michelangelo? The ancient god's army intends to revive him. There is a fox or cat trapped in my friend's body, and he's the key to Michelangelo's revival. Now, the ancient god's army is going after my friend. I'm troubled by this. Tell me some information about the fox or the revival of Michelangelo. Sherlock sounded like he was chatting with a friend and asking questions casually. He ignored the fire giant's attack against him, and his questions infuriated the fire giant. The fire giant was unable to harm Sherlock, but it didn't stop him from cursing and hitting wildly. The fire giant shouted things like, I'm going to shred you like an ant under my shoe and I'm going to kill you like killing my son. He didn't consider the fact that he neither wore shoes nor had a son. I'll shred you like. I think I can arrange for a member of the Devil Management Committee to come here. If they learn that a great overseer who worked for Michelangelo is staying at this location, they'll be very surprised. Most likely, they'll come here to take a look. The huge body of the fire giant shrunk down and became a humanoid elemental that was the same height as Sherlock. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he shrunk to a height that was a head shorter than Sherlock. He manifested a flaming table and 2 chairs and said cordially to Sherlock, Lord Sherlock, you must be mistaken. I was only joking with you just now. You know I like to joke. How could I harm you? Come, let's have a cup of lava and a good chat. What's your question? The fire giant pointed to a chair, but Sherlock didn't take the seat. Instead, he smiled and said, if I walk into the Forbidden Realm, Won't you shred me into pieces? Why would I do that? You must be joking. I'm such a good-natured and cultured creature. The fire giant showed an expression of disbelief, but Sherlock didn't believe him. He stood his ground and said, "We'll discuss your good nature on another day. Let's discuss important matters. My time is limited." Sherlock looked at the fire giant and asked, "Answer my previous question. The fox who can revive Michelangelo and lives in my friend's body, who is he?" If he's a fox and can revive Michelangelo, let me think, he must be one of the 72 devils." The fire giant pondered for a while as he sat in his chair. Then he started recalling and said, "I have a deep impression of that devil. He's a capable and favored devil of Michelangelo. His name is Grape." "Shucks." Sherlock took in a deep breath, and Brew said, "It's horrifying to have such a sinister name. He sounds powerful just by the name." Sherlock didn't respond to Brew. He thought deeply and said, "So, he's called Grape? I have some impressions. How does he have the capability to revive Michelangelo? I remember his power, I know." Sherlock was enlightened. He looked at the fire giant and said, "Grape's power is related to souls. If the soul of Michelangelo can be found, then Grape can revive Michelangelo." Sherlock nodded his head, stood up, and turned around to leave. The fire giant shouted at Sherlock's back view, "Wait, Lord Sherlock, don't you want to unlock my forbidden realm? There's only a bit left before it's broken. You're making good progress. Buck up. You can unlock it within a few hundred years." Wait. Lord Sherlock!" the fire giant wailed in despair. George stabbed fiercely into the body of a goblin, causing green blood to splatter out. An orc screamed "Wow!" and charged forward but was rammed by an elf. George was standing before the teleport portal, which was called a dark portal. The dark portal was the connection between the surface world and the underworld. George followed the Victorians to this dark portal. During the journey, there were many terrifying battles, but the battle at the dark portal was the most terrifying. The underworld creatures of Eternal Kingdom knew about the plans of the Victorians to attack the dark portal, so they deployed a massive number of creatures to their current fortifications. Chapter 503, Meeting for an Unresolved Problem. Though the battle was intense, golden-haired George saw that the warriors from both factions weren't nervous or fearful. The normal theory of the army collapsing due to casualties didn't apply to them. The incredible Victorians were frightening, while the underworld creatures were naturally fearless warriors. Anything could happen in the underworld. The underworld creatures were prepared, but the Victorians were more prepared and had an endless stream of reinforcements. The Victorians were gaining the upper hand at the dark portal. After battling for 3 hours at about dawn, there weren't many creatures of Eternal Kingdom appearing at the dark portal. The gamers of Victoria City had taken control of the dark portal that connected the two worlds, and they started to construct fortifications. Huge rocks were used as defensive walls, while roadblocks were placed in front of the portal. There were various large-scale war machines, such as the gamer-made catapults and ballistas. They also had the sacred light cannons that were taken from Count Steamed Dumpling. The sacred light cannons were powerful. The gamer of Victoria City learned how to charge the cannons with the power of sacred light from Grand Priest Baldhead. The Victorians had experienced the power of the cannons, and now they were going to use them. A group of gamers who could use the power of sacred light tried out the cannons enthusiastically. When a cannon was fired, a large group of gamers from Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City would be vaporized. The gamers enjoyed the feeling of achievement and the rapid increase of their honor points. Golden-haired George couldn't understand the enthusiasm of the gamers, as he had gone through an unforgettable and vicious battle. Though there were no corpses, there were flames burning on the battlefield. There were also numerous pits on the battlefield, which showed the intensity of the battle. "All guild members, gather. Assemble here at once." While George was feeling depressed watching the battlefield, someone behind him shouted loudly. The Victorians didn't need to rest. Were they going to engage in a new battle? George was surprised. He looked back and saw the smiling and chatting Victorians gathering. Gosh, that's awesome! I obtained 2 sets of orc equipment. I feel like I can obtain equipment faster in battles than challenging an instance dungeon. Members of the Hoodlum Yoga Association, make haste! Those humans, elves, and fairies gathered near the person who was shouting. Though they weren't disciplined, their efficiency was high. Golden-haired George followed them. He wanted to ask what they intended to do. Did they not need any rest? He was puzzled. There were booming sounds coming from the distance. In the dim tunnel, George observed a large group of creatures running towards them. He could guess that those were the underworld creatures. Were those vile creatures attacking again? George felt nervous and grasped his weapon tightly. His arm was sore after long periods of fighting, but the enemies were coming. It wasn't the time to cower. As he was pushing past his body's limit, he started trembling. George wasn't sure if he could survive the next battle. As a knight, he couldn't hide from the battle for world peace. At the end of the tunnel, a group of orcs, goblins, gnomes, and hound-head men riding on darting birds charged towards George and the Victorians. The gamers of Victoria City screamed loudly as they charged towards the darting bird cavalry unit. Patrick Star stumbled as he followed behind Brainiac. Around him were charging warriors of Eternal Kingdom. Patrick Star thought that he would only be observing small skirmishes with Senior Captain Cherry and Brainiac. But it turned out to be a full-scale battle. I didn't expect the war to be so intense. Senior Captain Cherry didn't expect the war to be at an advanced stage. Thousands of combatants collided. Those surface world monsters even used their cannons that were filled with the power of sacred light to vaporize the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. That was correct. They were vaporized. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom didn't give up even when the odds were against them. They charged valiantly to retake the occupied Dark Portal. Senior Captain Cherry had never seen such a brutal war before. What made Senior Captain Cherry deeply shocked was that both factions deployed all of their warriors to fight from dawn until dusk. There was no intention to rest. Patrick Star, Senior Captain Cherry, and golden-haired George were engulfed in the brutality of war, and they trembled. In the Winterfell Dungeon Lord's office, Nicholas sat before his office table and looked solemnly at the report. It was a report that had just arrived from Senior Captain Cherry. Nicholas's heart fell into a deep void after reading the report. The content of the report was very detailed and grotesque. Nicholas was shocked by the great power of the surface world monsters. It wasn't a force from a noble or small town. To gain control of the Dark Portal, tens of thousands of warriors perished. Endless streams of reinforcements arrived from both sides, and the savage fighting was still continuing at that moment. Eternal Kingdom didn't manage to take control of the Dark Portal. Nicholas supported his chin with both of his palms. He looked gravely at his assistant and said, "Make haste. Send this letter to the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. Inform all of the dungeon lords of the Northern Underworld. We are going to have an urgent meeting." Chapter 504, Flee, General Shidden. At Goldshire Town, General Shidden was waiting anxiously for word from George. He had left for 5 days. Though General Shidden could see the Victorians wandering around and hear news of George from them, he treated them as lunatics. He didn't trust them one bit. Did they treat him as a fool? General Shidden thought he wasn't a fool. He believed that George had most likely sacrificed himself as a hero. There were hundreds of heroes who sacrificed themselves. Just like the scouts that he sent out. None of them returned. This was what the Victorians said, "The scouts that you sent out? Are those people who fled after stripping their equipment?" What? Did we kill them? We didn't. They didn't attack us, why would we kill them? They gave their equipment and horses to us, so we sent them away. It was hilarious. Why would his elite warriors be afraid of the underworld creatures and flee? Nonsense! General Shiden would never believe that nonsense. It must have been those Victorians and underworld monsters who killed his scouts. That was what General Shiden believed. We conveyed your message to George. Though he's surprised, he is grateful for your concern. He will only be back after a few days because the battle at the Dark Portal is urgent. As a responsible human, he can't leave us. We would like him to return. He's not much help at the front line. It was another ordinary day. General Shiden sat in the tent that was located at Goldshire Town and listened to the Victorian, who told him news about George. But General Shiden treated the news as nonsense because the Victorian didn't leave Goldshire Town for 5 days. He would see the Victorian appear before him daily as the Victorian reported news about the front line. When he asked a question, the Victorian would find a place to lie down. After that, he would stand up and answer General Shiden's question as though he had the answer. If General Shiden didn't intend to be friendly to Victoria City, he would have executed the Victorian who was insulting his intelligence. Today, the Victorian reported the front-line situation to General Shiden as usual. Golden-haired George has left the front line. The attacks from the warriors of Eternal Kingdom were fierce, and we were afraid that George would be killed, so we dragged him back. However, he is unable to leave Victoria Forest and return to Goldshire Town because many Eternal Pigs broke through the Dark Portal and are roaming around in Victoria Forest. If you enter Victoria Forest now, it will be very dangerous. If George leaves Victoria Forest, he will be in danger. Of course, we can provide a comprehensive escort service to bring George back. Or do you prefer to send your knights? The Victorian said as he looked in anticipation at General Shiden. General Shiden knew what the Victorian was up to. The Victorian had been trying to get General Shiden to assign him a strange encounter mission with generous rewards. If the Victorian was able to contact Queen Victoria or George, General Shiden wouldn't mind giving him money or equipment. But the Victorian was no different from a lunatic. Why would General Shiden do business with a lunatic? Of course, he wouldn't. However, things came to a standstill. General Shiden was pondering about how to solve the dilemma. Did he have to risk sending his army into the forest? General Shiden considered that his last resort. While he was pondering, he saw a large group of Victorians dashing towards Goldshire Town from the forest. The Victorians were in turmoil and looked excited as though they were celebrating a festival. They shouted as they ran. Flee! The Eternal Pigs are here. We're done for. Goldshire Town is going to be massacred. As those Victorians shouted out from a distance, General Shiden stood up. He had stayed in Goldshire Town for 5 days and knew the meaning of Eternal Pigs. That was what the Victorians called the underworld creatures. General Shiden didn't have any problem with the label. It wasn't too much to insult the underworld creatures in any way. What's the situation? Why did the underworld creatures appear here? Has Victoria City fallen? General Shiden asked loudly. His aide quickly dispatched some scouts to survey the situation. The Victorian in front of General Shiden fell to the ground. When General Shiden was hesitating about whether to call for a doctor or let him die of shock, the Victorian woke up and shouted, "Those Eternal Pigs are too devious. They bribed the traders of Victoria City, who are now bringing them to Goldshire Town. General Shiden, you have to flee. They're coming for you." What? They're coming for me? General Shiden looked in shock at the Victorian. Though he thought the Victorian was a lunatic and that he shouldn't trust him, the Victorian looked earnest and truthful. General Shiden asked nervously, "How can that be? How did the creatures of Eternal Kingdom learn of my existence? We haven't fought with them yet." "Because we told them," the Victorian said proudly. Then he recalled something and explained solemnly, "What I mean is that those fellows got to know of your existence from various channels. There are many traders in this world. If you're willing to pay, they'll lead the way. This is a practical world." The Victorian looked very grave. As General Shiden was about to scold him for spouting nonsense, a knight who was deployed as a scout at the boundary of Victoria Forest rode back. Monsters! I saw a lot of green-skinned creatures. They're coming for us. Prepare. Prepare for battle. There are too many of them. General Shiden heard someone shouting and became nervous. Did the underworld creatures break through the defenses of Victoria City? Are they charging towards Goldshire town? Give the order for everyone to be prepared for battle. General Shiden unsheathed his weapon and shouted. The signaling officer conveyed General Shiden's order to the army. The soldiers and inhabitants of Goldshire town assembled in haste. They were anxious about fighting these underworld creatures. The green-skinned creatures dashed out of Victoria Forest and appeared in General Shiden's sight. Hundreds of green-skinned creatures rode on strange darting birds and charged towards them. The creatures had varying heights. They were the legendary orcs and goblins that General Shiden had only seen in historical picture books. When General Shiden saw the real underworld creatures, his hands started trembling. Those were the monsters that appeared thousands of years ago. Recently, he heard that people witnessed these green-skinned creatures and other vampires. However, they couldn't provide any concrete proof. Right now, there were hundreds of the underworld creatures charging at them. This was the fatal battle between the surface world and the underworld after thousands of years. General Shiden was solemn. He didn't notice the Victorians looking at him excitedly and whispering. We're in luck. Those eternal pigs really dared come over here. After they have fought with the Godly Kingdom army, we'll take their equipment. We don't know if the Godly Kingdom army can defeat these eternal pigs. No problem. There are many knights from the Godly Kingdom. I'm more concerned about the eternal pigs fleeing halfway. Impossible. I told them that there's a Godly Kingdom commander. They will sacrifice their lives to capture General Shiden. The Victorians chatted and ignored the troops of the Godly Kingdom moving about. To them, the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom were just tools. The green-skinned creatures on the darting birds closed in on General Shiden rapidly. He was enlightened. Just like the Victorians had said, the creatures were coming for him. General Shiden couldn't afford to be thinking. The creatures on darting birds arrived before him. General Shiden lifted his weapon and slashed at the orcs. The dungeon lords of the northern underworld received Nicholas' notification and arrived at Winterfell. They were there to deal with the invasion of the underworld by the surface world monsters. Though the surface world monsters attacked Eternal Kingdom, if the teleport portal that they were using wasn't disabled, they might attack other dungeons. Therefore, the various dungeon lords couldn't wash their hands of it. Nicholas received a reply from the headquarters of the Merchant Alliance. The headquarters of the Merchant Alliance trusted Nicholas and gave him full authority to deal with the crisis. The Merchant Alliance wouldn't be providing any material support or reinforcements. It wasn't a huge problem. Nicholas could depend on the assistance of other dungeon lords. That was his plan, but when the meeting started, he found that his plan was too simple. The dungeon lords were concerned about the threat of the surface world monsters, but they refused to provide any material support or reinforcements to Eternal Kingdom. When they were dealing with the Ancient Gods' army, the dungeon lords were enthusiastic because the Ancient Gods' army wasn't as powerful as before. They could easily deal with the weak threat from the Ancient Gods' army. However, the surface world monsters were different. Thousands of years ago, Michelangelo, who united the underworld, was defeated by the surface world monsters. This time, when the surface world monsters reappeared and attacked Eternal Kingdom, nobody wanted to be in Eternal Kingdom's shoes and be a punching bag. The meeting proceeded for 2 days without any progress. Nicholas was getting impatient. Were they going to watch Eternal Kingdom be destroyed by the surface world monsters? If Lord Sherlock was present, he would be able to persuade the cowardly dungeon lords. Nicholas was only guessing. Lord Sherlock couldn't possibly appear in Winterfell at that moment, because Sherlock had other more important matters. After leaving the Fire Giant, Sherlock returned to Eternal Kingdom. He wasn't dealing with the faction war. Instead, he went to find Evelyn. He intended to use a mana formation to enter the mind of Evelyn and communicate with the fox, Grape. Chapter 505, Sherlock's Monopoly Plan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the dark tunnel, the sound of dripping water could be heard. In a cube room, a metal railing separated the room into two. Behind the railing was a short fox who had red-hot fur. He was slowly using his tongue to lick his fur. On the other side of the railing was a tall superior devil. I'm doing a self-introduction. I'm called Sherlock, the Dungeon Lord of Eternal Kingdom. Perhaps you haven't heard about me, but it's all right. We can get to know each other. The fox called Grape combed his own fur and looked at Sherlock. The fox ignored the shy Evelyn behind Sherlock and narrowed his eyes as he said, "You must have figured out my background. Your efficiency is high. It's all right. Your tone reminds me of my pets." Grape asked bewilderedly, "What pets?" "They are a black kitten called Polio and a parrot called Phoenix. You should know them well. The other one is an old turtle called Frangipani. This could be unfamiliar to you." Grape frowned and said, "Since you know my identity, you should know the consequences of being insolent. Though Phoenix and Polio are fools, they are my comrades. What are you trying to hint at?" "It's not a hint, I'm just informing you." Sherlock smiled and said, "If you're obedient before I find a way to extract you, I can grant you a status higher than that of a pet. Or you can choose to become a pet like them. Is there a third choice?" Grape tilted his head and asked. "Yes." Sherlock nodded and said, "Death." Evelyn grabbed her dress as she walked out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. She looked helpless. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom pointed at her and chatted. Evelyn had just come out of a mana formation, so she didn't know what happened. Her memories were blanked out. She entered a mana formation and followed Lord Sherlock into her inner world, but she only remembered seeing a fox who was staying in her body. She didn't know what the fox and Sherlock talked about. It was something important related to her, but she wasn't sure. Lord Sherlock had Eggface take Evelyn back to her room. He knew that she would be in a daze. Eggface talked incessantly along the way to comfort Evelyn. "Don't worry, it's only a strange creature. Take a look at my huge body, there are lots of strange things in my body." "What? Are there things in your body?" Evelyn asked in surprise. Eggface looked normal to Evelyn. It didn't seem like there were things inside Eggface's body. "My body is host to the Master of Hades and the Grim Reaper. Don't look at me like that. When I'm serious, even Lord Sherlock is afraid," Eggface said confidently and continued to give the power in his body various titles. Evelyn didn't listen to Eggface. She was brooding over Lord Sherlock's words. "Don't worry, I have reached an agreement with the fox in your body." She didn't know about the agreement, but she believed in Lord Sherlock unconditionally. Nicholas paced back and forth in his office. He was troubled, not knowing how to make those dungeon lords help Eternal Kingdom fight against the surface world monsters. More and more dungeon lords decided to just watch first before making any decisions. Nicholas felt troubled. If only Lord Sherlock was there, things would be easier. An orc assistant stumbled as he dashed in and shouted to Nicholas, "Dungeon Lord! Dungeon Lord! Lord Sherlock is back! Lord Sherlock is back!" "What? Lord Sherlock is back? Where is he? Isn't he on a tour? Didn't he look for a female tour guide?" Nicholas asked a series of questions. The orc panted and said, "Yes, the warriors of Eternal Kingdom informed me that Lord Sherlock has returned." Nicholas shouted, "Which warrior? Where is the warrior who told you that?" "He's outside. I brought him back." Nicholas immediately said, "Bring him in immediately." A shifty-looking gnome came in. He had green symbols above his head and was a typical warrior of Eternal Kingdom. "Is Lord Sherlock back in Eternal Kingdom?" Nicholas asked as he gazed excitedly at the gnome. "That's correct. Lord Sherlock has returned to Eternal Kingdom. I came here immediately to inform you. Can I obtain my rewards for completing the mission? The gnome asked in anticipation. No problem, Nicholas said excitedly. He grabbed his overcoat and walked out. He was going to Eternal Kingdom to look for Lord Sherlock. It was hard to discuss the matter using letters. As he was about to leave the Dungeon Lord main hall, he heard footsteps outside. A sludge monster came in with Lord Sherlock behind him. It has been a long time since we met, Dungeon Lord Nicholas. Sherlock was wearing dusty clothing. He looked at Nicholas and smiled as he said, I know you are looking for me. I would like to make some announcements regarding the surface world monsters. I don't think I need any reinforcements. Eternal Kingdom is willing to fight against the frightening surface world monsters to maintain the peace of the underworld. If the Dungeon Lords are willing, they may provide material support. However, it's alright if they don't want to provide any material support. I just hope they can sign an agreement with me, stating that they won't contend with me over the benefits from the surface world. If they refuse, I don't mind them declaring war on me beforehand. Nicholas was shocked. He hesitated before saying, wait a moment, Lord Sherlock. Do you want to make such an announcement now? I think it's better to obtain the support of the Dungeon Lords. The support from the Merchant Alliance is very limited. We can only help you shut down the Dark Portal. With your capability, you'll be able to defeat the surface world monsters. I trust you, but you might have to pay a high price. Nicholas spoke with concern, and Sherlock sighed and looked solemn. He then nodded and said, that's correct. We'll pay a heavy price, and my warriors may even sacrifice their lives, but this is the responsibility of Eternal Kingdom. I don't believe in those Dungeon Lords. They have no intention of sending reinforcements or providing any aid. They want to make use of the chance to weaken Eternal Kingdom and obtain benefits from this conflict. I think you can see that very well. Nicholas was welling with tears as he said, Lord Sherlock, are you going to suffer all these losses? Let's ask the Devil Management Committee to deal with it. It's not that serious. Sherlock said, it might not be a bad thing for me. I can make use of the chance to let the other Dungeon Lords give up on plotting against Eternal Kingdom. If Eternal Kingdom was the bulwark against the surface world monsters, the other dungeons had no reason to declare war on Eternal Kingdom. If the Dungeon Lords attacked Eternal Kingdom, their dungeons would be connected to Eternal Kingdom. Then the surface world monsters would attack their dungeons. That would give the surface world monsters a chance to attack other dungeons. Sherlock wanted to make use of this opportunity to block the other dungeons from gaining the benefits from the surface world. That was correct. Sherlock was going to have a monopoly. Chapter 506, All for the Godly Kingdom. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Nicholas made an announcement about Lord Sherlock's decision. The Dungeon Lords praised the power of Eternal Kingdom for fighting the surface world alone while admonishing Sherlock for being foolish and arrogant. Everyone knew that the animals on the surface world could be used to make many products. However, that was only possible if the surface world monsters were defeated. Even Michelangelo was unable to conquer the surface world. Though Lord Sherlock was powerful, he couldn't be more powerful than the great devil who was thousands of years old. Everyone thought Sherlock was overestimating himself. The Dungeon Lords were willing to accept the agreement. After all, they had no intention to help Eternal Kingdom fight the surface world. They would prefer that Eternal Kingdom, the Merchant Alliance, and the Devil Management Committee deal with the mess. Some diplomatic Dungeon Lords were willing to provide material support. It was like gambling. What if they won on their bets? It wouldn't take up too much of their resources anyway. Sending aid during a crisis was more effective than giving gifts. The Dungeon Lords didn't intend to get involved, but they were still concerned about the invasion of the surface world. Sherlock allowed them to send observers to Eternal Kingdom. Of course, Sherlock charged exorbitant fees for each observer. Many dungeon lords were still willing to pay to observe the situation at the front line. General Shiden stood in a daze on the battlefield. There were signs of a vicious battle and the fallen warriors of the godly kingdom around him. However, there were no corpses of the enemy. The bodies were transformed into mana before vanishing. He had never heard of such a thing happening, but anything could happen to these unknown monsters. General Shiden didn't feel strange about it. General. Before General Shiden came to his senses, a blood-stained soldier came over and shouted, "General, all of the underworld creatures have been killed. We're tallying our casualties. From our estimates, it's not a large number. The underworld creatures were coming for you." A few generals were discussing the possibility of moles in Goldshire town. The generals had those thoughts because the movement of the godly kingdom army had always been discreet. Only the residents of Goldshire town and the Victorians knew about the army. It must have been the residents of Goldshire town or the Victorians who betrayed General Shiden. Otherwise, how did the underworld creatures discover that General Shiden was in Goldshire town? Whatever the case, it wasn't safe to stay in Goldshire town. General Shiden agreed and ordered the army to find a new camp location. Before the army set off, General Shiden felt it was necessary to inform the king. In the temporary room of General Shiden in Goldshire town, there were many items all over the place. The floor was filled with mathematical symbols and numerals, and priests sat on the ground and chanted formulas. The power of sacred light filled the room and formed a screen that depicted blurred images. The images became clearer, and a solemn grand priest gazed at General Shiden. "General Shiden, are you reporting the situation to us?" the grand priest asked. "I'm not reporting the situation, but I have to speak with the king." General Shiden wanted to emphasize the seriousness of the matter. He frowned and said, "I have to talk to the king immediately." The grand priest noticed General Shiden's grave face and knew that things were getting serious. He nodded and left. Before long, a haggard man appeared on the screen. He looked noble and regal. He must be the king of the godly kingdom, King Potato II. "What are you reporting?" "General Shiden, I hope it's good news," the king said in an intimidating tone. "Your Highness." General Shiden looked at King Potato II and said respectfully, "Apologies for imposing on you while you are busy. The situation in Victoria City isn't optimistic. The number of underworld creatures is greater than we expected. Are you asking for reinforcements?" King Potato II frowned. "Your Highness, though the battle was intense and casualties occurred, we don't need reinforcements. Under my great leadership, we defeated the first wave of attack. I intend to shift our camp location. The Victorians are afraid of the underworld creatures and betrayed us. But don't worry, everything is under control," General Shiden said solemnly. During the attack launched by the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, less than 100 of General Shiden's men were killed. Most of them were simply injured. However, General Shiden exaggerated the numbers of the enemy and described the conflict as a difficult but great battle. Moreover, General Shiden's armor was blood-stained, and he looked exhausted. So his words were rather convincing. King Potato II believed General Shiden. King Potato II nodded and said, "I didn't expect the Victorians to be so strong as to defend against the underworld creatures for so long. You have done well. I'll remember your contributions." General Shiden said excitedly, "All for the godly kingdom." Chapter 507, Test of Friendship. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Arthur walked in the corridor of the Mana Engineering Hall. A large mecha was stationed in the middle of the hall. The large hall was occupied by the Gundam. There were lots of gamers surrounding the legs of the Gundam. The Mana engineer, Yoda, was also present. He was teaching the gamers knowledge of Mana engineering. After Sherlock talked to him, he began focusing on teaching the gamers rather than researching new Mana devices with hemp rope technology. However, Yoda didn't give up researching new Mana weapons with the gamers. The Gundam that was created using arcane technology was already in the third version. The project was sponsored by Sherlock. Arthur. As Arthur walked into the Mana Engineering Hall, an orc came to him. Sylvanas looked happy. She tried to create a pleasing appearance, but the orc's face was ugly. The gamers weren't very concerned with their appearances. Some pleasing characters weren't popular, while ugly characters were popular. "What's up?" Arthur asked curiously as Sylvanas grabbed his arm enthusiastically. As orcs were strong, Arthur's arm emitted cracking sounds. They want Arthur Bro to lead them in their attack on Victoria City. "Arthur Bro, please lead them. The battles are getting intense." Arthur awkwardly pulled out his arm. Because Sylvanas grabbed too tightly, his arm emitted sounds of flesh tearing from the bone. Sylvanas released her grasp with embarrassment. She noticed Arthur was nonchalant. "Aren't the other guild chairmen leading their attacks on Victoria City?" Arthur asked. "I heard the progress of the battle was good. Did you collect a lot of loot?" "I'm busy with the Gundam mission. The guilds were just bragging. We haven't regained control of the Dark Portal. The second faction war battle campaign is starting soon. Those Victorians control the Dark Portal and the Crossroad Intersection outpost. If we don't retaliate, we'll definitely lose." Sylvanas hugged her arms and complained. Sylvanas had been participating in the past few battles, so she was familiar with the situation. If the Dark Portal and the Crossroad Intersection outpost were controlled by the Victorians, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom wouldn't be able to defeat the gamers of Victoria City. Because the journey from Victoria City to the Crossroad Intersection outpost was shorter than the journey from Eternal Kingdom to the outpost. If the gamers of Eternal Kingdom couldn't control the Dark Portal, the Victorians could reinforce the Crossroad Intersection outpost rapidly. The gamers at the Crossroad Intersection outpost could also reinforce the gamers at the Dark Portal. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were at a disadvantage. Arthur didn't expect the odds to turn against the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. He pondered and said, "Let Not Wearing Pants lead the Pioneer Alliance into battle. He's a capable leader. I'm busy with the Gundam mission." Sylvanas interrupted Arthur and said with agitation, "Arthur Bro. Without you, we have no way to defeat the Victorian dogs. They are arrogant. We should teach them a lesson." A dirty goblin came over. He looked as though he had just come out of a coal mine. He was hemp rope technology. "Arthur, why are you here?" "Test the third-generation Gundam. I spent a lot of effort upgrading it," hemp rope technology shouted at Arthur. He then noticed Sylvanas and greeted her. Arthur used the chance to be rid of Sylvanas and left with hemp rope technology. Hemp rope technology didn't know that he had wrecked her plan and wasn't aware of her fierce gaze. After Sylvanas had left, hemp rope technology looked curiously at Arthur and asked, "What's up? You're avoiding Sister Vanas. Did you have a fight with her? It's difficult being your shield. Aren't you worried about your guild? It's a critical juncture of the war with the Victorian dogs. Are you sure you don't want to lead the battle?" Hemp rope technology asked a lot of questions, but Arthur hesitated and didn't reply. He patted hemp rope technology's shoulder and said, "I'm not avoiding her. My love life is a mess. I'm adjusting myself." Arthur spoke casually and walked to the Mana Engineering Hall. He wasn't going to test the third-generation Gundam. Without a mission, nobody could enter the Gundam, not even Arthur. Arthur was avoiding Sylvanas. Hemp rope technology looked at Arthur in the direction that Sylvanas left. He then shook his head and found a place to go offline. The abnormal situation was also noticed by the good friends of Sylvanas and Arthur. At the stronghold of the Pioneer Alliance in Eternal Kingdom. "Brother Pants, do you find Big Boss Arthur and Sister Vanas weird? Did something happen to them?" "I seldom see them now," Peasant said to Not Wearing Pants as he sat by the stove and used a hammer to repair his shield. "Arthur received a special mission and is busy doing it." That was what Not Wearing Pants said, but Peasant whispered discreetly, "No, I heard that Big Boss Arthur and Raintia are dating." Chapter 508, The Second Faction War Battle Campaign. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. What? They're dating? Is that a rumor? Not wearing pants asked curiously. From his expression, it was his first time hearing that. He knew that Arthur was avoiding Sylvanas and thought that Arthur didn't want Sylvanas to get too close. Arthur had never liked Sylvanas. Instead, Arthur had a better impression of Raintia. Arthur wouldn't take the initiative to develop his love life. To prevent awkwardness as friends, Arthur avoided Sylvanas as a subtle hint. That was what Not Wearing Pants thought. When he heard the rumor from Peasant, he became anxious. Did Arthur avoid Sylvanas so that Raintia wouldn't misunderstand? If that were the case, it would be a big problem. Sylvanas might not be able to accept the truth. Not Wearing Pants didn't expect things to develop so fast. He caught up with Peasant, who pondered and said, I heard from someone else, and there's no proof. If Arthur and Raintia are dating, then it's easier to understand Arthur and Sylvanas' behavior. Don't you think so? Nonsense. Don't spread rumors. Let's not be involved in this matter. I'll ask Sylvanas not to harass Arthur. As a man, I'm sure Sylvanas won't take our friendship for granted. Peasant said, Brother Pants, do you think that Sister Vanas is a man? Nonsense. Of course, Sylvanas is a man. Peasant nodded and remained silent. After Peasant left, Not Wearing Pants pondered and sighed. He only wanted to play a good game. Why were there so many troubles? Not Wearing Pants reminded Peasant not to think too much, but he contacted Arthur immediately. He wanted to clarify things with Arthur. Not Wearing Pants was direct with his questions, and Arthur replied frankly, I'm not avoiding Sylvanas. I'm doing a secret hidden mission. Once the mission is completed, I'll tell you. Hidden mission? Secret mission? Not Wearing Pants was puzzled. He wanted to probe further, but Arthur had decided to remain quiet. When asked about dating Raintia, Arthur denied it. Arthur had said that he wasn't avoiding Sylvanas. Instead, he was doing a hidden mission and avoiding everyone. Not Wearing Pants could only choose to believe Arthur's words. But Not Wearing Pants was still worried, as Sylvanas was holding a torch for Arthur. Sylvanas was a ticking time bomb. Even Not Wearing Pants could see that Arthur preferred Raintia and not Sylvanas. This was a difficult test of their friendship. The second faction war erupted due to the numerous conflicts between the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. This time, the gamers' target wasn't the Crossroad Intersection Outpost, it was the Dark Portal controlled by the Victorians. Mission Title: Faction War Battle Campaign Stage 2. Mission Description: The conflict between Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City is irreconcilable. After the first stage of the faction war, the Victorians took control of the Crossroad Intersection Outpost. It's time for a change in ownership. Eternal Kingdom shall attack the Dark Portal. Can Victoria City defend the Dark Portal against the attack of Eternal Kingdom? Mission Objective: Gain control of the Dark Portal, from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mission Reward: After the end of the battle campaign, the faction that is in control of the Dark Portal will receive a one-off reward and a faction teleport portal that is connected to the Dark Portal. Mission Notes: The benefits of the Victorians at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost will be terminated. All of the gamers were excited because a teleport portal connected to the Dark Portal would decrease their journey time to the surface world or the underworld by half. It was a great deal to the gamers who loved fighting. A closer revival point meant that their reinforcements would arrive quicker. The conflict in the wilderness would be in their favor. A battle in the wilderness meant more salvaged equipment. Hence, it was important for both factions to gain control of the Dark Portal. Both factions gathered their forces to prepare for the battle campaign. Before the faction war started, both factions were already involved in numerous skirmishes. Eternal Kingdom had observers from Winterfell and other dungeons, while Victoria City had observers from the Godly Kingdom. The observers didn't know the actual relationship between Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. To them, it was an invasion. Whether it was Victoria City or Eternal Kingdom, they were the protectors of their worlds. Though the other dungeon lords were moved, they didn't intend to help Eternal Kingdom. The observers wanted the warriors of Eternal Kingdom to be at the front line. After being complimented by the king, General Shiden cleared the areas around Victoria Forest of the underworld creatures from time to time. He was fighting against the underworld creatures that broke through Victoria Forest. General Shiden knew that the enemy was coming for him. All of these underworld creatures were killed by General Shiden's army. General Shiden reported his victories to the king. To him, the war was smooth sailing until George rode his white horse and arrived before him with an escort of a large group of Victorians. Though the Victorian in Goldshire town described what George did and ate every day as though George was still alive, General Shiden believed that he was dead after being gone for so many days. General Shiden also thought that the Victorian was just trying to fleece him with the lies. The Victorian's behavior was too weird for General Shiden to believe him. When George appeared before him, General Shiden was shocked. However, he acted calm and welcomed George with open arms as he said, "Sir George, you're still alive. I didn't believe the people who told me you were dead. You are blessed by the Holy Lord." General Shiden looked excited, but golden-haired George wasn't excited. He dismounted from his horse and shouted to General Shiden, "It's not the time to catch up on the battlefield. We need you to move the army to Victoria City. Those creatures from Eternal Kingdom are going to attack the Dark Portal." Dark Portal? General Shiden was shocked. That was the only known portal that was connected to the underworld. Wait, where did you obtain the information? Is it reliable? Could it be false information? General Shiden hesitated, thinking that George might be controlled by the Victorians. Those Victorian lunatics were capable of doing anything. He didn't believe the Victorians. He only wanted to stay at the boundary of Victoria Forest instead of venturing to the Dark Portal. It was too dangerous. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be ambushes. Though the Victorians claimed they controlled the Dark Portal, General Shiden didn't believe that the Victorians could defeat the underworld creatures based on their willpower. He had fought with the orcs in battle before. How could those 3-meter-tall orcs be defeated by the slender Victorians? Moreover, there was an endless stream of underworld creatures. They were as countless as fleas. But George spoke confidently, and General Shiden hesitated. The generals were divided into two camps, and they debated furiously. "General, we can't trust George. He disappeared for a long time. Who knows whether he's being controlled by the underworld creatures? We sent so many scouts, but they were killed. Only George returned. It must be a trap. We have to believe George. This concerns the future of mankind. What should General Shiden do?" Chapter 509, It's Too Awesome. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Before General Shiden decided whether or not to believe George, George helped General Shiden make a decision. "General Shiden, I have spoken to the king, and he agreed with my decision. We have to unite with the Victorians." When General Shiden heard what George said, his expression changed. "Wait, are you saying that you contacted the king? What did you say?" General Shiden asked anxiously. George wasn't aware of General Shiden's anxiety. He told General Shiden what he had said to the king. George spoke in detail about what the Victorians encountered in their war with the underworld. The creatures of Eternal Kingdom were about to attack the important Dark Portal. The only way to stop the vile creatures was to unite with the Victorians and fight against them. "General Shiden," golden-haired George said solemnly, "it's not the time to hesitate. Like the king said, the fate of the humans rests in our hands. We have to fight them." In a dim tunnel, the endless stream of an army marched at a chaotic pace. A group of gamers from Eternal Kingdom were armed with various pieces of superior equipment as they marched in a disorderly formation. These were the unaffiliated gamers and guild members who formed the army. To avoid being stopped by the Victorians at the crossroad intersection outpost, they assembled 2 hours beforehand at Eternal Kingdom before setting off towards the outpost. To gain control of the Dark Portal, they had to occupy the Crossroad Intersection outpost. It was a very disadvantageous situation for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The goal of the gamers was to gain control of the Crossroad Intersection outpost. At the very least, they had to create a blockade of the outpost to prevent Victorian reinforcements from reaching the Dark Portal. When the faction war started, the teleport portals at both the Crossroad Intersection outpost and the Dark Portal couldn't be used. As the Crossroad Intersection outpost was a safe zone, whoever arrived at the Crossroad Intersection or the entrance would gain the upper hand. The reason the gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't teleport to the Crossroad Intersection outpost and move out from there was that the Victorians had blockaded the exits of the outpost. The Victorians had gained control of the outpost, and it wasn't wise for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to fight with them there. Brother Pants, have you discussed things with Big Boss Arthur? Will he be joining the battle tonight? We're all waiting for him, an orc asked Not Wearing Pants. Everyone looked at Not Wearing Pants, wanting to know the answer. Not Wearing Pants didn't hesitate and said, I've talked to Arthur. He said he'll not miss such an important battle. He has been missing from the guild activities these past few days because he had other matters to attend to. Please don't be bothered. Not Wearing Pants gave a diplomatic answer, and the gamers nodded with understanding. Though Arthur wasn't able to turn the tide of war, his presence boosted the morale of the other gamers. He was the most powerful gamer in Eternal Kingdom. His status was almost like that of a hero. The army of Eternal Kingdom arrived at the boundary of the Crossroad Intersection outpost. There were many Victorians stationed at the outpost entrance. A few gamers of Eternal Kingdom tried to dash into the outpost, but they were stopped by the Victorians who had gained the upper hand. The Victorians weren't aware of some big-sized gamers of Eternal Kingdom flanking their rear positions. It was almost 7 p.m., and the second faction war battle campaign was about to commence. None of the gamers went offline. They had already had their dinner. Those who didn't have dinner had to go hungry. In this battle, the winner would gain control of the teleport portal that was connected to the Dark Portal. To the gamers, this was of utmost importance. Not Wearing Pants focused his attention on surveying the situation at the Crossroad Intersection outpost. It was a critical location for the ensuing battle. If he could get rid of all the Victorians at the outpost, then the Victorians wouldn't be able to reinforce the Dark Portal. There were at least 1,000 Victorians stationed at the outpost. The guild chairman of Eternal Kingdom gathered to discuss their plans. When it was 7 p.m., they decided to launch their attacks on these Victorians. Patrick Starr, Senior Captain Cherry, and other dungeon observers followed the gamers. Patrick Starr was a news reporter, while Senior Captain Cherry was Winterfell's observer. Is this Eternal Kingdom? It doesn't seem like what I've heard. One of the orcs was a dungeon observer. He had a condescending attitude because he noticed that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom were ill-disciplined. He felt that he could defeat 3 of the warriors easily. He was puzzled about how the inferior warriors of Eternal Kingdom could defeat so many powerful adversaries within a short time. Even the successors of Eternal Fire were defeated and imprisoned in Bangkasia. If the victories of Eternal Kingdom hadn't occurred, the orc would have believed that the capability of Eternal Kingdom was overrated. The orc would like to be respectful of the warriors that were at the front line fighting the surface world monsters. They were incredibly fearless and valiant. However, after witnessing the quality of the warriors, he couldn't respect them. Though the other observers didn't speak their minds, they agreed with the orc. Only Patrick Starr and Senior Captain Cherry thought otherwise. They had fought together on the same side. Senior Captain Cherry had witnessed the incredible combat power of the warriors in Winterfell. At the Black Volcano battle, the warriors defeated Phoenix, who was a minion of Michelangelo. Even now, it was unknown whether Phoenix was dead or alive. Patrick Starr and Senior Captain Cherry didn't say anything to the gamers of Eternal Kingdom because they were certain that the observers would change their minds about the warriors after the battle. They didn't know when the battle would start. They thought that the battle would start soon, as they had arrived at the outpost, and the Victorians hadn't detected them yet. However, the warriors of Eternal Kingdom seemed to be waiting for something. Patrick Star and Senior Captain Cherry didn't understand and dared not ask. Everyone waited patiently. At 7 p.m., the gamers of Eternal Kingdom charged out. They didn't have any plans, merely screaming and charging at the Victorians. The observers all gaped in astonishment. Patrick Star took out his mono-recording device to capture what followed. The Victorians didn't panic. They spoke in a language that the observers didn't understand. They then charged at the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. Both sides collided, and the intense fighting made the observers shiver with chills. The fighting was extremely cruel and savage. Even the most battle-hardened warrior of the underworld would shiver with fright. They had never seen anyone battle so intensely. Even when a combatant's hands were chopped off, he would still use his mouth to bite the enemy's metal shoes. Even when a combatant's body was pierced, he would grab the enemy to create a chance for his comrade to kill the enemy. There were too many instances of such brutality and strong willpower. The observers gaped in astonishment, their condescending attitudes vanishing. Instead, they were filled with the utmost respect for the warriors. The monsters from Victoria City were as frightening as they had imagined, while the warriors of Eternal Kingdom were as valiant as the legendary heroes. The warriors sacrificed their lives for the peace of the underworld. They were too incredible. That was what the observers thought. Chapter 510, The Second Faction War Battle Campaign. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The faction war was as intense and chaotic as usual. The brutality was shocking. Patrick Star looked on from a distance with tears welling in his eyes while he penned down the heroic feats of the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. He was sure that this battle would be recorded in the annals of the history books regardless of the outcome. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom would be remembered as heroes in the hearts of the underworld inhabitants. The gamers didn't have such thoughts. They were thinking of how to defeat the enemy and gain control of the Dark Portal. If possible, they wanted to pillage for better and more equipment. There were fewer Victorians at the boundary of the outpost. After a series of fierce fights, the warriors of Eternal Kingdom defeated the enemy and sent all of the Victorians back to the revival point. Those surviving Victorians fled towards the Dark Portal. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom didn't pursue the survivors because they didn't have enough darting birds. Secondly, they were wary of the Victorians setting traps. Whatever the case, they had achieved their first goal of defeating the Victorians outside the outpost. Next, they had to launch an attack on the outpost to prevent the Victorians from attacking their rear. Like the first faction war battle campaign, the battle at the outpost would be extremely brutal. Large rocks fell from the sky and smashed on the crude defensive walls of the outpost. An orc magician raised his magic wand and chanted loudly. A pair of human horsemen charged towards the magician but were stopped by orc guards. Gamers who could cast area effect spells were sought after in combat. The battle campaign was coming to an end. The defensive walls built by the gamers were damaged beyond recognition after severe beatings. Various pieces of large-scale war machinery were stationed at the defensive walls. They were deployed by the Victorians to inflict as many casualties as possible. The Victorians had smaller numbers in the outpost, so they depended on the machines to gain the upper hand. Most of the Victorians were gathered at the Dark Portal to consolidate their defenses against the invading warriors of Eternal Kingdom. To the Victorians, the war had just started. "Aren't you taking a rest?" At the ruins of the Crossroad Intersection outpost, Patrick Star observed the warriors of Eternal Kingdom gathering again after completing their previous battle. Only a few warriors were salvaging the equipment on the ground. Patrick Star thought that the warriors would rest for a while after such an intense battle. He knew that their target was the Dark Portal, but he didn't expect them to set off without any rest. Patrick Star asked an orc who had just lost his arm. The orc was taken aback, but he replied righteously, "This is for the peace of the underworld. For Eternal Kingdom. For Lord Sherlock." After that, the gamer muttered to his comrade, "It's hilarious. This immersive game makes me shout such embarrassing dialogue." Patrick Star didn't hear the soft muttering of the gamer. He exalted the warriors for their bravery. Under such harsh circumstances, the handicapped warrior was able to stand up and continue his fight. Under normal circumstances, the handicapped warrior would be evacuated to the rear and given proper rest and treatment. However, the handicapped orc smiled and chatted with his comrades while his bandaged arm was still dripping blood. His green face was extremely pale and devoid of blood, but he was full of vigor. Nobody knew what power was sustaining such a brave warrior. Tears welled up in Patrick Star's eyes again. It wasn't the first time he was moved by these warriors, but he was too deeply touched this time. Patrick Star wiped his tears as he watched the warrior catch up to his unit while a trail of blood followed behind him. He wrote in his journal with a heavy heart. He didn't know the orc's name or whether he would survive the battle. However, the silhouette of the handicapped orc would be remembered in the history of the Underworld. He was the role model for the Underworld residents. Golden-haired George rode on his horse and followed the Victorians out of the forest. Behind him was the endless stream of the army of the Godly Kingdom. Though General Shiden was hesitant to dispatch his army to help the Victorians, he had to follow King Potato II's order to reinforce the Victorians and defend the Dark Portal. "Sir George, do you know the way?" "I don't see any Dark Portal," a general asked George as he surveyed the strange surrounding rocks. In front of him were rolling hills. How could such terrain have a huge Dark Portal? Though he hadn't seen the Dark Portal, he imagined it to be a huge and majestic structure. He couldn't imagine the Dark Portal being located in such terrain. George and the Victorians were certain. Even Count Steamed Dumpling nodded and said, "Sir George and I went to the Underworld before. We are sure this is the road to the Dark Portal." The other people remained doubtful until they saw the Dark Portal within a cave. 511 decay. The space in the cave was so huge that it could accommodate a large teleport portal. This was the portal that connected the surface world and the underworld. The gamers called it the Dark Portal. The name sounded awesome, and the appearance of the Dark Portal looked majestic. The height of the portal was 20 to 30 meters, and the entire structure was made of reflective crystal. Mana was flowing in all directions in the portal. It was the first time General Shiden witnessed such a portal. The inner cave was illuminated by the brilliance of the portal, unlike the dim front part of the cave. The Dark Portal was now controlled by the Victorians, so it was almost impossible for the creatures of Eternal Kingdom to come to the surface world. However, occasionally, a few creatures of Eternal Kingdom managed to slip past the defenses and enter the surface world. After the Victorians gained control of the Dark Portal, General Shiden hadn't seen the underworld creatures for many days. "This is the Dark Portal. If you pass through it, you'll find the Eternal Pigs on the other side. Be very careful," Hoodlum, who had a severely deformed spine, said to the generals of the Godly Kingdom. General Shiden had heard of the hunchbacked Hoodlum before. He thought that it was an excuse made up by the incompetent Duke of York to explain his loss to the Victorians. General Shiden didn't expect the handicapped Hoodlum to be so strong. He witnessed Hoodlum and the orcs fighting. The orcs were no match for Hoodlum. Previously, General Shiden was prejudiced against the handicapped Hoodlum. But now, he saw Hoodlum differently. "Hoodlum boss, I feel you're like an NPC after hearing your conversations." A human beside Hoodlum was laughing. As he was pretty loud, the nearby General Shiden could hear him. The Victorians would always say weird things in certain circumstances. "General, after going through here, you'll arrive at Victoria City. The creatures of Eternal Kingdom want to attack the Dark Portal. We only have to help the Victorians defend the Dark Portal. Then we stop the underworld creatures from entering our surface world," George said to General Shiden. They had already arrived at the portal and wouldn't head back. "Listen to my command." General Shiden turned around and unsheathed his sword. He shouted to the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom and the gamers of Victoria City. "Warriors! I never thought of standing here and shouldering such heavy responsibilities. Behind me is the dark portal, and behind the portal are the horrifying underworld creatures. I know you're fearful. Anyone would be fearful when faced with these creatures. However, the best way to overcome this fear is to face it with courage. General Shiden shouted as he tried to rally everyone. The soldiers of the godly kingdom cheered, while the gamers of Victoria City shouted, "Ailage." General Shiden didn't understand what the gamers were shouting, but seeing the excitement of everyone, he believed that they were supporting him. General Shiden lifted his arm and shouted, "We are able to be here because of the king of the godly kingdom, the brave King Potato." He was interrupted by Hoodlum, who said, "General, we have to keep it short. It's almost 8 p.m. The battle in front is intense. If we don't reinforce our warriors, the dark portal will be overrun. We have to defend the dark portal in 1.5 hours. Do you understand?" The gamers of Victoria City nodded as they spoke of finishing the battle before 10 p.m., about how they hadn't had dinner, and about not letting the Eternal Pigs gain the initiative. General Shiden understood that they couldn't let the creatures of Eternal Kingdom gain control of the dark portal. But what was the meaning of ending the battle before 10 p.m.? Would the creatures withdraw at 10 p.m.? How did the Victorians know about this? General Shiden was full of questions, but the Victorians were shouting as they charged into the dark portal. Golden-haired George raised his weapon and shouted, "Those who love light and freedom, charge with me. Will be remembered in history." George spoke briefly, but the morale of the troops was boosted. The soldiers of the godly kingdom shouted and followed George and the Victorians into the dark portal. A hellish environment awaited them behind the portal. A large fireball flew past the sky and left a long trail of smoke. It illuminated the entire tunnel. General Shiden lifted his head and looked at the grey mist. He thought the underworld was low and similar to bunkers. He didn't expect the underworld to be like the surface world without sunlight. The sky above his head had no end. A magician released a large fireball that landed on the Victorian side. The explosion rocked the entire battlefield. The warriors of the godly kingdom were shivering with fright, but the Victorians weren't afraid. Instead, they became more excited. The huge dark portal was behind General Shiden, and countless underworld creatures stood before him. They wielded terrifying weapons while riding strange darting birds towards the dark portal. The fortifications built by the Victorians using rocks and wooden stakes were in ruins. Many Victorian magicians were singing weird chants and releasing intimidating mana to stop the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. Some Victorians wielded great swords and charged towards the enemy in a bid to kill 3 creatures before dying. General Shiden and the soldiers of the godly kingdom watched the brutality of the battle intently. They were deeply shocked by the fearlessness and bravery of the gamers. Previously, General Shiden felt disdain towards the Victorians because of their inferior combat strength, but now he thought differently. If his army were to fight with the Victorians without any preparations, even if he won, his army would sustain grievous casualties. The gamers of Victoria City were in a precarious situation. In terms of troop numbers and war machinery, they were inferior to the underworld creatures. They were bogged down in a vicious battle. It was only a matter of time before they lost control of the dark portal to the underworld creatures. However, the Victorians weren't bothered. According to their words, they only needed to last until 10 p.m., and they would win. The warriors of the godly kingdom charged forward while maintaining their formation. Under the direction of the generals, they marched neatly into battle. It was a stark contrast to the ill-disciplined gamers. After all, the soldiers were professionally trained. The generals spotted weaknesses in their front line and ordered the soldiers to fill the gaps. The soldiers of the godly kingdom didn't have green symbols above their heads, so they were easy to differentiate from the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City. Gamers from both factions were overjoyed to see the NPCs, as it meant they could get more and better equipment. To the soldiers of the godly kingdom, it would be the hardest battle of their lives. Ah! A soldier of the godly kingdom lifted his shield and short sword as he shouted and charged towards a nearby orc. Behind him were 2 other soldiers. The three of them formed a team and helped each other advance with high efficiency. They were able to inflict considerable damage on the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. Though the soldiers were brave, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were even more valiant and fearless. A gnome rushed towards the soldier and used his shield to parry the soldier's short sword. At that moment, the gnome smashed the soldier with his great club. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom tried not to kill the NPCs. Instead, they tried to capture them alive. Each NPC could trigger a hidden mission, and there were no rewards for killing them. Knocking them unconscious and taking them back to the dungeon would garner handsome rewards. That was the mission guide provided to the gamers by the system. Brew did that because he was kind-hearted and didn't want to kill these soldiers. As a member of the Underworld, Brew didn't have a chance to interact with the surface world. However, he knew the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom could be exchanged for money and resources. Magic stones could be obtained from rare magic stone ore veins, but they could also be obtained from the mana of humans, elves, and fairies. However, magic stones couldn't be extracted from dead humans, elves, and fairies. After extracting magic stones from the surface world races, they could be sold as prisoners to the Godly Kingdom in exchange for resources and equipment. It was more worthwhile than killing the soldiers. Sherlock was agreeable to capturing the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. He lured the soldiers to the dark portal because of this. On the one hand, he wanted the Godly Kingdom to see the combat power of the Victorians so that they would dismiss their plans of attacking Victoria City. On the other hand, Sherlock wanted to capture the humans to extract magic stones. The soldier was hit on the head by the great club, and his metal helmet emitted a loud clanking sound. He twirled one round before collapsing to the ground. Though other soldiers tried to rescue him, the unconscious soldier was immediately dragged away. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom tried their best to capture the soldiers on the battlefield. The battlefield became an arena for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to capture the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. There were even Victorians who helped. General Shidden swung his superior sword at the underworld creatures. A Victorian who was holding an iron chain got close to him. Though the Victorian's weapon was strange, as long as he was fighting for the humans, all weapons were acceptable. When General Shidden glanced at the Victorian charged at him with his iron chain while shouting strange words. General Shidden didn't understand, but the orcs nearby understood and replied in the same strange dragon-like language. Then General Shidden was bound by the Victorian using the iron chain, and the end of the chain smashed on General Shidden's head. He felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. His guards rushed over, shouting and trying to protect him. The orc dashed forward in a bid to capture General Shidden, but there were too many guards. The orcs were unable to break the defenses. However, the betrayal of the Victorian gave General Shidden a shock. He didn't expect a Victorian to be corrupted by the underworld creatures. It was a despicable act. 512 Appearance. It wasn't the time to brood about the corruption of the Victorians. There was an endless stream of underworld creatures and a large number of war machinery and magic cannons. Numerous explosions rocked the battlefield. How did these creatures obtain so many explosives? The soldiers of the Godly Kingdom were fearless. With the protection of the Holy Lord, they would defeat all enemies. A lot of the Grand Priests of the Godly Kingdom started chanting. With the prayers of the Grand Priests, numerous complex symbols and numerals transformed into white sacred light. Countless Math Olympiad mana balls manifested and smashed towards the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The mana balls exploded and sucked everyone into the Math Olympiad world. The soldiers didn't have to do anything, and the creatures were killed by the Math Olympiad mana. It was a grotesque sight. Not Wearing Pants looked at the grotesque scene. Many of his comrades were on the ground, bleeding while they muttered the Math Olympiad questions. Who would have expected the enemy to release Math Olympiad mana balls? The gamers of Eternal Kingdom weren't prepared and suffered serious casualties. Fortunately, the sacred light mana balls were limited. The enemy had only released 2 volleys of the mana balls. Nobody knew what the NPCs were going to unleash next. chest hair. Not wearing pants held his axe and shield as he dashed to an orc who was wielding double daggers. Not wearing pants shouted, "We're going to lose if this continues. We have to find a chance to kill or capture that General Shiden." Burning chest hair stabbed a human gamer to death and spat blood from his mouth. Then he shouted, "I know, but it's not easy to kill General Shiden. We tried many times, but there are too many guards protecting him. We aren't able to break the defenses." "What about the mole? Didn't we have a mole in the Victorian camp?" "Wah, I invested 100,000 renminbi." Not wearing pants shouted, but burning chest hair said without emotion, "Don't tell me that. I sent the money to hundreds of moles, but they must be alive to help us. Those moles are of inferior quality. Hoodlum isn't simple. I bribed many moles, but he subverted them. It was like Mission Impossible." Not wearing pants quickly said, "Then you shall create Mission Possible." "I'm still creating Mission Possible 2 and 3. Burning chest hair rolled his eyes and rebuked. Not wearing pants knew that their moles had failed. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had inferior numbers and were in a disadvantageous position. They were going to lose the battle. Though they had superior weapons and equipment, the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom were also comparable in terms of equipment. Moreover, the Godly Kingdom had many powerful Grand Priests who released sacred light mana. However, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom only had one hemp rope technology. The odds were stacked against the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. They predicted that the Godly Kingdom army would participate in the battle. However, their attempts to assassinate General Shiden and the use of moles had failed. Would the gamers of Eternal Kingdom lose the second faction war? If Arthur were there, he would have a good plan. Not wearing pants had this idea. Sylvanas leaped into the air and released 3 arrows. Sylvanas had attained superior archery skills and could hit anything within 100 steps. However, their combat skills paled in comparison to the combined power of the Victorians and the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. A Victorian charged at Sylvanas. It was the deformed hoodlum. He recognized Sylvanas, as she was a notable gamer, and many gamers talked about her and saw her photograph. Though most of the orcs looked alike, their equipment differed a lot. That was the attractive part of the game. It allowed the gamers to customize their equipment, down to the details like drawing a pig on the breastplate. Sylvanas didn't draw a pig on her breastplate, but Hoodlum recognized her immediately. Hoodlum leaped up and parried her arrows. When he landed, he slashed his short sword at her neck without mercy. Hoodlum's weapon level was 2 levels higher than that of Sylvanas. Sylvanas dodged to the side, but her arm was hacked off. She didn't have time to react. Hoodlum wasn't satisfied with hacking off an arm, and his short sword quickly slashed at her neck. Sylvanas rolled on the muddy ground and half-squatted as she shouted, "Hoodlum, you're vicious. But don't be arrogant, victory belongs to us." Sylvanas shouted defiantly, but to Hoodlum, it was a show of incompetence and fury. There was only half an hour left before the battle ended. It was impossible for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to regain control of the Dark Portal within a short period of time. Most of the Godly Kingdom army had entered the Underworld. The odds were in favor of the Victorians. Looking at the sea of soldiers of the Godly Kingdom, Sylvanas felt hopeless. At that moment, there was a booming sound. A huge object fell onto the ground and created a pit. When the dust and smoke cleared, a Gundam appeared in front of everybody. 513 prisoners. By the grace of the Holy Lord, what is that monster? George was fighting with an orc. When he lifted his head, he saw the Gundam landing in the middle of the battlefield. With the appearance of the Gundam, all of the underworld creatures cheered. There was also an airship hovering above the dark portal. The dark cannons were aiming at the Victorians below. George had never seen such terrifying weapons. He could imagine that they were powerful. "Oh my God, it's the Gundam. We found reinforcements, and they got the Gundam. That's unfair. It's a joke. The Gundam is coming for us. How can we survive?" Objection, objection. We're being forced to give up the dark portal to the eternal pigs. George was surprised to find out that the morale of the Victorians tanked when the Gundam appeared. They complained and were suicidal. Some Victorians even laid down on the ground as though they were sleeping. They were the minority. Most of the Victorians were still fighting. Hoodlum, who was about to kill Sylvanas, stopped his plan. He thought he could kill Sylvanas to demoralize the gamers of Eternal Kingdom since Sylvanas was one of the commanders. However, with the appearance of the Gundam, Hoodlum had to retreat. Sylvanas lifted her head to look at the Gundam cockpit that was slowly opening. Then the gamers saw Arthur and hemp rope technology in the cockpit. "Arthur bro!" Sylvanas shouted excitedly at the Gundam, and the gamers cheered for Arthur and hemp rope technology. The Gundam walked a step forward, and the cockpit was closed. It then unsheathed a gigantic longsword from its arm. The mana on the longsword shimmered with blue rays. The Gundam raised its blade and slashed down. Arthur tried to avoid hitting the areas with soldiers of the Godly Kingdom, focusing on the areas with Victorians. The Victorians were unable to defend against the Gundam's attack, and hundreds of them perished. Even their equipment was destroyed. That was the most painful part. Many Victorians started fleeing. It was all right to lose a battle campaign. However, it would be a great loss if they lost all of their equipment. If they could make their characters vanish by getting offline, they would have done so. But getting offline would negate their chances of fleeing. The lines held by the Victorians collapsed, followed by the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. The generals tried to rally their soldiers, but it was in vain. "Retreat! Everyone, retreat!" General Shiden observed the sudden change of the tide. When the Gundam appeared, it was impossible for the Victorians and the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom to defeat the underworld creatures. To preserve their strength, General Shiden decided to retreat. When General Shiden proceeded to the dark portal, the Gundam ran towards the portal, slashing enemies along the way. The Gundam blocked the path to the dark portal so that the Victorians and the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom were unable to return to the surface world. Then the underworld creatures used all sorts of tools to capture the soldiers. They even pretended not to see the gamers of Victoria City. All of the gamers of Eternal Kingdom received the system mission to capture the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom so that they could exchange the soldiers for rewards. The creatures of Eternal Kingdom had won, and they wanted to obtain more rewards. The captured soldiers were sent to the rear. There were many beet lemons waiting to ferry the soldiers to the crossroad intersection outpost. Then the soldiers would be escorted to Eternal Kingdom via the outpost teleport portal. Those soldiers were worth a lot of magic stones. Sherlock would never let the soldiers escape. Sherlock felt that it was meaningless to kill the soldiers. He could only extract magic stones from living humans. With the cover of the soldiers, General Shiden was fortunate enough to break through the blockade. When he passed through the dark portal, he felt fortunate that he was still alive. The soldiers behind him were all captured. Though they weren't killed, to General Shiden, it was only a matter of time. The Second Faction War ended with the dramatic appearance of the Gundam. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom overwhelmed the Victorians and the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. Though there were many powerful soldiers from the Godly Kingdom, the Gundam was too powerful. As the soldiers were unprepared, they followed the Victorians and retreated. If they persisted and made use of the power of sacred light, they could defeat the Gundam. However, there was no way to turn back time. George felt dizzy. To protect General Shiden, he was captured together with the soldiers. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't harm George. Instead, he was tied up before being sent to Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were friendly to George, who appeared for the second time in Eternal Kingdom. They expected George to have a strange encounter mission, so they treated him nicely. Later, if they helped him escape from Eternal Kingdom, they might obtain some generous rewards. In the Dungeon Lord main hall, Sherlock and Brew were discussing how to make arrangements for the human prisoners. 514 prisoners rewards. At the crossroad intersection outpost. Make haste, make haste. Come over here. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were loading the beet lemons with the NPCs. Those were the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom who were captured at the Dark Portal. The gamers were there because of the mission given by the system. Mission title, Lord Sherlock's Prisoners. Mission description, during the Second Faction War, gamers of Eternal Kingdom gained final victory and triggered a huge strange encounter mission. The gamers can transport the prisoners to Eternal Kingdom and exchange them for various rewards. Mission reward, the reward is proportionate to the number of captured prisoners and includes rare accessories, equipment, titles, gold coins, reputation points, and group benefits. Please browse the official website for detailed descriptions. Mission notes, the cunning humans will ask you to release them and give you handsome rewards. Those are lies. They cannot provide any rewards. Only Lord Sherlock can give you rewards. What kind of NPCs are they? Who wrote this lousy AI logic? If the prisoners cried and cursed at me, I could understand that, as that's normal behavior. But it's the first time I've seen a prisoner pleading for me to free him by protruding his backside. Peasant complained to the other gamers as he walked by a beet lemon. He was frustrated. Since when did you learn to speak the language of the Victorians? The gamers referred to the surface world common language as the Victorian language. The captive soldiers of the Godly Kingdom also spoke this language, but the gamers of Eternal Kingdom couldn't understand it. Do you need to learn? From their expressions and behavior, they want us to let them go, Peasant said helplessly. The other gamers also shared their experiences of the NPCs begging for freedom and attempting to escape. Besides transporting the NPCs to Eternal Kingdom, the gamers didn't do anything to the prisoners. They stripped the soldiers of equipment and distributed the loot. They didn't show any animosity to the captive soldiers. Even if they wanted to attack the soldiers, the gamers couldn't. Brew had changed the status of the soldiers from the Godly Kingdom to green, making them friendly units. The soldiers were the private property of Sherlock, so how could the gamers touch them? George sat on the beet lemon that Peasant was walking next to. His hands and legs were bound with chains made of special spider silk, so he was unable to exert any strength. Though George was a special NPC, his equipment was too tempting. The previous time his equipment was stripped, there were several pieces of blue superior equipment and some pieces of purple legendary equipment. This time, George had awesome equipment. How could the gamers resist the temptation? It was like giving a water fountain to a person in the desert. After George was captured, he was stripped of his clothing and equipment. He was only left with underwear. After all, he couldn't possibly walk around naked. Golden-haired George wouldn't yield easily. He had experience interacting with the gamers of Eternal Kingdom from the last time he was a prisoner. Now he knew how to deal with them. The only way to escape was to persuade the creatures of Eternal Kingdom to help him. The method was simple: lure them with handsome rewards. However, George's plan wasn't successful. When George, who was behind bars, proposed that the orc guard let him go free in exchange for treasure and equipment, the orc guard said with irritation, "You said that the previous time. After letting you go, I didn't get anything. And now you're trying to cheat me again. Do you think I'm a fool? You have to give me good stuff first." How could golden-haired George offer anything? He only had his underwear. His clothes and equipment were all pillaged. George had an ominous feeling. He knew he wasn't going to be lucky like last time. When the beet lemon arrived at the crossroad intersection outpost, the surviving gamers of Victoria City tried to rescue them. George looked at the Victorians in tattered clothing. There were even some naked Victorians running over. They knew they were going to die, yet they looked happy. On the other hand, the creatures of Eternal Kingdom were full of disdain. They cursed and swore at the Victorians. Though George couldn't understand the Underworld language, he could roughly guess the meaning. They must have been frightened by the fearlessness of the Victorians. In Eternal Kingdom Dungeon. Those loser Victorians are trying to rescue the prisoners. Even if they want to, they should have the proper equipment. Look at them, are they insulting us? Burning Chest Hair said angrily to Arthur. While they were escorting the prisoners back to Eternal Kingdom, they encountered the suicidal Victorians many times. It's not a loss to us. Let's escort the prisoners to Eternal Kingdom. Then we can become the guild with the largest number of escorted prisoners. There will be rewards for the guild, Arthur said to Burning Chest Hair. After the end of the faction war, the Gundam was returned to Eternal Kingdom as requested by the system. He didn't join the guild members in the battle because he had to complete this strange encounter mission. The thought of piloting the Gundam in the battle excited Arthur. Arthur, you're awesome. Not Wearing Pants said admiringly, if not for you, we would have lost. Buddy, don't say any more. Let's go and claim our rewards. Only Peasant rubbed his palms excitedly. He was going to claim their rewards after transporting the prisoners. 515 Frangipani saw through everything. Eggface dragged his fat body while he walked in the dungeon towards the cave for holding the prisoners. That cave was dug 2 days ago by the gamers. The prisoners were raw materials for producing magic stones, so they were guarded with the highest priority. The gamers weren't allowed to guard the prisoners. The prison wardens were Eggface, Polio, and Phoenix, who took turns keeping watch. The old turtle Frangipani was on a hunger strike. The reason for not allowing the gamers to keep watch was simple. They freed George and steamed Dumpling previously. If they were two unimportant humans, Sherlock wouldn't mind. But now, there were thousands of prisoners who could provide a considerable amount of magic stones. Sherlock would never let the gamers free the prisoners. However, it didn't stop the gamers from trying to trigger strange encounter missions. Eggface became the gamers' first target. As a reputable black dragon, he couldn't possibly stand while working. To complete Lord Sherlock's mission, Eggface made a lot of preparations. Eggface placed a soft mat at the entrance of the prison. Then he dragged a table and obtained a pot of bloody chrysanthemum tea. The most important item was a notebook computer. That was his reward from Sherlock for working hard for the past few days. To obtain this notebook computer, Eggface didn't sleep properly for tens of days. Instead, he helped Lord Sherlock complete missions and also maintained order in Eternal Kingdom. It was a difficult life for a black dragon. Eggface situated everything neatly before setting up his notebook computer. He then began working. However, voices were heard coming from outside the prison. Lord Eggface! Lord Eggface! Eggface humphed, irritated by the shouting outside. It was those troublesome goblins again. Those goblins were the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. As a noble black dragon, he was friendly to the gamers who worshipped him. He shared his blood so that the gamers could become Houndhead men. He also provided assistance and care when the gamers needed help. Like now. What is it? Eggface put his notebook aside and shouted. The imprisoned soldiers of the godly kingdom looked outside curiously. However, their surroundings had a barrier set up by Sherlock. If they wanted to escape, someone outside had to break the barrier. That was unless they acquired the strength to punch Sherlock to death. That was an impossible feat. Eggface shouted, but nobody came in. He waited for a while, then recalled that this was a prohibited area for the gamers. Eggface dragged his fat body with great effort and stood up. He then lumbered towards the cave entrance. There were many residents of Eternal Kingdom waiting outside. They looked happy and were seemingly waiting for Eggface. When Eggface walked out of the cave, the gamers shouted excitedly. Lord Eggface! Lord Eggface, we love you! Wah! It's Eggface! Awesome! I didn't expect to see Eggface again. That's so cool! The sounds of passionate cheering and worshipping engulfed Eggface. Eggface remained calm. He was used to such a scene. As the second in command in Eternal Kingdom, it was normal for the residents to pay their respects. Tell me, what kind of help do you need? Eggface stood akimbo. Whenever the gamers needed help, they would fawn on him wildly. Humph, how dare they use such lousy methods to gain his attention? Wishful thinking. Was he such an easy dragon to pacify? Did they think he'd help based on their compliments and praises? It was hilarious. He, Eggface, would definitely help. Lord Eggface. I have a relative who is imprisoned inside. Can you help me release him? My good friend is imprisoned inside. Please help me free him. My friend is golden-haired George. I'll depend on you. The gamers requested for Eggface to release the prisoners. Eggface remained silent for a while, then lifted his head and said, "Are you saying that the humans inside are your relatives and friends? Is that correct?" The gamers nodded in unison, causing Eggface to scratch his head. It was a tricky problem. He could help the gamers with other problems, but Lord Sherlock had prohibited them from getting close to the prisoners. Eggface spent a second contemplating. Then he shook his head and said, "No, no. Lord Sherlock told me many times not to let you get close to the prisoners. Please leave. Even if you call me Daddy, I won't let your relatives and friends out." Eggface returned to the cave. Even when the gamers shouted at the entrance, Eggface didn't come out. The gamers realized that they were unable to get Eggface to release the soldiers of the godly kingdom. They could only leave disappointed. They had to think of other ways. As the gamers left, a tortoise squinted his eyes and observed carefully. Frangipani understood something. He slowly pushed his head into his shell while smiling sinisterly. 516 Peasant's Strange Encounter. After the previous battle, Peasant was very happy. Though he was unable to deceive Eggface to rescue the prisoners of the godly kingdom and trigger a strange encounter mission, he had received generous rewards from the game system. Just like how the gamers of Victoria City achieved victory in the battle campaign, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom occupied the Dark Portal and achieved a battle campaign victory. They also received handsome rewards. They could make use of the Dark Portal to attack gamers of Victoria City at the Crossroad Intersection Outpost or the Victoria Forest on the surface world. Attacking the gamers of Victoria City would yield huge amounts of equipment and the much-needed honor points that could be used to exchange for a lot of items. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom made a huge killing. When they were escorting the prisoners of the godly kingdom, they received many strange encounter missions. Most of these prisoners requested that the gamers help them escape the underworld and promised to give handsome rewards. The gamers didn't care whether the prisoners were speaking the truth. It wasn't easy to obtain strange encounter missions. The gamers would have to test them out. What if the missions were real? However, Peasant didn't have much hope. After he and the gamers tried to put a spell on Eggface to release the prisoners and the plan failed, Peasant didn't put any more effort into it. He wanted to complete more daily missions, challenge the Instance Dungeon, go shopping at Winterfell, pillage the Victorians at Victoria Forest with Arthur, fight with opposing guild members, mentor new guild members, and improve his equipment. If possible, he would also like to get some cool furniture and exotic ornaments. Peasant didn't ask for much. Sometimes, when one didn't want much, fortune came to them. Peasant encountered such a situation. When he met up with Arthur and his companions, a pebble hit him on the back of the skull. Then his vision became dark, and he fell unconscious. When he recovered, he was at the game entry interface. Holy cow! What's the situation? Peasant felt a chill. He also felt as though he had gone offline. He didn't die because, if he did, he would have been given a new character or a revival option. He was knocked unconscious. He felt the chill slipping up his head and was shocked. He was in the safe zone of Eternal Kingdom, which meant that the other gamers were unable to attack him. The creature who hit him wasn't a gamer. Perhaps it was a strange encounter? Peasant was excited. He tried to enter the game, but the interface was all black. He was still unconscious. He waited for tens of minutes without any progress, so he decided to use WeChat to contact Arthur and Not Wearing Pants. WeChat Group Dungeon Monsters Chat Group. During 17 years, peasant, gosh. I discovered something big. Insignificant chivalrous knight, not wearing pants, say it properly. Don't bait us. What do you mean? National treasure, burning chest hair, what's up? Why are you sending WeChat messages instead of playing the game? Peasant obtained immediate responses from his comrades. He didn't have the time to joke, quickly telling them of his encounter. Everyone was bewildered. How could he be knocked unconscious? Perhaps it was a strange encounter? Peasant wasn't sure. He informed everyone of the location where he fell unconscious so that they could check on him. Next, he tried to enter the game repeatedly. He felt excited and nervous. Tens of minutes later, he finally entered the game and opened his eyes. He noticed the dim light and a pair of eyes in the darkness. "You're awake, insignificant hound-head man," the owner of the pair of eyes said in a hoarse voice. Peasant swallowed hard. He was happy inside. Finally, he had a strange encounter mission. "Yes, it's me. You must be requesting my help. That's why you knocked me unconscious." "No problem. Tell me how I can help. I'll definitely assist you," Peasant said sincerely, but the hidden figure wasn't in a hurry to respond. The figure sized Peasant up before smiling and saying, "I'm relieved to see that you're friendly. Don't worry, I'm not requesting your help. I'm here to help you, Houndhead Man. This is your lucky day." The hidden figure spoke like a con man. From his tone, he was no different from a swindler, but Peasant didn't care. As long as it was a strange encounter mission, he was agreeable. He nodded and said loudly, "That's correct, I need your help. Are you granting me a wish? I'm willing to accept any equipment." "No, it's not about this. I want to save your friends," the dark figure said. Peasant pondered for a while and asked bewilderedly, "Are you saying that Arthur and his companions are in danger?" He could only think of Arthur and his companions. After all, Peasant didn't have many friends. Besides the guild members of the Pioneer Alliance, he didn't play with other gamers. "No, they are the friends whom you mentioned just now. They are your relatives and friends from the rural support." "I heard what you said just now," the dark figure said as he walked out slowly from the darkness. His head was bald and wrinkled, and his eyes looked dull, far different from the eyes in the darkness. Behind the head was a hard tortoise shell. Standing before Peasant was an old tortoise. To be precise, it was an old turtle. There was a difference between a tortoise and a turtle. This wasn't an ordinary turtle. Peasant recognized that he was Lord Sherlock's pet and a newly added NPC. His name was Frangipani. "I triggered Frangipani's strange encounter mission. I'm very lucky." 517 No, I don't believe it. Frangipani looked at the receding back view of Peasant. In his heart, he had completed the first step of his plan to subvert Eternal Kingdom and take revenge on Lord Sherlock. Next, he was going to make use of Peasant to carry out his plan step by step. Then, Eternal Kingdom would be destroyed. Ha 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 ha. At this thought, Frangipani laughed out happily. "What are you laughing about, Frangipani? Bring my bloody chrysanthemum tea over." Polio licked his paws while he shouted at Frangipani. Though Polio had 4 limbs, he had no intention of getting his own bloody chrysanthemum tea. Even Phoenix, who was standing on a cabinet, peered out and shouted at Frangipani, "Get me a cup." "I got it." The old turtle Frangipani nodded and walked slowly out of the Dungeon Lord main hall. After he was captured during his last escape attempt, his status in the office plummeted. They were all captured pets of Lord Sherlock, but he was at the bottom. Everyone could order him around, such as Polio and Phoenix. It was all because of the evil Sherlock. If he hadn't captured Frangipani, he wouldn't be so pathetic. After being revived, he could have led the ancient god's army. Now, he could only be a waiter and coolie in this dungeon lord main hall. This pathetic dungeon couldn't imprison him. Once his plan was completed, everybody would die. As he walked out of the dungeon lord main hall, Frangipani's eyes were filled with malice. After receiving Frangipani's strange encounter mission, Peasant was very happy. Though he wasn't supposed to tell anyone his mission, he told his friends at the first opportunity. That was correct, the strange encounter mission had a mission description. Mission title: Subvert Eternal Kingdom, Strange Encounter. Mission description: the captured Frangipani is rebelling. Frangipani is asking you to help him and promising handsome rewards. Mission reward: I don't know what Frangipani is giving you. Mission notes: to ensure this mission is kept a secret, don't tell anybody about it. Frangipani needs you. The mission reward wasn't clear, but the words strange encounter made Peasant happy. What Peasant was supposed to do was simple. He was to destroy the barrier outside the prison so that the prisoners, who were his friends, could escape. Frangipani wasn't sure why the soldiers of the godly kingdom were friends or even relatives of the gamers. It must be a lie. However, it was a fact that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom wanted to rescue the prisoners. No matter what, this was a good chance for Frangipani. If he could help the prisoners escape, Eternal Kingdom would be in chaos. The residents of Eternal Kingdom must be unhappy with the perverted Sherlock. Otherwise, why would they do such a thing? He could make use of the gamers to make Eternal Kingdom more chaotic and cause a rebellion. Then, the rebels would kill the detestable Sherlock. That was Frangipani's plan. His plan had succeeded. As long as his chosen puppet, Peasant, destroyed the barrier, Frangipani could lure the stupid black dragon away and release the prisoners. Frangipani couldn't possibly tempt Peasant with words. He used his mental control mana skills to manipulate Peasant. From his subservient behavior, Frangipani had successfully controlled him. Though the hound-head man Peasant wasn't in a daze or in a state of being controlled by mana, it was of no consequence. Frangipani was confident in his mana skills, especially his mental control mana skills. Peasant was following Frangipani's instruction. When Frangipani promised him various rewards, Peasant was being controlled. Peasant was controlled by Frangipani's mental control. The mission assigned to Peasant wasn't simple. He had to know mana and runes, leaving Peasant puzzled. It was of no consequence. After all, it was normal for Peasant not to understand. The strange encounter mission was difficult and complex. If it was easily understood, how could it be a strange encounter mission? The gamers could ask if they didn't understand. There were so many gamers and NPCs in Eternal Kingdom and Winterfell. Were they not suitable candidates for asking? Peasant didn't go to Winterfell to ask. When he discussed this matter in his chat group, Hemp Rope Technology agreed to help him ask Yoda and Brainiac. Peasant didn't share the details of the mission in the game. He only discussed it with his friends on chat, so he didn't renege on the mission requirement. He had to prevent other gamers from stopping him. They could report his actions to Lord Sherlock. A gamer snitched on Peasant and informed Sherlock, who replied, "No, I don't believe it. Peasant is an honest creature and my most loyal servant. He wouldn't do such a thing." After that, Sherlock left and couldn't be found. The gamers treated this as part of the strange encounter mission. These things were all posted on the discussion forum. 518 plan succeeded. The other gamers used various channels to obtain information on Peasant's strange encounter mission after he discussed it on chat. This rebellion could have been stopped, but the gamers weren't able to stop him, as the dungeon was a safe zone. They couldn't do anything except watch. It was useless to inform Sherlock, as he didn't care. They wanted to inform Eggface, but they couldn't enter. Moreover, Eggface was playing computer games with earphones. Even if they hollered, Eggface couldn't hear them. Peasant's mission was successful. Under the watchful gazes and obstruction of other gamers, he destroyed a critical portion of the barrier. When he encountered problems, he coincidentally met Brainiac, who happened to pass by. The aloof Brainiac even changed his attitude and gave him a few pointers so that Peasant could complete his mission. Peasant felt very lucky. There were many difficult parts of the mission that he couldn't complete, but they were resolved quickly. Even Lord Sherlock had complete trust in him and believed that he wouldn't damage the reputation of Eternal Kingdom. Peasant didn't think of that. Peasant went to look for Frangipani after completing his mission. Frangipani was already waiting for Peasant at the designated time and place. Is the mission complete? Frangipani was hidden in the shadows. Their previous meeting place was where they were meeting again. I followed your instructions and destroyed the critical portion of the barrier. As though being affected by Frangipani, Peasant's voice became softer, and he looked warily at the surroundings. Good, you've done well. Very soon, I'll fulfill your wish and rescue your relatives and friends. But... Before Frangipani finished speaking, Peasant interrupted and asked, "But what? I did everything according to what you told me." "Yes, you haven't told me about the rewards. It's difficult for me to continue helping you." "Rewards? What rewards? I asked you not to tell anyone." Frangipani said impatiently as he dashed to Peasant and used his claw to press on Peasant's head. Then, he pulled Peasant's head back and asked, "Look at the creatures behind you. Is that how you keep a secret? Why are they looking at us from outside the room?" Peasant smiled and explained, "Oh, don't worry. They're my friends. They helped me complete this mission." Frangipani was worried. The gamers behind Peasant shouted, "Peasant is correct, we're here to help. Don't worry, we won't make trouble, we want to participate in your plan. We are brothers with Peasant. His problems are our problems. Can we share the rewards?" The gamers were excited and were greedy for the rewards. Frangipani was sure he could make use of the gamers. After all, they weren't completely loyal to Sherlock. Frangipani was excited. He didn't suspect that the gamers colluded with Sherlock to harm him. That was because the powerful Sherlock didn't need these gamers. If he discovered Frangipani's plan, he would definitely punish Frangipani straight away and wreck his plan. It wouldn't be the first time Sherlock punished him. His shell had been broken many times. If not for the strong willpower of Frangipani and the power of the primordial devil, he could have died. His life as the commander of the ancient god's army was too difficult. Since many gamers were willing to help him, Frangipani wouldn't decline their offers. He was prepared to subvert these gamers to deal with the superior devil Sherlock. "Good, you're all enlightened. Work for me, and you'll be blessed by the ancient gods." Frangipani attempted to stand up and open his arms in a hugging gesture. However, he forgot that he was a tortoise and was unable to change his form. Hence, he failed to achieve that difficult pose. The gamers shouted Frangipani's name excitedly while screaming to overthrow Sherlock. Frangipani felt exhilarated. He knew that Sherlock had left the dungeon, so he wasn't worried. Frangipani walked towards the prison that was holding the soldiers of the godly kingdom. More and more gamers came to support him and chanted slogans for his cause. Frangipani felt unrestrained. Even if Sherlock were to appear, with the elite warriors of Eternal Kingdom, he could defeat Sherlock decisively. Blinded by his own belief, Frangipani walked into the prison with his supporters. He had already planned to use a speedy method to kill the stupid black dragon, Eggface. Frangipani was confident that he could kill Eggface within 10 minutes without making any sound. Then he could destroy the barrier completely before letting the prisoners go. Moreover, he had a group of supporters. He was going to be successful. After killing Sherlock, he could use the resources of Eternal Kingdom to rescue the sealed ancient gods and the imprisoned ancient gods' army. Then he would regain his status as the ancient gods' army commander before he conquered the Underworld. The ancient gods would be at the pinnacle of the Underworld. Frangipani saw Sherlock sitting in front of the notebook computer while using the mouse and typing furiously. Sherlock was supposed to be outside the dungeon, Ah, you've come, Sherlock said as he clicked on the mouse. Your rebellion is botched. I'm surprised. When did you remove the prohibitions that I placed on you? 519 The third generation magic stones extraction device. Frangipani didn't expect Sherlock to appear. Perhaps, Peasant wasn't under his spell? Was his plan exposed at the start? Why did Sherlock not beat him to death? Frangipani could only think of a possibility. Sherlock purposely wanted to humiliate him. Frangipani became angry. He released all of the mana that he had secretly accumulated from Sherlock's prohibition. Though his mana was still weak, if he could break free from Sherlock's prohibition, then he could defeat Sherlock. He would exact vengeance for his humiliation over the past few days. Frangipani focused all the mana in his body and felt the power becoming stronger. He was regaining the feelings of confidence and comfort. He recalled the memories of becoming the highest commander of the ancient god's army. Palm. Frangipani felt his shell being hit with great force before he lost consciousness. Frangipani had a long dream. In the dream, he was tied to a chair by Sherlock, who interrogated him intensely. Then Polio, Eggface, and Phoenix appeared with distorted faces and made fun of him viciously. He was used to being bullied in the office. However, if he was being bullied in his subconscious mind, then he was too pitiful. He didn't remain in this hazy state for long. Frangipani opened his eyes and discovered he was in a room. The square room was filled with various posters. It looked simple and clean, but the question was: where was he? Who was he? Why was he there? Frangipani remained silent. Then he felt he was being fed strange memories. He had a strange name and was studying in a weird place. Why did he have to go to school? Frangipani didn't understand. He stood up in a daze, his body telling him to make haste. He had to start his wonderful learning experience. What the heck? Lord Sherlock, the magic stones extraction device is working well. Yoda stood before Sherlock and looked at the huge device which was hauled back from Winterfell by Sherlock. Mana engineering technology is progressing very fast. Isn't this the third generation magic stones extraction device? We haven't had surface world races to extract from for thousands of years. Sherlock nodded and looked at the working device with satisfaction. Lord Sherlock, magic stone extraction has always been an important area in mana engineering. Even if we can't use it now, the advancement of technology is still proceeding, Yoda explained to Sherlock professionally. Behind them were Brainiac, Polio, Eggface, Phoenix, and other workers of Eternal Kingdom. The magic stones extraction device looked like a huge jar filled with liquid. It had various runes, mana components, and a large magical core. There was an old turtle floating in the liquid. It was Frangipani. Sherlock caught Frangipani in the prison. Now, he was using Frangipani to test out the latest magic stones extraction device. As it was a new prototype, if something went wrong, it might cause the death of his prisoners and a great loss of magic stones. Though he had no attachment to the surface world races, he wasn't a sadistic killer. Only the primordial devils would do such a thing. This was a new age. Who would do things that were of no benefit? From Frangipani's condition, those humans can withstand the new generation magic stones extraction device. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock. After checking the data, Yoda reassured Sherlock. Lord Sherlock's awesome. Very soon, we'll be the first dungeon in a few thousand years to make use of the humans to extract magic stones, Evelyn said excitedly. Brainiac asked without emotion, what kind of experience did Lord Sherlock give to Frangipani? He's getting very emotional. Ah, nothing much. I'm sending him to 9 years of compulsory education that includes sciences and the university law modules. Nobody understood Sherlock. Did a superior devil not have to go through 90 years of compulsory education? What was a law module? Though they didn't understand, it sounded impressive. If there's no problem, I'm relieved. Purchase 100 sets of the device and test them first. Sherlock turned his head and said to Brainiac, make arrangements to extract magic stones from 100 humans. Don't set the intensity level too high. I don't intend to kill the humans. They only need to provide their mana and help me produce magic stones. Brainiac nodded and left to do his work. The magic stone extraction device stopped. Yoda noticed it and said, "Ah, Lord Sherlock, the first cycle is completed. As Frangipani doesn't belong to the light races, there are no magic stones." Sherlock nodded and looked at the dying Frangipani, who was muttering, "I can't do it. I really can't do it. Don't come over. Get lost, Huang Gang examination." Sherlock hesitated for a while before turning his head to ask, "Is it really safe? Will it cause any deaths?" Golden-haired George sat in the dim cave. Though he wasn't wearing any clothes, the temperature changes weren't as large as on the surface world. It was quite cozy. He was thinking of how to escape. He never once gave up. George was only imprisoned for a short while before he came up with an escape plan. 520 magic stone extraction. We're digging the tunnels from here. Then we'll escape unnoticed. Golden-haired George said and pointed to the foot of the wall as he gathered with a group of people. The group of people nodded. A person asked curiously, "Sir George, we don't have any tools or maps. How do we know if we're digging in the correct direction?" George was taken back. He pondered for a while and said, Your question is constructive, and I've considered this. From my understanding of the terrain, if we dig in this direction, we'll be able to go outside." Everyone was excited. Another person said, "But, Sir George, where do we displace the soil that we are going to dig?" George was taken aback. He pondered and said, "It's a good question. I've considered the question before. We can use the opportunity to transport the soil outside using our pockets when we go strolling. Those underworld creatures will never discover our plan." The same person asked again, "But, Sir George, the surroundings are all hard rocks. Without professional tools, it's difficult to dig through the walls." George pondered for a while. Before he replied, a person shouted, "Why do you have so many questions?" George knew the questions were correct. He didn't consider things carefully, thinking it was a foolproof plan. He didn't expect that they were surrounded by rocks, unlike the soft soil on the surface world. Before he had a chance to reply, voices were heard coming from outside. "Can I come in? What are you doing? They're prisoners and not guests. Why are you so formal?" The voices of two creatures were at the prison entrance. It was a black kitten and a black dragon. The black dragon was frightening, especially his dominant aura. Even George was unable to withstand the fear of the dragon aura. You, and the 100 of you. Follow me." Polio stood at the prison entrance as he gestured and shouted at golden-haired George and the soldiers. The humans couldn't understand what both of them were saying. Fortunately, there was a gamer of Victoria City at the side. The Victorian repeated the words using the surface world language. He didn't know the underworld language and was only speaking according to what the system was showing. George was taken back. He whispered to the people near to him, "It's happening. They're here to take us for a stroll." The chosen prisoners walked out. They didn't want to follow Polio and Eggface out, but they had no choice as prisoners. Eggface and Polio chatted as they walked in front. George and the prisoners couldn't understand what they were saying, and the Victorian wouldn't help them translate, as he also couldn't understand. George and the prisoners were brought to a room that had 100 sets of mana devices. The soldiers of the godly kingdom didn't recognize those machines, but they were fearful since the machines looked frightening. The soldiers wanted to resist, but after looking at the black dragon behind, their legs started trembling. George had no intention to resist. He had braced himself to face whatever was to come. "All of you go in. Don't worry, it'll be fine," Polio said to the soldiers of the godly kingdom. The gamer of Victoria City translated excitedly. Someone shouted at the Victorian, "Don't you have a sense of shame? Are you trying to help the underworld creatures?" The Victorian was taken aback. He didn't expect to be scolded by an NPC during his mission. It was understandable, though, as they were from opposing factions. The Victorian didn't mind being scolded. Because of the mission, he was willing to be scolded. It was only a game. Who would care what an NPC was saying? The realistic setting of the game was very immersive. I'm supporting the human world. Though Victoria City is at war with the godly kingdom, I sympathize with you. I'm a spy. I'm here to collect information on the patrols of Eternal Kingdom. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to let you out, the Victorian shouted to the soldiers of the godly kingdom. The soldiers didn't trust the Victorian and started scolding him again. It was useless scolding the Victorian, as Eggface and Polio wouldn't be bothered. Both of them wanted to complete Sherlock's assigned mission, which was to ensure that all of the prisoners were placed in the mana devices. Polio pressed on an activation button, and the mana devices started working. The immersed humans who were struggling in the devices became quiet. Mana swirled around their bodies and injected a preset life into their minds. They would be trapped in a virtual world in which they would have emotional upheavals. During the process, the energy of their souls would be extracted and made into magic stones. A person's strength and the intensity of the emotions would affect the production of magic stones. Hence, Sherlock prepared a good plot for their virtual lives. That was what Sherlock thought. 521 New Game Version. George didn't know how he survived the past few days. Each day was like a year. It wasn't descriptive but an actual experience. He was being dragged out by the underworld creatures and put into a strange device. They didn't treat him like a commander. He was treated like the other soldiers. It was the same during interrogation. In the mana device, George saw his body immersed in an unknown liquid. The strong George almost wanted to cry. When he thought of the life experience in the mana device, he felt hopeless. He called it life experience. Though he knew that it was a virtual world created by the underworld creatures, the ultra-realism was like living a life. It was so real every day. A day in the real world was equivalent to a year in the virtual world. Every time, he would remind himself that it was a virtual world. But as the days went by, he would forget that it was a virtual world. Instead, he felt it was more and more real. He could recall the joy, anger, and sadness in the virtual world vividly. Golden-haired George had wild imaginations while his sleeping body was immersed in the liquid. Outside the huge device, Sherlock placed his hands behind his back as he looked on. In his mind, Bruce said to him, "Lord Sherlock, you're a genius. Within 3 days, you've extracted thousands of magic stones from each human. It's so much faster than the earnings of the gamers. With thousands of prisoners, we can easily earn millions of magic stones. It was a good deal. Why don't we let the 2 gamer factions fight again and capture more soldiers of the godly kingdom? Before long, we can accumulate enough money for our war effort." Bruce spoke excitedly. However, Sherlock wasn't as enthusiastic. He was pleased as he said, "The results are satisfactory. I'll observe for 2 more days. If there are no serious side effects, we'll purchase 1,000 sets of the mana devices to extract magic stones." "Yes. I'll make the arrangements. How do you intend to deal with the soldiers of the godly kingdom after all of this? Do you intend to kill them after extracting the limited magic stones from their souls? If you intend to kill them, I don't suggest that you sell the meat to the gamers. Though cannibalism sounds good, the consequences will be dire if we're discovered." Sherlock replied, "Why do you think I'll kill them? Though the humans are decadent, they are still intelligent creatures. We don't have the habit of feeding on intelligent creatures." Sherlock paused for a while and said, "I have plans for the soldiers of the godly kingdom. It's a good chance to develop a new game function." "Wait. Game? Why are you still concerned about the game? Lord Sherlock, we're now at war. It's not possible for the surface world or the underworld to stop fighting. There's a possibility of millions of reinforcements coming to support you. Those observers and reporters aren't here for a tour. They will bring information out of Eternal Kingdom. The situation here will be reported to the entire underworld. Bruce said excitedly, it's time to build your reputation and show your dominance. If you can make use of this chance to showcase the power of Eternal Kingdom, I believe you'll be able to conquer the underworld. Bruce spoke firmly, while Sherlock only nodded before returning to his office. When Brew discovered that Sherlock wasn't interested in his speech, Sherlock was already seated at his computer table. Brew asked, Lord Sherlock, may I ask you? Where did you obtain those life templates? I didn't notice you creating these life templates. Frankly speaking, I'm surprised by the magic stone's extraction from the human soldiers. I sought help on the discussion forum, Sherlock said casually. The forum members have good ideas, and they're efficient. I only expressed my ideas and requirements, and they suggested many novels. There are a few good novels. No. Novels. Brew raised his voice as he said, Wait, Lord Sherlock. Since when are you reading novels? As your first secretary and advisor, I have to remind you that computer games are all right, as they will end. However, once you're addicted to novels, it will be a lifetime. I know you don't like to listen to me, but novels are addictive. When I was in school, the student behind me was a top student. He was reading novels every day, and yet his results were superb. That infuriated me. Yes, what novels did they recommend to you? Sherlock didn't know what Brew had experienced. From Brew's words, Sherlock understood that Brew had a strong opinion on novels. They recommended Kidian, QQ online novel websites, and many others. However, they strongly recommended the first two online novel websites. They said that there are many genres and a large number of novels worth reading. I tried reading a few during my free time. They were good. Sherlock responded as he typed furiously on the keyboard. On his computer screen were the words. Announcement of new version 0.91 updates. 522 version 0.91 update log. Announcement of new version 0.91 updates. Dear gamers, in the previous version, we witnessed the world war from two different factions. After a heated battle, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom achieved the final victory and gained control of the Dark Portal. They possess the ability to enter the surface world at any time. After the intense faction war battle campaign, we are introducing the new version. It will be a version that allows gamers to have more frequent and detailed interaction with the world. Like before, we won't publish all of the content at once. You may not believe it, but even we don't know the exact content of the new version. But you can be certain that we will emphasize more on the social gameplay and upgrades of personal capability and status. We are making massive preparations. This is the available content of the new update. We added large numbers of NPCs, Underworld faction NPCs and Surface World faction NPCs. You'll discover a large number of NPCs in the game. They belong to different factions. The number and attributes of the factions have to be explored by the gamers. The plot will be determined by the interactions of the NPCs with the gamers. Gamers aren't restricted to Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City. They can exert their influence all over the world. We added a new teleport portal location, the Dark Portal. The Dark Portal connects the two worlds together. We have constructed the location of the new teleport portal. The winner of the battle campaign will be able to use this portal. From the result of the Second Faction War, Eternal Kingdom achieved final victory, so the gamers of Eternal Kingdom will have the ability to use the Dark Portal. We added a new building in Eternal Kingdom Prison. During the Second Faction War, Eternal Kingdom captured many soldiers of the Godly Kingdom that wanted to destroy Eternal Kingdom. Sherlock constructed a new prison to hold the surface world monsters. Gamers are prohibited from entering. We added new facilities, magic stone extraction devices. This is the result of the latest research in mana engineering. The devices can extract a large amount of magic stones from humans. The devices are placed in the special room at the Mana Engineering Hall. The gamers have the responsibility of protecting the property of Eternal Kingdom. We added a new function, the Lord Overseer system. A gamer of Victoria City triggered a new function. The surface world NPCs will propose missions that have land as a reward. After the gamers complete the missions, they might receive land and become a Lord Overseer. Gamers in Eternal Kingdom who want to be a Lord Overseer have to make significant contributions and be appointed by Lord Sherlock. The details of the Lord Overseer system will be refined by the gamers over time. We added a large amount of new equipment, Godly Kingdom set equipment. The equipment came from the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. Gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City can own and refit the equipment. The Godly Kingdom set equipment will have new attributes and special effects. Gamers can find out the details of the attributes and effects in the game. We added a new bug. You may receive missions to release the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. When you complete the mission, even if you receive rewards, the rewards will be confiscated by the system. This is an irreversible bug. Sherlock nodded in satisfaction after checking the content. Brew said, Lord Sherlock, you're a genius. You've thought of so much content within such a short period of time. I believe that the gamers will work as slaves for you, just like me. How can we earn profits from the gamers this time? Earn profits? Why do you see me as a profiteer? I want the gamers to be happy, just like the human who is wandering outside with a small wyvern. When I observe him, I also feel happy. I'm happy when they're happy. What do you think? Brew immediately said, I always thought Lord Sherlock was using them as human tools. Human tools are humans too, Sherlock said as he clicked on the mouse button. The post for announcing version 0.91 was uploaded to the discussion forum. Every time, a new version would excite the gamers for a few days. It was the same this time. The gamers were looking forward to the open beta. To have the open beta, the Yggdrasil had to be connected to the dungeon core so that the mana pool of Yggdrasil could be shared with the new gamers. However, Sherlock didn't have the energy to solve the problem of Yggdrasil. Besides making arrangements for the extraction of magic stones from the humans, he had to deal with the incessant interviews from the media. As the only dungeon lord that had fought against the surface world since thousands of years ago, the reputation of Sherlock spread throughout the entire northern underworld with the help of the observers. After the news reports of Patrick Star were published, the other news and media outlets didn't want to miss the chance. They flooded Winterfell and asked Winterfell Dungeon Lord Nicholas to help contact Sherlock for special interviews. Nicholas didn't want to bother Sherlock, but he appeared in Nicholas' office. Sherlock witnessed a news reporter giving a large amount of magic stones to Nicholas and begging him, but Nicholas declined. Sherlock was moved. He walked over and said to Nicholas, Aya, lassie, you'll be hated by the media if you decline them. I know you're trying to help me, but if you're in a difficult position, I'll feel sad. I won't reject the interviews. If the reporters look for you, you may make the arrangements for us to meet in Winterfell. However, we have to set a fee for the reporters. I feel that 10,000 to 100,000 magic stones is a good level. I will charge 10,000 magic stones for an additional 30 minutes of interview time. Sherlock tried to justify himself, saying, Don't misunderstand. I'm not short of money. I just don't want the disreputable reporters to interview me. Forget about the reporters from the small newsroom. Nicholas was touched. The powerful Sherlock didn't want to make things difficult for Nicholas, so he accepted the troublesome interviews. Such an amount of magic stones was small to a merchant like Nicholas. He was sure that Sherlock wasn't short of money or a gold digger. Sherlock was trying to help him, so Nicholas was moved beyond words. Before long, Sherlock met with the first batch of reporters. 523 You cannot leave. Lord Sherlock, I'm happy to interview you. I've heard of your legendary feats and reputation. You're young, but you own a dungeon and many powerful warriors. You performed very well in the previous battles and repelled the surface world's attacks. You're the protector of the underworld's peace. The inhabitants of the underworld are curious about your legendary experiences. The question that they would like to know is... Sitting before Sherlock was a werewolf reporter who paid 50,000 magic stones to interview him. Sherlock welcomed such reporters and was willing to answer his questions. Sherlock looked with concern as the werewolf asked, "Lord Sherlock, are you married?" "Lord Sherlock, it was a pleasure to interview you. I understand your intention. Don't worry, I'll write a good article for you." The werewolf bowed to Sherlock before leaving gratefully and excitedly. Nicholas said with concern to Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, I hope you don't mind. When the reporter interviewed you, why didn't you tell him that you don't wish to go for matchmaking? From what I know, you don't like to go out with the opposite sex." "I don't mind rich women." "Ah? What are you talking about, Lord Sherlock? What did you say?" Nicholas gaped in disbelief. Sherlock didn't think he had said anything wrong. He repeated his words and said, "At this critical juncture, if a rich and powerful woman is able to help me fight against the surface world monsters, I don't mind sacrificing my happiness. I have put aside my personal interests. I'm devoting myself to maintaining the underworld's peace. Do you understand?" Nicholas was full of respect for Sherlock. He nodded and said, "Lord Sherlock, you're too outstanding. I've never seen an outstanding devil like you before. Don't worry, I'll apply to the Merchant Alliance for assistance. At this critical moment, everyone should support you instead of just watching. I'm in disdain of the dungeon lords, who are doing nothing. I'll support you until the surface world monsters are defeated." "Nicholas," Sherlock felt content. He patted Nicholas' shoulder and said, "I have always trusted you and never once suspected you because of your vampire race. With your support, I'm relieved." Sherlock adjusted his overcoat and said, "I'm entrusting this matter to you. I have matters to attend to, so I'll return to the dungeon." Nicholas looked with adoration at Sherlock as he took his leave. That was the great Lord Sherlock. In a dim forest, sunlight shone through the dense foliage, and scattered light illuminated the ground. Two large forest wolves trampled on dead leaves and made cracking sounds. Behind the wolves was a tall cloaked man who looked like a seasoned vagabond. His clothes were tattered and filled with patches, and he wielded a short sword that had numerous notches. He had a difficult life. Under normal circumstances, forest wolves would attack humans on sight, as they were food for the wolves. The two forest wolves didn't attack him, though. Instead, they went to the human's side and rubbed against him while snorting affectionately. The man patted the wolves' heads and whistled like a bird. A smaller man walked out from the trees. Behind him was a young wyvern that flapped its wings and walked unsteadily. This man was Dragonborn, and he was with his young wyvern that he had met during his strange encounter. During this time, Dragonborn appeared to have gone offline since he wasn't seen with other gamers. Dragonborn would occasionally create posts on the discussion forum to let other gamers know about his situation. Mainly, he was learning from his teacher, Tomato, and fleeing from the pursuing fairies. After they escaped from the territory of the fairies, they discovered that the fairies were hot on their trail. With the rich experience of Tomato, they managed to cast off their pursuers. However, the fairies would be hot on their trail again, like chewing gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe. These kinds of days were going to be history. Tomato taught Dragonborn combat techniques and assassination techniques while they were on the run. Finally, they arrived at the boundary of the fairies' territory. If they went through the forest, they would arrive at the human world. According to Tomato, the territory belonged to the Empire. He would no longer be a fugitive of the godly kingdom. Dragonborn had trained his combat skills to an unbelievable weapon level 20. He was the only gamer to have this level. Hoodlum was only at weapon level 13. Catch up with me. After going through the forest, we have to disguise your pet. Though the inhabitants of the empire aren't obsessed with wyverns like the residents of the godly kingdom, it will cause big problems if the young wyvern is discovered, Tomato said to Dragonborn as they walked through the forest. Dragonborn nodded. He didn't know how Tomato was going to disguise the wyvern, but he had seen the skills of his teacher. He wouldn't be surprised by the extraordinary skills of his teacher. Tomato suddenly came to a halt and extended his hand to stop Dragonborn. Teacher, what is it? Before Dragonborn finished speaking, he heard a loud noise directly in front of them. Tens of fairies appeared on the tree branches. Each of them was holding a strange weapon that looked like a blowgun. The fairies watched Dragonborn and Tomato intensely. When Dragonborn thought that something was about to happen, a fairy walked out and said to Tomato, "You can leave our territory," but he can't. The fairy was referring to Dragonborn. 524 Completion of Brainiac's research. Are you watching the wyvern? Tomato frowned and asked after listening to the fairy. Tomato thought that the fairies were just going after Dragonborn and him, but things weren't that simple. They were going for Dragonborn specifically. Dragonborn didn't have any valuable items. The only thing of value was the young wyvern that followed Dragonborn. Wyvern. The fairy shook his head and said, "We haven't been following you because of the wyvern. It was for our princess. If you're looking for a princess, I know of a few of them. The godly kingdom and the empire have many princesses for diplomatic marriages. If you need them, I can help arrange the marriages. However, you have to release us." Tomato didn't sound nervous, but his body was prepared for fighting. The fairy wasn't afraid of Tomato. He looked at Dragonborn and said, "Do you see the green symbols above the head of this human? He has a deep connection with the underworld creatures. Our princess was captured by the underworld creatures. We're very sure this human came from the underworld. Though he looks like a human, who knows what he actually is? If you don't want to be implicated, you may leave with your forest wolves, but he can't leave." The fairy was referring to Dragonborn, who was befuddled. The fairy was correct in that he came from the underworld faction to Victoria City. Even this fact could be part of the plot? This game was too awesome. Dragonborn wasn't aware of his predicament. He didn't know the princess that the fairy was talking about. "Wait, princess? Is your princess this tall with a pair of translucent wings? Is she very proud, and does she spit saliva frequently?" Dragonborn gestured with his hands and spoke to the fairies. Tomato frowned and asked Dragonborn in a soft voice, "Are you involved with their princess?" Dragonborn nodded. After seeing Tomato's vexed expression, he explained, "Teacher, don't be mistaken. I'm not a slave merchant, and I didn't capture their princess. There's a dungeon called Eternal Kingdom, where their princess is imprisoned. She is the potion concoction instructor for the dungeon creatures." Potion concoction instructor. Wait, do you know our princess? Where's the princess? D*MN human, you must be in cahoots with the underworld creatures. The situation spiraled out of control. A lot of furious fairies dashed forward, but the fairy leader raised his hand and stopped them. "What's going on? Human, we weren't sure whether the green symbols above your head were related to the underworld creatures. However, after listening to you, we're now sure that you know about our princess. If you tell us the truth, we'll not treat you as our enemy, but you'll have to help us find our princess." Dragonborn wouldn't decline the fairy's request. He was no longer part of Eternal Kingdom. Even if he was, after encountering this strange encounter mission, he would definitely accept it. He nodded and said to the fairies, "If I knew you were pursuing us because of the princess, we wouldn't be fleeing. We'll help you. I'll tell you everything." In order to be immersed in his role, Dragonborn composed a reasonable story. He removed the part about the gamers since he would be treated as a lunatic. It was a rare opportunity to have a strange encounter mission, so Dragonborn wouldn't speak nonsense and fail the mission. Dragonborn described himself as a local native of Victoria City. He was captured by the underworld creatures of Eternal Kingdom. After much effort, he managed to escape with his friends and returned to Victoria City. He got to know about the little fairy when he was imprisoned in Eternal Kingdom. There were many loopholes in the story, like how he knew that the dungeon was called Eternal Kingdom and how he escaped from the underworld. Based on his capability, it was quite impossible for him to escape. Why did the underworld creatures not eat him when he was captured? But nobody exposed Dragonborn because his description of the dungeon and the princess was fitting. That was how the fairies felt in their minds. The fairies had a discussion. Then, the fairy leader said solemnly to Dragonborn, "Take us to the princess." After the game content was updated, Dragonborn received another strange encounter mission, which was to find the fairy's princess. That was the prisoner, Little Fairy, as caught by Sherlock. Dragonborn shared his strange encounter on the discussion forum. The gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom were agitated, especially the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. They had just won a battle campaign, and their morale was high. They smeared Dragonborn on the discussion forum and professed that they weren't afraid. They would even protect the little fairy with their lives and not let the princess leave with the fairies. The gamers of Victoria City were excited. This area mission didn't specify that Dragonborn had to complete it. If the Victorians could rescue the little fairy from Eternal Kingdom and hand her over to the fairies, they could receive the rewards for this strange encounter mission. Therefore, many gamers tried to attack Eternal Kingdom in a bid to rescue the little fairy. Because of the little fairy, the conflict between the two factions escalated. Battles between them could break out at any time. Lord Sherlock didn't have time to bother with the gamers. He had to deal with interviews and dungeon lords that offered assistance. He also had to attend balls and conferences. He was even approached to publish his autobiography. Sherlock was very busy due to his warriors defeating the warriors of the surface world. The news spread throughout the northern underworld, and he received aid continuously. Sherlock was extremely happy with the assistance. At this time, Brainiac completed his research. "Lord Sherlock, I've completed the Internet TV." "Why did you call it Internet TV?" Brainiac asked curiously as he carried a cube object and stood before Sherlock. 525 Dragonborn's Strange Encounter Mission. Eggface was sitting in the office, looking at the computer and the statistics form on the table. He was typing furiously on the keyboard and entering the data of the form into a document on the computer. This was his new job. As a secretary, it was his duty to perform data entry using the statistics form. Eggface was trained for a few days before being put to work. The northern dungeons are generous. Eggface wasn't the only creature in the office. Polio and Phoenix were also there. Polio commented as he used his claws to tug at the form that was in front of Eggface. "That's for sure. Lord Sherlock defeated the surface world monsters, so it's normal for the other dungeon lords to suck up to him. Who knows if Sherlock will become the second Michelangelo? Why are you using the direct name of my master?" "No, I mean my previous master? Though Michelangelo has passed on, you shouldn't be disrespectful to him." Though Polio reminded Eggface, his tone was filled with mocking intent. Phoenix was flapping his wings while he guffawed. Eggface shook his head to shake off his drowsiness while he said impatiently to his companions, "Can both of you go over there to play? I'm working, and if I don't finish my work, I won't be able to play computer games. I don't know if I'll be able to play any games today. Can you let me work in peace?" After being chastised by Eggface, Phoenix and Polio went to the side to do their own things. It wasn't that they were obedient to Eggface. If Sherlock came to know that they were disturbing Eggface during work, he would punish them, and they didn't wish to be punished by Sherlock. In the office, Frangipani, who was without his shell, watched the scene intensely. He walked in big strides and carried a tray silently behind Eggface. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Eggface, is the chrysanthemum tea enough? Shall I warm it up for you?" The normally emotionless Frangipani spoke warmly to Eggface. On the tray was a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea that he had brewed for Eggface. Eggface took the tea and sipped it once before saying to Frangipani, the temperature is good, but the quantity isn't enough. Prepare 10 times more chrysanthemum tea. Okay, I'll do it now. Remember to take a rest and not overwork yourself, Frangipani said as he left with his tray. When he passed by Phoenix and Polio, he greeted them warmly. Phoenix and Polio looked at the receding back view of Frangipani, then Polio said, bewildered, what kind of life do you think Sherlock installed for Frangipani? Ever since he came out of the Mana device, he has been extremely obedient. Who knows? Lord Sherlock has always been a master of manipulation. I don't want to have a taste of that device. Looking at the condition of Frangipani, it's not that simple, Phoenix said. As he was about to continue, Polio dry coughed twice, and the fur on his back stood on end. Phoenix immediately understood the gesture and shut his mouth just as Sherlock walked into the office. Sherlock muttered to himself as he walked. They wanted the princess? The fairies of Yggdrasil? I didn't expect that. I have a good idea. Lord Sherlock, do you need my help? It's hard to work outside for a day. Let me massage your legs. How's that? Polio watched Sherlock walk in and went forward to welcome him warmly. He extended his 2 paws to massage Sherlock's legs, but Sherlock raised his arm and pushed Polio away. Then Sherlock said, don't worry, I won't put you in the Mana device to punish you unless you commit mistakes. Polio, help me patrol the dungeon if you have nothing to do. When Sherlock mentioned the Mana device, Frangipani couldn't help shivering as if he recalled something terrible in the deepest part of his soul. Sherlock walked to his seat, exhausted, and sat down. Then he started typing on the keyboard. Though Phoenix couldn't see the screen, from Sherlock's expression, he knew that Sherlock was up to no good and was asking the warriors of Eternal Kingdom to help him. The gamers outside would start their operations when Sherlock finished typing. It must be Sherlock's newly discovered command tactic. During his time, all orders were transmitted by shouting or through the usage of mana, but now it was done by the advanced computer. It was quite unbelievable. Phoenix thought it was incredible. Everyone in Eternal Kingdom had their own job. Brainiac had finished his research on Internet TV, so it was time for the product to be manufactured using assembly line production. The Internet TV's product installation technology had matured after a long period of research, so the assembly line production wasn't a big problem. The next step was to promote the use of Internet TV. If the Internet TV couldn't be sold, then there would be no profits. Brainiac didn't have to worry, as Nicholas would help to promote the product. The Merchant Alliance was also willing to help Lord Sherlock promote Internet TV to all dungeons in the northern underworld. The Gladiator Arena had ordered a shipment of Internet TVs, as the product was meant to promote the programs in the Gladiator Arena. It would be strange if the Gladiator Arena didn't buy them. Though everything went smoothly, Brainiac encountered some problems with the gamers. The product installation was performed by the gamers during the assembly line production. The appearance and functions of the Internet TV were too similar to the ones that they had seen in real life. Though the product was run using mana instead of electricity, the gamers couldn't help asking Brainiac questions. Is this a television? Why are you using a television? Hey, mind your language. Can you watch programs with this device? Can I buy a set for my home? What's that? 10 magic stones for a set? Are you performing daylight robbery? I have a lot of reputation points and honor points. Can I use them to exchange for one? I feel that our salary should be converted to points so that we can exchange for rewards such as the Mana TV. The gamers were curious about this Internet TV, so they surrounded it and asked a lot of questions. The usually aloof Brainiac didn't answer the questions. Instead, he recorded down the questions silently before leaving. Then he conveyed the questions to Sherlock, who said, "You've done well. Don't bother with the residents' questions. I know about their desire to have a TV. If their performances are good, I'll consider rewarding them with a TV. Did the Merchant Alliance indicate when they wanted the goods? Do you know how many TVs they want for the first shipment? The creature in charge of communicating with the Merchant Alliance isn't me. It's Evelyn. Sherlock nodded. Brainiac was indeed not suitable for business negotiation. He was more suitable for doing research and combat. On the other hand, Evelyn was familiar with the workings of the Merchant Alliance. Though she wasn't as capable as Brainiac, she was still competent in business negotiations. He wouldn't interfere with the business negotiations, as they were usually handled by his employees. He had more important things to take care of. It was regarding the ferries of Yggdrasil. Lord Sherlock, according to our intelligence, the ferries have sent their representatives to Victoria City with Dragonborn. They will arrive at the boundary of Victoria City very soon. Their aim is to rescue their princess, who is the potion concoction instructor, Little Fairy, Brew said to Sherlock as he continued his surveillance on Dragonborn. Ever since Dragonborn received his Wyvern mission, Brew had been watching him closely, especially when he encountered the ferries of Yggdrasil. Sherlock wanted to expand his power base, so he had to carry out the open beta testing. However, the increased number of gamers would require incremental mana. Supporting the mana requirement of 5,000 gamers was an arduous task for Sherlock and Lilo. Though they wouldn't be totally drained of mana, if more gamers were added, they might have to lie in bed every day and consume magic stones to replenish their mana. That wasn't what Sherlock wanted. He had to find a replacement for the mana pool. Like the Yggdrasil, which could support more than 50,000 gamers. However, Yggdrasil was quite a distance from Victoria City and well protected by the ferries. It would be difficult to get close to Yggdrasil, and it wasn't practical to take over the Yggdrasil by force. The human kingdoms and the other races would protect Yggdrasil at all costs. If not managed properly, it would cause a full-scale war between the surface world and the underworld. That wasn't what Sherlock wanted. His plan was to use the war between Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom to prevent other parties from joining in the conflict. That was his acceptable outcome. Sherlock's plan was to secretly connect Yggdrasil to the dungeon core to use the mana pool. He had to ensure that the fairies didn't find out about the connection. It was a difficult plan to implement, and not even Sherlock could do it undetected. The fairies would have tight security around Yggdrasil. Without the fairies' invitation, Sherlock would be discovered the moment he ventured into the boundary of their territory. But the situation had changed. The fairies were anxious to find their princess. This was a good opportunity. Sherlock's plan was simple. He was going to make use of the gamers to lead the fairies into his trap. He had to let Dragonborn gain the trust of the fairies. Thus, Sherlock designed a custom strange encounter mission for Dragonborn. Mission title: Help the fairies find their princess, strange encounter. Mission description: the fairies of Yggdrasil are looking for their princess. It's not known how they discovered that their princess is imprisoned in Eternal Kingdom. The residents of Eternal Kingdom have green symbols above their heads. Due to this unique characteristic, the fairies believe that you are related to Eternal Kingdom. This is your chance to help the fairies look for their princess and gain their trust and friendship. Mission objective: find the princess of the fairies. Mission reward: each reward level is different. The higher the level, the more generous the reward will be. Mission notes: this is a compulsory mission. Use whatever means to complete the mission. You will become the hero of Victoria City. You will also trigger a series of strange encounter missions and even a faction war. Proceed bravely, hero. Dragonborn got online after he woke up. When he noticed the mission description, he became very excited. He hadn't done anything, but he had received such a wonderful strange encounter mission. He wanted to inform his friends offline, but he didn't have the chance. A voice was heard beside him. Are you finally awake? If your companion hadn't convinced me that you weren't dead, I would have thought that you perished. Are you always such a sound sleeper? A fairy asked as he frowned. He looked unhappily at Dragonborn. 526 Invasion Plan of Eternal Kingdom. Dragonborn didn't know the name of the fairy, as the fairy had no intention to interact much with him. The fairy only wanted Dragonborn to help him find their princess. This lone fairy followed Dragonborn and Tomato out of the forest. Tomato said discreetly to Dragonborn that the fairy was very confident of his power, and Tomato couldn't figure the fairy out. Dragonborn didn't feel nervous. Instead, he was even more excited. If the fairy was powerful, it indicated that his strange encounter mission level was higher, meaning his rewards would be greater. Though the fairy didn't speak much, it could be seen from his behavior that he was very concerned about the princess. He would frequently ask about the princess. When he heard that the princess was imprisoned by Sherlock in Eternal Kingdom and that the gamers were friendly towards her, he was deep in thought. Dragonborn wasn't bothered by the fairy's silence. After all, he was only an NPC. Tomato had nowhere to go. He only wanted to escape the forest with Dragonborn before finding a city in the Empire to train Dragonborn. When Dragonborn was strong enough, he would be able to assassinate the king of the godly kingdom. Though Dragonborn wasn't sure about the feud between Tomato and King Potato too, he didn't mind upgrading his combat skills. Dragonborn didn't care about Tomato's story. Now, Dragonborn wanted to lead the fairy back to Victoria City because the gamers were able to enter Eternal Kingdom. In this strange encounter mission, he was supposed to help the fairy find the princess. It wasn't practical to depend on Dragonborn or the Eternal Kingdom emissary to rescue the princess. After all, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom had sworn on the discussion forum to kill all Victorians on sight in the Underworld. They wanted to protect their potion concoction instructor from being taken away. The healing potions could be exchanged for many items, and the gamers learned potion concoction from their potion concoction instructor. If the princess was taken away, how would the gamers be able to learn potion concoction? There was another group of gamers who wanted to help the princess return home, but it was only a small group. The biggest pitfall of the game was the long periods of time used for journeys. For example, Dragonborn, Tomato, and the fairy were now on their way to Victoria City. The time spent was equivalent to the time used in real life. Besides getting offline to rest, Dragonborn spent most of his time lying in a horse cart, doing nothing. They had to go through 2 teleport portals. However, there were few portals compared to the Underworld. Dragonborn observed that they were still far away from Victoria City. After 4 to 5 days of traveling, they arrived at the boundary of Victoria City. A group of gamers from Victoria City welcomed Dragonborn, who had been live-streaming his strange encounter mission on the discussion forum. The gamers were curious about Dragonborn's mission and his final reward. In the mission notes, it was mentioned that a faction war could break out. Perhaps all the gamers would benefit from it. If they could be involved in the mission as soon as possible, the accumulated reward would definitely be higher. Dragonborn's friends, who were guild members of For That Night with Sherlock, gave him a warm welcome. Dragonborn, you're finally back. We thought you weren't coming back. Chairman, you're awesome. We heard you are at weapon level 20. Won't Hoodlum be unable to defeat you? Is he your teacher, Tomato? Greetings, Lord Tomato, we're as good as Dragonborn. Please accept us as your students. We'll help you kill King Potato too. I'm very familiar with the layout of Eternal Kingdom. Lord Fairy, let us follow you. We can help you rescue the princess. Believe us. When Dragonborn, Tomato, and the fairy appeared before the gamers, they talked incessantly. Dragonborn was able to understand them, but Tomato and the fairy were puzzled. It was their first time encountering the Victorians, but the Victorians were knowledgeable about them. The strange thing was that Dragonborn didn't interact with these Victorians. Perhaps Dragonborn had a secret way to communicate with them? Tomato and the fairy were befuddled, but Dragonborn didn't notice their bewilderment. Tomato and the fairy didn't clarify things with Dragonborn. During the journey, Tomato had heard stories of Victoria City and the war with Eternal Kingdom. Due to the war, Victoria City was well known to the nearby towns and cities. To the commoners, the Victorians were the heroes that protected them. Without the Victorians, the underworld creatures would have overrun the cities and killed all of them. He also knew that the Godly Kingdom's army had been defeated, with many soldiers being captured and imprisoned in Eternal Kingdom. The defeated army was reorganizing in Goldshire Town under the leadership of General Shidden. Tomato knew about General Shidden, but he wasn't going to meet him. The gamers of Victoria City welcomed Tomato and the fairy warmly, leading them into the city. The fairy was wary of the gamers, but when he saw other elves and fairies, he let down his guard. Elves and fairies were closely related races. Elves were taller than fairies, and they didn't have wings. They were also a noble and proud race that would never mix with vile creatures. The fact that they were living with the humans and fairies in Victoria City indicated that the Victorians were pure and noble. After interacting with Dragonborn for some time, the fairy found the Victorians rather cultured, kind, and polite. The fairy overheard the conversations of the noble elves, fairies, and humans. "It's frustrating. I was pursued by an orc at the dark portal. I swore at his ancestors, and he pursued me from the portal to the crossroad intersection outpost and defeated me at the entrance. He didn't kill me, choosing to instead maim me before stripping my equipment and dancing before me. Don't you think that he should be killed?" This was the conversation of an elf with his human comrade. "It's nothing compared to my experience. While I was cutting trees, I encountered the Pioneer Alliance members. We still haven't found the stronghold that they built at our boundary. They log our trees but still come for our wood. I was killed by them and robbed of all my equipment. Why are they so vile?" The fairy thought that an elf wouldn't do anything to harm the forest. So, why did the elf mention logging the trees? The fairy had new knowledge of elves and fairies in Victoria City within a few minutes. The fairy thought that reality was very different from what he had learned from books. Dragonborn wanted to meet Queen Victoria after bringing Tomato and the fairy to Victoria City. But Queen Victoria had no intention of meeting him outside the main hall. Only a hamster was standing outside. "Are you Dragonborn? We know that you have brought Tomato and the fairy to Victoria City. However, we have to remind you that you have to inform Queen Victoria before bringing outsiders," the hamster said solemnly to Dragonborn. "Apologies. Please convey my apologies to Queen Victoria. As things happened quickly, I didn't have a chance to contact Queen Victoria. After much consideration, I brought them to Victoria City. Believe me, they're beneficial to our war with Eternal Kingdom. If we are diplomatic, we can gain an alliance with the fairies." The fairy gazed at the main hall in disbelief. It was made of plants without any signs of human workmanship. It was as though the plants grew naturally. The fairy thought that it must be the monoskill of a powerful magician. This magician had a great affinity with nature. Even the fairy couldn't perform such a feat. "No problem, Queen Victoria has forgiven you. If not, you would have been killed when you stepped into Victoria City. You should be grateful. Don't commit the same mistake again." Dragonborn apologized one more time before leaving with Tomato and the fairy. If Queen Victoria wasn't willing to meet him, then the Queen wasn't important to the mission. They had lots of things to do, like obtaining information on Eternal Kingdom, formulating a detailed battle plan, and subverting the gamers of Eternal Kingdom to become spies. To enter Eternal Kingdom using brute force wasn't practical. They had to make use of tactics. The rescue operation couldn't be carried out by deploying a large number of Victorians. Even if they managed to rescue the princess, what if the insane gamers of Eternal Kingdom decided to kill the princess as well? In other online games, this was a common situation that opposing factions used when killing NPCs in the novice village. Their aim was to diminish the gaming experience of their opponents. There were many such gamers, and it was unrealistic to expect all gamers to be peace-loving. Before Dragonborn arrived in Victoria City, the Victorians had formulated their plan, which consisted of the two leading guilds, the Hoodlum Yoga Association and For That Night with Sherlock. Other guilds and notable commanders were also involved in the planning. The gamers of Victoria City had lost to the gamers of Eternal Kingdom in the Second Faction War. Thus, the Victorians vowed to achieve victory this time. The Victorians were excited to see such a huge plot and the large cast of NPCs. The Godly Kingdom army was defeated, but the fairies of Yggdrasil gave them hope. Perhaps the fairies would help them fight against Eternal Kingdom and bring with them large quantities of equipment. The thought of more equipment excited the Victorians. After all, the equipment provided by the Godly Kingdom army exhilarated them previously. Everything went according to Sherlock's plan. He knew about the plans of the Victorians and wanted them to attack as soon as possible. It was the only way to get close to Yggdrasil. 527 Frangipane's invitation to escape. Frangipane was lying in the Dungeon Lord main hall. His shell, which was necessary for his usage of mana skills, had been taken away by Sherlock. Although Sherlock put a prohibition spell on Frangipane, he was able to recover his mana slowly because of the shell. If Frangipane hadn't rebelled, Sherlock wouldn't have known that his shell had such a power. Only Frangipane was able to make use of his shell to recover mana when it was on him. Otherwise, it was ineffective. As for whether Frangipane could grow a new shell, Sherlock wasn't concerned. Frankly speaking, the nude turtle looked sexy. Sounds were heard outside the Dungeon Lord main hall. Phoenix and Polio chatted as they walked in. "Those Victorians are attacking us again. I heard that the little fairy is the famous princess of the fairies. Do you think it's true?" Polio said as he walked in. Phoenix flapped his wings and shook his head as he said, "How would I know? Those fellows speak half-truths, so I don't know whether it's the truth or not. However, the little fairy is a good potion concoction instructor." Frangipane immediately walked to them and asked if he could provide any assistance. Polio and Phoenix got used to Frangipane's helpfulness. After Frangipane was released from the magic stone extraction device, he had been very helpful. He was no longer aloof. Instead, he was more like a servant instead of the highest-ranking commander of the ancient god's army. As Polio was about to have Frangipane brew him a cup of bloody chrysanthemum tea, the voice of Sherlock was heard behind them. "Ah, why are you here, Frangipane? I have something for you to do." Frangipane shouted, "Lord Sherlock, just tell me if you need any help. I'll definitely help you. It's nothing special. I want you to rebel one more time." "Ah." Raintia brought her loot to the treehouse. After many incidents, Raintia was happy to join Arthur and his companions in their guild activities. As a life connoisseur gamer and a scenic lover, Raintia would join her friends in the guild activities. The most important activities were the instance dungeon activities. Raintia had healing mana skills, a rare type of mana skill that the other gamers didn't have. Even if a gamer had mana skills books, it was difficult to learn it. Only 2 gamers had managed to learn healing mana skills. Sherlock ensured that only 2 gamers had healing mana skills because they required double mana usage. If every group of gamers had mana healers, they would fight vigorously and drain Sherlock's mana rapidly with frequent healing. Currently, the battles would last for less than 10 seconds. If thousands of gamers were to fight but not die because of healing, then the mana usage would be like opening a tap. The thought gave Sherlock chills. He couldn't allow more mana healers until they had Yggdrasil. Though Raintia participated in guild activities, such as challenging the instance dungeon, she didn't carry a lot of equipment. She didn't need it, giving most of the equipment to other guild members. As such, she had a good reputation among the members. Many of them had equipment from Raintia. Raintia didn't accept their return gifts. She didn't play the game to gain favor but to be happy. Besides enjoying the game designed by Sherlock, she also found her own happiness. That was her friendship with the NPC. The little fairy was her first NPC friend in the game. Due to their close relationship, she stayed in the tree house with the little fairy, not in the guild house. Due to certain events, the little fairy was very excited. This was because the fairies of Yggdrasil learned of her predicament. Raintia had told the little fairy about this matter. The other gamers also told the little fairy about this matter, but the little fairy didn't trust the other underworld creatures, only trusting Raintia. The little fairy asked Raintia many questions, like whether her companions had come and whether they were in danger. She also wanted Raintia to tell her companions not to save her if it wasn't safe. The little fairy was very concerned about her companions. The little fairy also divulged a lot of her personal things to Raintia, especially her princess identity. She wasn't very concerned about her princess status. Being able to stand on Yggdrasil and play with her companions was more important than anything else. It was much better than being imprisoned in the underworld that had no days and no nights. She had to face these frightening creatures and be infuriated by them. Why was she infuriated? She had been the potion concoction instructor of the gamers during this period of time, and potion knowledge wasn't a simple subject. Though the gamers were intelligent, they hadn't learned potion concoction before, and only a few understood the subject. Hence, the little fairy was infuriated while mentoring the gamers. She was even more determined to leave Eternal Kingdom. Otherwise, she would die of anger. The little fairy was very excited when she heard the news about her fairy companions. She tried her best to find out about them. Raintia told the little fairy the news she obtained from the discussion forum. Dragonborn's live stream on the discussion forum provided a lot of information about Yggdrasil and the fairies. Though the little fairy was excited and concerned, it was impossible to escape from Eternal Kingdom. It was also impossible for her companions to break through the defenses of the dark portal. Though the little fairy was angry with the underworld creatures, she knew that they were powerful. If her companions tried to rescue her, they would all be killed. Yggdrasil was far from the underworld, so the fairies were unable to use their full mana potential. The little fairy was in a dilemma for the entire day. She wanted to leave the underworld, but she didn't want her fairy companions to be harmed. Raintia wanted to help the little fairy, but as a normal gamer, she was at her wit's end. Besides collecting information for the little fairy, Raintia could only watch her becoming more worried. When Raintia returned, she saw the gamers surrounding the treehouse. The normally unsociable little fairy stood at the base of the treehouse talking to the gamers. "Are you telling the truth? Are you helping me leave Eternal Kingdom?" the little fairy asked anxiously. Raintia walked towards them quickly, knowing the gamers must have received a strange encounter mission. It must be related to the little fairy. Being her good friend, Raintia wanted the little fairy to reunite with her fairy companions. Though she wouldn't be able to see the little fairy, it was alright if the little fairy was happy. Raintia felt strange to be concerned about an NPC. This was the lure of the game, it all felt so real. Even the relationships with other gamers and NPCs. Raintia waited for a while to size up the situation. A gamer received a mission from Frangipani to help him escape Eternal Kingdom. All the gamers of Eternal Kingdom knew that he was a pet captured by Lord Sherlock. Ever since Frangipani was imprisoned in Eternal Kingdom, he had been thinking of how to escape. Previously, many gamers had strange encounters with Frangipani, who hadn't given out any rewards. The reason was that the gamers hadn't completed his strange encounter missions. The strange encounter missions were to help Frangipani escape Eternal Kingdom, but Frangipani failed many times. He even lost his shell in the last attempt. The gamers felt sad when they saw Frangipani because they didn't have a good plan to help him. They were surprised to receive another strange encounter mission to help Frangipani escape. The most surprising and important point was that Frangipani's strange encounter mission was tied to Dragonborn and the little fairy's strange encounter mission. Frangipani wanted to escape together with the little fairy and leave this frightening Eternal Kingdom. He wanted to flee to the wonderful surface world. Is this for real? Did he really say that? Isn't he a devil? As a devil, How can he look forward to the wonderful surface world? I'm befuddled. It was Frangipani who divulged that he was a devil. The gamers were in disbelief when they heard that. Since the mission was assigned, the gamers wanted to have a share of the mission. Many gamers were talking with the little fairy at the base of the treehouse. The little fairy wanted to spit her saliva at the gamers and kill them, but she relented when she heard that someone was going to help her escape. Though she had serious doubts, she still harbored the hopes of fleeing. While the gamers were chatting with the little fairy, Frangipani had walked to the base of the treehouse. He was without a shell. The gamers became quiet, but not because they wanted to. It was because they were in plot animation mode. The gamers could neither talk nor move. They could only watch Frangipani and the little fairy. This feeling was similar to the times when Sherlock was around. I heard that your fairy companions are coming to Eternal Kingdom to rescue you. You must be thinking of leaving this place. I feel the same way. The evil Sherlock imprisoned me and kept me like an ant under his foot. I can't stand the humiliation. I have to leave. We must cooperate, Frangipani said to the little fairy as he crawled slowly to the front of the treehouse. He spoke without emotion, as though he was a living tool. The little fairy surveyed the surrounding gamers, who were quiet and looking at her. She was nervous and said to Frangipani, "You're a devil. Are you testing me on Sherlock's order? Don't waste your efforts, I won't yield. I'll tell you. I'll definitely escape. Nobody can stop me." The little fairy thought that Frangipani was sent by Sherlock to test her. Frangipani walked boldly towards her and coaxed her to escape under the gazes of the underworld creatures. This was too good to be true. 528 Rescuing the Princess. The little fairy thought Frangipani was in cahoots with Sherlock. Frangipani understood her thoughts and explained, "I know it's hard for you to trust me, but I'm not in cahoots with that evil Sherlock. I hate him to the core. If possible, I'll shred him to pieces. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Are you trying to humiliate me in front of everybody? Are they trying to deceive me as well?" the little fairy said impatiently. She turned around and wanted to enter the treehouse. Just then, Frangipani said, "Go back in, pitiful little fairy. If you enter your treehouse, you'll never escape from Eternal Kingdom. You'll remain in this small little treehouse forever." The words hit the little fairy deep in her heart, and she slowed down. She then turned her head and looked sharply at Frangipani as she said, "If you deceive me, I'll kill you." Frangipani smiled confidently. The little fairy wanted to escape with Frangipani. This wasn't a secret, as the gamers had witnessed the conversation between Frangipani and the little fairy. Only a few gamers could participate in the escape mission since the little fairy didn't trust them. Frangipani didn't invite many gamers to participate. It was better to have as few gamers as possible. Each chosen gamer was the best of the best, and he was very familiar with Eternal Kingdom. There were only 6 gamers. They were Arthur, not wearing pants, Sylvanas, peasant, burning chest hair, and Raintia. Raintia was designated by the little fairy. The little fairy said, "Raintia, I know you're a kind goblin. Though you're a goblin, you're more like a fairy. You should live in the woods and not in this evil dungeon. I'll bring you along. Leave with me." Though Raintia had no intention to leave Eternal Kingdom, if she could help the little fairy escape the dungeon, she was willing to do so. Raintia felt that the dungeon was full of love, but to the little fairy, it was a dim and frightening place. The surface world was more suitable for the little fairy. The escape plan was simple. First step, leave Eternal Kingdom. Second step, help the little fairy find her companions. Third step, counterattack Eternal Kingdom and capture Sherlock alive. Previously, the little fairy was doubtful, but after hearing Frangipani's plan, she thought it was flawless. She felt that it would be successful. If she cooperated with Frangipani, she would escape Eternal Kingdom and even take revenge on Sherlock by capturing him. Then Sherlock would be forced to grow herbs in her homeland to redeem his sins. That was what the little fairy thought. The plan was carried out swiftly. Many gamers witnessed their escape plan, and some gamers informed Sherlock, who did nothing to stop the escape plan. Instead, he told the gamers, "Impossible. I trust that Frangipani and the little fairy won't betray Eternal Kingdom. Don't say any more." The gamers continued to knock on the door, but Sherlock wouldn't open it. He had no intention to talk with the gamers. Things became very strange. The little fairy, Frangipani, and the few gamers walked towards the exit. Eternal Kingdom was a safe zone, so the other gamers were unable to stop or attack them. Even if they reported the matter to Lord Sherlock, he wasn't bothered. When the other NPCs were told, they were already prepared. Simba leaned on a pillar and smoked his metal stick. He watched while he chatted with his cousin Mufasa. Brainiac glanced at them and said, "Isn't this normal? How can this be to escape? They are just going on an excursion. Don't bother me with such things. I have many things to do." The gamers were at their wits' end. They were unable to stop the little fairy and Frangipani from walking out of the dungeon. Things went too smoothly. The little fairy felt that they weren't escaping. Instead, it was Sherlock who was trying to send them away. The little fairy started thinking. She thought that she had become so powerful that Sherlock hadn't discovered that she was escaping. It had to be like that. The gamers weren't bothered since they were completing the mission. They could receive rewards once the little fairy was freed from Eternal Kingdom. The next mission was complicated. They had to go through the wilderness of the dungeon and the dark portal to get to Victoria City. If possible, they would hand the little fairy over to Dragonborn. Their strange encounter mission was to coordinate with Dragonborn, who also had the same mission. Along the journey, their only worry was the hindrance from the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. When Arthur, his companions, and the two NPCs left Eternal Kingdom, Sherlock revealed himself at the exit of the dungeon. "Lord Sherlock, our plan is almost halfway through." Bruce's voice appeared in Sherlock's mind. "How do you know that Frangipani won't escape? This is a good chance for him since he's out of the vicinity of the dungeon. Even if we want to control him, it's not possible. Though your prohibition is restraining his mana skills, what if he has something up his sleeves?" Bruce was worried, but Sherlock only nodded and said, "Don't worry. I only wish he was so capable. I have never thought about him escaping." Sherlock turned around and said to Bruce, "Prepare according to our plan. You have to remind the gamers to be natural. Do you understand?" "Lord Sherlock, don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll complete your task," Bruce reassured Sherlock. In the darkness, a man was lying on a wooden bed. Beside him was a pair of shimmering yellow eyes that watched him intensely. It was as if the creature was afraid that the man would vanish. Normally, a person wouldn't be able to sleep soundly when being watched intensely, but this human was breathing slowly as if nothing had happened. At a certain time, the human sat up and stretched himself. Then he moved his arms and shoulders as though he was awakened abruptly. The human sitting in the darkness took a while before noticing the yellow pupils. He pressed on the wall and switched on a lamp. The lamp was illuminated by mana. All the gamers in Victoria City had such a lamp in their houses. Their houses were more comfortable than the ones in Eternal Kingdom. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom had houses, but they were unable to use mana to light the lamps. They had to manually light the kerosene lamps or other light sources. Dragonborn was able to identify the person in front of him. It was the fairy that followed him out of the forest. "Human, you're awake. I've observed you for many days. Do you always sleep like this? Is that the reason Tomato took a fancy to you?" Dragonborn was taken aback, not expecting the fairy to observe him while he was sleeping. Tomato had also observed him during his sleep. Though the game was realistic, the reactions of the NPCs were too real. They thought Dragonborn was an NPC like them. Dragonborn hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer his question. How could he tell the fairy that he had gone offline instead of sleeping? The fairy shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's your secret, so I won't ask any more. Your young wyvern was taken away by others while you were sleeping." "What?" Dragonborn was shocked. He leaped up and asked the fairy, "My wyvern, where's my wyvern?" The fairy pointed outside the house, and Dragonborn ran outside. The rising sun illuminated the buildings. It was dawn, but the sunlight was still blinding. The sky was crimson red and looked beautiful. However, Dragonborn wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. He had obtained the young wyvern after an arduous strange encounter mission. When he thought about his missing young wyvern that was taken away while he was sleeping, he felt as though his heart was being cut. His worry was unfounded. He was at his guild stronghold, and there were other sleeping guild members around him. As for the members of opposing guilds, they were unable to steal his young wyvern in the safe zone because they couldn't enter without his invitation. It was Sealhead Lingchong and Takia Spirit that took away his young wyvern. After 10 days, the young wyvern was as tall as a human. His claw could easily penetrate the human skin and was fatal. However, this young wyvern wouldn't attack humans on sight, especially the humans who were close to Dragonborn. When the young wyvern entered Victoria City, it had known about Dragonborn's friends and followed them. The young wyvern wouldn't attack Dragonborn's friends. Takia Spirit only wanted to take a look at the young wyvern. He had no other intention. When Dragonborn came out of the room, the fairy followed him. "Since you're awake, we'll discuss the invasion of Eternal Kingdom. Our princess is imprisoned in the dungeon. I'm worried for her safety every day. Those evil creatures may kill her at any time." The fairy was very worried about the safety of the princess. "I understand. Follow me, and I'll show you our invasion plan. We can set out anytime." Dragonborn nodded, then took the fairy to the temporary command center. That was the command center created for the two guilds, for that night with Sherlock and the Hoodlum Yoga Association. Of course, other guilds were also participating. There were about 1,000 members, but it was still less than the maximum 5,000 Victorians. A large number of unaffiliated gamers and hostile guilds weren't under Dragonborn's control. They were likely to kidnap the princess. They were like the gamers of Eternal Kingdom who wanted to take away Dragonborn's strange encounter mission. The fairy didn't know that things were complicated. He thought all the Victorians would help him find the princess. He followed Dragonborn to the command center. Dragonborn had sent someone to inform Hoodlum that they were arriving for a meeting. Before Dragonborn returned to Victoria City, Hoodlum and other commanders formed a detailed battle plan. When Dragonborn's mission was updated and included cooperating with Arthur and his companions, Hoodlum's plan was slightly amended without modification to the main content. They wanted to control the dark portal within a designated time to allow the princess and Arthur and his companions to arrive safely. Then the princess would be handed over to the Victorians. Since the dark portal was their only route, the other gamers would most likely set up ambushes and obstructions at that location. The dark portal was a strategic location. The other parts of the plan weren't as detailed. The main thing was to gather their forces and overwhelm their opponents. There was also a mission chat group set up with Arthur and his companions. These details weren't told to the fairy and Tomato. "Are you sure that the gamers of Eternal Kingdom will escort the princess to us? How did you manage to convince them?" "It's not that I don't trust you. As it's related to the princess' safety, I have to ask." Though Hoodlum's plan was detailed, the fairy had his doubts. He frowned and asked, so Hoodlum explained, "I understand your doubts. Don't worry and trust us. We're professional. You don't have to know how we convinced them, as it's our secret. We'll definitely rescue your princess, but you have to reward us as agreed previously. Don't worry, I'll satisfy your requirements. The fairies of Yggdrasil will always be your ally as long as you rescue the princess." Hoodlum nodded and said, "Leave it to us. There won't be any problems." "Yes, I intend to find more help. The fairy looked at the humans and said, I'm going to need your help. The fairy's plan was to construct a teleport portal that connected to Yggdrasil. This would allow the fairies to arrive at Victoria City to help in the rescue operation. It was a difficult task. Without a definite direction and over such a long distance, only Yggdrasil could provide the mana for such a project. The gamers had to provide the fairy with various materials. However, they could be purchased in the York territory, so it wasn't a problem. However, time was required to activate the teleport portal. The gamers were unable to set off immediately to the dark portal. However, they had sufficient time, so they weren't in a rush. Arthur and his companions were still escorting the princess to their destination. The gamers of Victoria City constructed a teleport portal to receive the fairies from Yggdrasil. Arthur, his companions, and the princess were heading towards the crossroad intersection outpost. Along the way, other gamers scouted the surroundings for them, but there was no danger. Chang'an City Guild members organized a group to hunt for the princess, but they didn't find her location. However, conflict was imminent, as Arthur and the princess had to pass through the dark portal. 529 Internal strife. Black rocks were scattered throughout the dim tunnel. This was the route to the crossroad intersection outpost. To prevent the other gamers from attacking them, Arthur and his companions didn't make use of a beet lemon. Instead, they rode on darting birds and used desolate tunnels that were infested with monsters. As Arthur was very careful, they didn't encounter any enemies. They only met some dire wolves and spiders that couldn't harm the experienced fighters. They were only a few gamers, but they were the best of the best. They also dispatched large numbers of gamers to scout the surrounding areas. They walked for a day before arriving at the route to the crossroad intersection outpost. If they walked behind, there wouldn't be any forks. It was a direct tunnel to the dark portal. Under normal circumstances, this tunnel would be very dangerous. After much consideration, they decided to disguise themselves. Put on your masks. I spent a huge sum of money to purchase them from Winterfell, Not Wearing Pants said as he distributed the masks to everyone. The masks that were created using mana could change the wearer's appearance for a short period of time, like the disguise techniques of martial arts novels. It was more mystical than in the novels, though, as the masks even changed one's body, odor, and other characteristics. Is my mask the gnome version? Burning Chest Hair asked Not Wearing Pants while holding a mask. He put the mask on his face and became a gnome. His original orc body was changed to a gnome body. Everyone put on their masks and became another creature. Even the little fairy was transformed into a tall orc. It was hard to figure out that the orc was actually a fairy. The changed body wasn't virtual. It felt like soft flesh upon touch. The effects were created by mana. The effects of the mask only last for an hour. We have to enter the dark portal before the effects wear off. Otherwise, we'll be exposed. Not Wearing Pants had transformed into a gnome. They were able to recognize him because of the green symbols above his head. Only an hour? It's not enough. Burning Chest Hair commented, and Peasant said, it's possible if we take the train. Train? What train? The little fairy asked. It's a beet lemon that travels the route between the dark portal and the crossroad intersection outpost. The beet lemon comes every 10 minutes. If we take the beet lemon, we can arrive at the dark portal in 30 minutes. It's faster than walking, Sylvanas said. Frangipani, who was following the gamers, remained quiet. After leaving Eternal Kingdom, he didn't say a word. After completing his mission, he had no intention to interact. It was the little fairy who was most inquisitive. They had to carry out their plan. The disguised group proceeded towards the crossroad intersection outpost. Everyone wore a tall hat to cover the green symbols above their heads. In this way, they solved the problem of the little fairy and Frangipani not having the green symbols above their heads. It looked strange when everyone wore a tall hat. However, they weren't the only ones with strange costumes. Many gamers wanted to look good. If they didn't have good-looking clothing, they would use dyes to beautify their weapons. The plan was perfect. They entered the crossroad intersection outpost without much attention, then arrived at the Beat Lemon stop. There were hundreds of fully armed gamers at the Beat Lemon stop. They watched the other gamers intensely, looking for suspicious characters with green symbols that indicated the Pioneer Alliance or its allied guild names. They would question suspicious gamers, though they couldn't attack other gamers. Once suspicious gamers were found, they would arrange for gamers to follow them up the Beat Lemon. A Beat Lemon could be fully packed with opposing guild members. The Beat Lemon was a safe zone, so they waited for it to arrive at the dark portal before launching their attack. They didn't care whether their targets were innocent or not. If their targets were eligible for the strange encounter mission, they would be attacked. This aggressive behavior incurred the wrath of other guilds and unaffiliated gamers. Chang'an City and its allied guilds never considered the feelings of other gamers. The chairmen behind these guilds were rich gamers who disregarded other people's feelings. They used a lot of money to recruit a large number of members in all online games. The Pioneer Alliance didn't have any countermeasures, as the Beat Lemon was a safe zone. Most of the Pioneer Alliance members and allied guild members were already at the dark portal to protect Arthur's group. Arthur leaned on a wall as he surveyed the Beat Lemon stop. Then he turned around and said, "We have to split up. If we have a large number, we might be prevented from boarding the Beat Lemon. Since each of them was wearing a tall hat, it would be conspicuous. The enemies at the Beat Lemon stop would definitely question them. If they refused to show the green symbols that were above their heads, they would be tagged. Arthur didn't have a lot of members here. If he called for reinforcements, his identity would be busted, and the enemies at the dark portal would be on high alert. Arthur wished to avoid conflict at all costs. It was better to use stealth to enter the dark portal. Arthur's group split into two. Arthur, not wearing pants, Peasant, Sylvanas, burning chest hair, Raintia, Frangipani, and the little fairy would be taking the same Beat Lemon. The other gamers would take the first Beat Lemon and distract their enemies by refusing to remove their tall hats and making a fuss. Then Arthur and his companions would face less pressure. When the distraction group arrived at the Beat Lemon stop, they attracted the hostile gamers' attention and were immediately surrounded. They broke into a shouting match. As they were in the safe zone, they were unable to fight. Then, all of them boarded a Beat Lemon and left. The Beat Lemon stop that was previously crowded became empty, and the hostile gamers from Chang'an City and other enemy guilds diminished in strength. Arthur and his companions immediately came out to take the next Beat Lemon. The second Beat Lemon wasn't as crowded. Most of the gamers were preparing for battle at the dark portal. Hence, there weren't many gamers at the crossroad intersection outpost. There were less than 20 gamers on the second Beat Lemon, allowing Arthur to heave a sigh of relief. The Beetleman's driver squinted his eyes. Above his head were the words Chang'an City Guild member. At the dark portal. Will Arthur and his companions pass through here? I'm excited. It's going to be a big event with so many people. Can we pillage equipment during the fight? Selling equipment with reputation level 10 and above requirement. Blue superior equipment. Come and take a look. For all races and body sizes. We accept custom orders. Tiny Sunflower Goldsmith Workshop is officially open. Please look for the Tiny Sunflower brand. Our gold coins are produced by hand and not bound to any gamer. Are you kidding? Are you creating a gold coin black market? How much is a gold coin? What's the price? Do you sell magic stones? I want magic stones. Bro, do you want magic stones? How many do you want? I have 10 here. The gamers gathered at the crossroad intersection outpost were making a din as they tried to do business or recruit members for challenging the instance dungeon. This was a daily occurrence for the gamers. There were other NPCs at the dark portal, such as observers from other dungeons or volunteers from Winterfell. Eternal Kingdom had garnered a good reputation from its previous battles. Besides observers from other dungeons, there were volunteers who wanted to help Eternal Kingdom fight the surface world monsters. These were the self-sacrificing warriors who wanted to contribute to the peace of the Underworld. The gamers didn't show these warriors respect, treating them as strange encounter mission NPCs. Some missions were provided by these volunteers since they didn't have necessities after arriving at the Dark Portal. Sherlock didn't prepare food or water for these volunteers. These supplies were provided by the gamers in exchange for magic stones. When the gamers received magic stones, they served the volunteers like emperors. The gamers even helped the volunteers build houses so that they would stay at the Dark Portal permanently. After the Dark Portal was controlled by gamers of Eternal Kingdom, the gamers of Victoria City were unable to enter the Underworld via the connected portals. The Victorians could only teleport to the Crossroad intersection outpost and enter the Underworld from there. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom were in full control of the Dark Portal after the Second Faction War. A lot of Pioneer Alliance Guild members and allied guild members had gathered at the Dark Portal. The Chang'an City Guild members and other opposing guild members were also stationed here. Both sides had a few skirmishes, but they were very restrained in their behavior. The main reason was that they hadn't figured each other out. Moreover, Arthur and his companions hadn't appeared. If there was a major battle, Arthur would make use of the chaotic situation to smuggle the little fairy and Frangipani into the Dark Portal. The Chang'an City Guild members were shrewd. That was what made Arthur and his companions worried. However, Arthur had the initiative since he could decide when to arrive at the Dark Portal. If the Pioneer Alliance Guild members could defeat the Chang'an City Guild members before Arthur arrived, it would make it easy for Arthur and his companions to slip into the Dark Portal. The only condition was that Arthur's movements must not be discovered by the Chang'an City Guild members. When Arthur closed in on the Dark Portal, the Pioneer Alliance members were harassing and taunting the Chang'an City members. However, they were unaffected. They even gave up their occupied area to let the Pioneer Alliance members take control of the Dark Portal. It was as though the Chang'an Guild members already figured out their plan. Is our plan exposed? Sylvanas, who was aboard the Beat Lemon, asked her companions softly. Peasant shook his head. He didn't know what happened. Only Arthur was deep in thought. Then Arthur knocked on the board that separated the driver and passengers. He discovered a sleeping gamer in the driver's cubicle. The sleeping gamer was actually offline, which indicated he was contacting other gamers. The words Chang'an City were above his head. He was a guild member of Chang'an City. We're exposed. Inform our members to prepare for battle. Arthur shouted to his companions behind him. The other gamers on the Beat Lemon looked at each other curiously. Arthur removed his tall hat and revealed the green symbols above his head, and the gamers on the Beat Lemon spoke excitedly. We're here to watch the show. We didn't expect the protagonists to be beside us. During the battle later on, please don't kill me. I won't take your equipment. I'm only watching. Arthur bro, I'm your fan. I'll support you. The gamers on the Beat Lemon shouted. However, Arthur didn't care. He discovered the driver was a Chang'an City member, so he went offline to inform the other guild members to get ready for battle, saying that they had been exposed. The Chang'an City members would be getting ready for battle at the Dark Portal. The Chang'an City members must have detected Arthur's disguise and seen through his plan. How else could they explain two groups of gamers with tall hats leaving the Crossroad intersection outpost? A Pioneer Alliance commander at the Dark Portal gathered the guild members after receiving Arthur's message. The Pioneer Alliance members occupied the Beat Lemon stop, and the Chang'an City members surrounded the Pioneer Alliance members without attacking. The Chang'an City members were waiting for the Beat Lemon to arrive. Time passed, and the observers at the Dark Portal noticed the strange and tense situation. The NPCs asked the gamers what happened, and the gamers told them what they knew excitedly. Arthur and his companions received a strange encounter mission to escort the little fairy out of the Underworld, and there was an opposing force waiting to stop Arthur and his companions from leaving with the little fairy. In other words, there was internal strife in Eternal Kingdom. 530 Impasse. Patrick Star didn't expect the brave and united warriors of Eternal Kingdom to have internal strife. In the other dungeons, the probability of internal strife was very low. Only dungeon lords that were losing control of their citizens would have internal strife. Sherlock didn't seem like he was losing control of his citizens. However, the truth was before Patrick Star. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom had internal strife. Thousands of warriors of Eternal Kingdom assembled at the Dark Portal, but they weren't there to guard the Dark Portal or to fight against the surface world monsters. It was two opposing factions within Eternal Kingdom who were fighting over the release of the Little Fairy. Patrick Star thought that the Little Fairy shouldn't be released since she was part of the light race. Thousands of years ago, Michelangelo fought against the humans and developed irreconcilable animosity towards the light races. As the vanguard for fighting against the surface world, Eternal Kingdom shouldn't have internal strife. Patrick Star observed thousands of warriors protecting the Little Fairy so that she could escape safely. He was puzzled. Could it be a ploy of Lord Sherlock? Patrick Star tried to find a suitable reason. He was fortunate. Before the battle erupted, he was at the Dark Portal doing interviews with the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. They were the only warriors who fought with the surface world monsters since the last war that occurred thousands of years ago. They were the best direct source for the Underworld inhabitants to understand the war. The Underworld inhabitants were deeply concerned about the war with the surface world. There were civil groups who came to support Eternal Kingdom. One of them was Fatality Hospital. However, Sherlock declined Fatality Hospital's offer. Patrick Star thought it was a shame and looked forward to the day that Eternal Kingdom and Fatality Hospital would collaborate. The battle erupted in the afternoon while Patrick Star was conducting interviews at the Dark Portal. He witnessed two opposing groups of warriors confronting each other at the Beat Lemon stop. A lot of creatures were stuck at the Beat Lemon stop. Even the Beat Lemons that were on a scheduled 10-minute interval halted their transportation service. Patrick Star tried to pacify the two groups, but they wouldn't listen. The main reason was that the voices of conflict drowned the voice of Patrick Star. While Patrick Star was trying his best to record his interview videos, the situation went out of control. A Beat Lemon was seen running towards the Beat Lemon stop. The appearance of the Beat Lemon incited the two groups to start fighting. The fighting spread like wildfire, and even the spectators were embroiled in the conflict. There were bloodshed and flying limbs all over the place. The internal strife of Eternal Kingdom was as intense as the war against the surface world, if not more. The fortunate thing was that nobody attacked Patrick Star. In the chaotic fighting, Patrick Star was unable to protect his life. The warriors of Eternal Kingdom weren't concerned with him. There were even some warriors who used their bodies to shield him from sword slashes and arrows. Patrick Star was almost moved to tears. The Little Fairy, who was on the Beat Lemon, felt miserable. She knew that Eternal Kingdom wouldn't let her go easily, but she didn't expect that so many warriors would be there to stop her. These opposing warriors must have been ordered by Sherlock. When she thought that Sherlock had discovered her escape, she became extremely nervous. However, the gamers who were escorting her weren't anxious. Arthur stood up and removed his mask, showing his real appearance as he shouted, "We're exposed, so there's no need to remain in disguise. As long as we leave the Dark Portal with the Little Fairy and Frangipani, our mission will be accomplished. Even if we die, we have to complete the mission. Our guild will receive a handsome reward." The other guild members cheered with Arthur and removed their masks. The Beat Lemon halted at the Beat Lemon stop. When the door opened, the two groups of warriors rushed towards the Beat Lemon and fought fiercely with each other. The battle at the Dark Portal became more intense. The Little Fairy dismounted from the Beat Lemon while Arthur and his companions followed closely behind. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Little Fairy is here. The princess is over here." More and more warriors noticed the presence of the Little Fairy, Frangipani, Arthur, and his companions. Arthur grasped his short sword tightly in one hand while he raised a magic wand. White rays emanated from Arthur's body while Sylvanas readied her bow. Burning chest hair, peasant, and not wearing pants were standing by the side awkwardly. Peasant asked, "Are we redundant? It's not the time for such a thought. Let's charge." Not wearing pants shouted and led the charge. In the chaos, nobody noticed Frangipani squinting his eyes and gazing intently. Frangipani will definitely escape. He will flee. Polio, who was sprawled on his bed, groomed his claws as he said to Phoenix. Polio knew that Sherlock ordered Frangipani to escape with the little fairy and the warriors of Eternal Kingdom to the Dark Portal. Polio objected to the plan, telling Sherlock that Frangipani would flee during the mission. Polio tried to convince Sherlock to give him the mission instead, as he was the only loyal servant who could complete the mission. Phoenix also tried to coax Sherlock to give him the mission instead of Polio or Frangipani. Though Phoenix and Polio were enthusiastic, Sherlock had made up his mind to give the mission to Frangipani. Phoenix and Polio were disappointed, but they couldn't change Sherlock's decision. Frangipani left Eternal Kingdom in the presence of Phoenix and Polio, who were full of envy. The two helpless creatures could only sigh and comfort each other in the Dungeon Lord main hall. "I'm betting that Frangipani will take the chance to escape. I'm very sure of his character. Frangipani tried to escape twice. He will definitely betray Lord Sherlock this time. Yes, Lord Sherlock doesn't believe us. Instead, he trusted Frangipani. Lord Sherlock will be betrayed. It'll be a pity." Eggface was playing computer games while he turned his head to speak to them. "I don't think Frangipani will escape this time. After he came out from the Mana device, he was so obedient. He'll do whatever we ask and complete Lord Sherlock's orders without fail." He was completely convinced by Lord Sherlock. "Though I don't agree with Lord Sherlock most of the time, I'm confident in Lord Sherlock's management skills." Eggface was supportive of Lord Sherlock. He believed that Frangipani wouldn't escape. Why wouldn't Frangipani escape? "I think he will escape. He'll be at the Dark Portal with the little fairy and have the chance to leave the underworld. If it were me, I'd definitely escape. I'd not escape. I'd complete Lord Sherlock's mission," Polio said halfway after realizing that he had made a mistake. He noticed Phoenix frowning and immediately changed his tack so that Phoenix wouldn't have leverage against him. Phoenix nodded and said firmly, "He'll definitely escape." Patrick Star lowered his head and crouched down as he walked quickly. The battlefield was full of smoke, and a burning bladder bomb flew over his head. A tall orc pounced on him as he shouted, "Danger! Get down!" Before Patrick Star could react, a huge explosion rang beside his ear, and a heatwave knocked him to the side. He felt a huge object colliding into his body, and his bones were aching. However, he wasn't burned. When he recovered his senses, he was on the ground. The recording device rolled out from his palm, and the ground was scattered with the round adamantine rocks that he had brought with him. His brain was ringing non-stop. It was a long time before he regained his awareness. When he lifted his head, there was an orc on the ground. The orc's back was punctured with a large hole. The orc had protected him from the explosion. Patrick Star had never encountered such a dangerous situation. The orc's body slowly disintegrated into flakes of mana before vanishing into thin air. That was a special way for the warriors of Eternal Kingdom to die. There would be no corpses, and there was a poetic saying about the deaths. "Even if I die, I'll use my body to nourish the world." Patrick Star had no time to shed a tear and mourn the death of his protector. Another orc dashed over and grabbed his arm, saying excitedly, "Bro, I've finally caught up with you. I'll protect you from now on. You have an affinity with death. Don't go to dangerous places. If you die, I'll lose my rewards." The orc spoke in a frenzy. Before Patrick Star could react, another creature slashed wildly while he shouted, "Get lost! This strange encounter mission is mine. I'm the one protecting Patrick Star." Patrick Star watched in a daze. The orc who spoke to him just now was hacked to death by his comrade. Patrick Star was terrified, and he backed up 2 steps. He grabbed the adamantine rocks on the ground and his recording device, wanting to flee. However, there were many battle scenes that he hadn't captured. His experience was too shocking. Patrick Star hadn't taken the shots of the escaped little fairy. He noticed the little fairy from far. Due to the long distance, his recording device was unable to capture the little fairy clearly. Moreover, he was surrounded by the warriors of Eternal Kingdom. He tried to wade through the crowd towards the little fairy. However, his efforts were in vain. Arthur grasped his short sword while he held the little fairy's hand. There were Chang'an City members who charged at him. However, they were stopped by Pioneer Alliance members. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom wanted the little fairy to stay in the dungeon. Hence, the Pioneer Alliance members were in a dilemma. A lot of unaffiliated gamers couldn't stand the vile behavior of Chang'an City, but after considering their own self-interests, they supported Chang'an City in this battle. The odds were against the Pioneer Alliance. Though the Pioneer Alliance was able to repulse the attacks, it was difficult to gain entry into the Dark Portal. More and more members of Chang'an City and its allies came out from the teleport portal. Their numbers overwhelmed the Pioneer Alliance members. Arthur knew that if the situation carried on, his mission would fail. He couldn't escort the little fairy into the Dark Portal. Even his life would be at stake. If the little fairy died, the strange encounter mission would fail. He understood that it was a difficult mission. If he could complete the mission easily, it would be unfair to the other gamers. The more difficult the mission, the greater the rewards. It was common knowledge in online games. Arthur wouldn't give up easily. Even if he had to use his last breath, he would try to complete the mission. Capture Arthur. He's with the little fairy. Don't let them escape, a creature in the crowd shouted. Arthur wanted to focus all his forces and charge towards the Dark Portal, but his plan was thwarted. A group of orcs who were riding on darting birds charged at Arthur with their great pikes. Though the cavalry of the gamers wasn't comparable to the powerful human knights, the power of the orcs compounded with the blinding speed of the darting birds couldn't be underestimated. Arthur ordered his guild members to raise their shields to defend against the cavalry, but their lines were broken easily. "Beware of the cavalry," a guild member screamed as he was being pierced and thrown far away by the great pike of a horseman. Arthur raised his shield to deflect a great pike that was aimed at him. The impact of the great pike threw him against Not Wearing Pants, who was behind him. Not Wearing Pants fell to the ground heavily. He turned his head to look at Arthur, who was on top of him. Arthur's arm was pierced by the great pike, and his shield was thrown out of sight. A warrior wasn't able to fight against cavalry. "Arthur, Arthur, are you all right? If you're not dead, breathe hard." "I'm all right, I'm not dead yet," Arthur shouted firmly. However, his arm was too seriously wounded to lift. Fortunately, it was his shield-bearing left hand that was wounded, so he was still able to wield his sword in his right hand. The cavalry was weakened after a single charge. When the cavalry turned around to charge the second time, the riders were being pulled down and hacked to death. After the riders died, their darting birds were also killed mercilessly. Chang'an City had spent a fortune to prepare for this battle. They had even used their darting birds in this attack. To the gamers, the darting birds were precious resources. But to the rich gamers, they weren't worth anything. "Arthur, what shall we do now?" Peasant asked nervously. The odds were in Chang'an City's favor. It was only a matter of time until Arthur and his members lost the battle. Even the little fairy would be captured by the Chang'an City members. Arthur narrowed his eyes. He was at his wits' end unless the Victorians were able to provide reinforcements. However, it wasn't probable since the Victorians weren't united. At this critical point, Frangipani came forward. Though he looked vulnerable and sexy without his shell, he shouted defiantly, "See what I can do." 531 The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Nobody expected Frangipani to come forward, as he had been reticent from the beginning. The battle was almost at the peak, and Arthur and his companions were about to lose. Frangipani came forward and indicated that he could win the battle. Normal people would think that Frangipani was crazy. However, the gamers weren't normal people, and Frangipani was a special NPC to them. When Frangipani came forward, the morale of Arthur and his guild members was boosted. The strange encounter mission wasn't that simple after all. The other gamers weren't bothered with Frangipani even though they recognized him. They were focused on Arthur and the little fairy. The body of Frangipani emitted powerful mana and transformed into a huge arm that swept aside the gamers who were blocking the way. The gamers didn't manage to get out of the way and were in a pathetic state. Arthur and his companions followed behind Frangipani and proceeded towards the dark portal. When Arthur pulled the little fairy to the front of the portal, the little fairy seemed to recall something and looked back at Frangipani as she said, "Leave with us. Though your appearance is frightening, I believe you're a good creature. My race will accept you. You don't have to stay here. Sherlock won't let you off. He's a terrifying devil." Frangipani smiled and shook his head. He looked at the little fairy and said, "Get lost. Don't make things difficult for me." Ah! The little fairy was befuddled. However, the gamers had pulled the little fairy along to leave the place. In her vision, she saw the despondence of Frangipani mixed with a sense of relief. It was as though he was happy after completing a mission. "Wait, isn't Frangipani leaving with us?" The little fairy was full of doubts, but the gamers were in a hurry to leave and weren't interested in Frangipani's plight. Frangipani turned around and faced the horde of opposing gamers. His body emitted powerful mana. Skilled mana users could observe that the mana didn't originate from Frangipani. It was as though an invisible creature was releasing mana behind Frangipani. However, the gamers weren't experts in mana, and the observers who were highly skilled in mana weren't able to observe the phenomenon at close range. Frangipani's mana stopped all opposing gamers while a protective oyster escorted Arthur, his companions, and the little fairy through the dark portal. Peasant was the last creature to enter the dark portal, and when he did, the mana from Frangipani vanished, and he collapsed feebly to the ground. He looked spaced out while his lips quivered. His lips seemed to be saying, "Life is too difficult." The little fairy arrived on the surface world in shock. When she saw the dim cave, she thought she was back in the underworld. However, from the surrounding plants and the mana ripples, the little fairy was very confident that she was back on the surface world. The fresh air and fragrance of the soil were very different from the underworld. The little fairy was in tears. She didn't expect to return to the surface world alive. She used to despise underworld creatures like orcs, gnomes, and houndhead men. But now, their sacrifice and fearlessness helped her escape from the underworld. It wasn't time to celebrate. The opposing gamers could appear behind them at any time. Arthur pulled the feeble little fairy up as he pointed to the front and shouted to his comrades, "Proceed forward. We have to leave this place. Dragonborn and his friends are waiting for us by the cave." Shouting and the sounds of movement and battle were heard from the interior of the cave. The shouting was in the Victorian language that was also the surface world common language. Arthur and his companions couldn't understand, but they figured that the Victorians were fighting over the little fairy. Arthur and his companions looked at each other. They were worried that Dragonborn would be attacked by opposing gamers and be unable to escort them. Without Dragonborn's protection, they wouldn't be able to leave the cave, as the Victorians would kill them. Arthur and his guild members would die and lose their equipment. However, the opposing gamers would capture the little fairy. What if they killed her accidentally? Arthur was mentally prepared. If the situation didn't look optimistic, they would retreat back into the dark portal. They would rather face the Chang'an city members. Arthur was prepared for the worst as sounds of galloping horses approached them. A group of horsemen soon appeared before them, and the leader was Dragonborn. Dragonborn rode a huge horse in the spacious cave. The gamers behind Dragonborn also rode war horses, and they looked like they went through a vicious battle. Dragonborn was even wounded, but he was unaffected by the injuries. Behind Dragonborn was an NPC without any green symbols as well as 2 forest wolves. Standing beside the NPC was a fairy without any green symbols. The 2 fairies looked at each other. Then the fairy beside Dragonborn shouted excitedly, "Princess! Princess! Is that you, Princess?" The fairy shouted happily and dashed towards the little fairy princess, and the fairies hugged. If not for the difference in costume, the gamers would be unable to identify the fairies since they looked identical. It wasn't a good place to catch up with each other. Dragonborn asked Arthur and his companions to leave the cave in Mandarin. Outside the cave, the Victorians were embroiled in battle. The Pioneer Alliance members were losing the battle in the Underworld, while the Hoodlum Yoga Association and For That Night with Sherlock were winning the battle on the surface world. As the 2 largest and most powerful guilds in Victoria City, they overwhelmed the opposing Victorians who wanted snatch away Dragonborn's strange encounter mission. Arthur and his companions were considered safe once they arrived at the surface world. Under Dragonborn's leadership, a group of Victorians surrounded Arthur and his companions as they proceeded to Victoria City. Though the fairy beside Dragonborn showed his distrust of Arthur and the orcs, the little fairy princess didn't want to abandon Raintia. She wanted to bring Raintia back to Yggdrasil. However, she had to ask Raintia first. Raintia had no intention to leave Eternal Kingdom because her friends were in the dungeon. If she left with the little fairy princess, then she would lose contact with the other gamers. Yggdrasil was a faraway place. It wouldn't be practical for her to do missions, challenge the instance dungeon, or take part in activities. Her online game would become a single-player game. This matter could be discussed later. The most important thing was safety. The gamers wanted to escort both fairies out of Victoria Forest. The fairies constructed a teleport portal outside Victoria Forest, which connected Victoria Forest to the forest of Yggdrasil. The teleport portal wasn't stable. Though the fairies' mana skills were strong, it was still inferior to the mana skills of the Underworld. The teleport portal was using the large mana pool of Yggdrasil for sustenance. It wasn't constructed based on good mana techniques. Though the teleport portal wasn't stable, it would suffice for their use. The group left the cave and proceeded to the boundary of Victoria Forest. Success was within their grasp. The group didn't expect the Godly Kingdom army that was led by General Shidden to be waiting outside Victoria Forest. After his last defeat, General Shidden was unable to recover from his loss. He didn't think that he had failed. He suspected that the Victorians had betrayed him. General Shidden was distrustful of Victorians. If the Victorians hadn't sought him out, he wouldn't have been involved in the Dark Portal battle and suffered huge losses. When he heard that a fairy appeared at the Dark Portal and that a group of underworld creatures and Victorians was helping a fairy princess escape, General Shidden thought that it was a deception. Though he wasn't sure how the Victorians were going to deceive him, he was sure they were up to no good. How could the underworld creatures help a fairy princess escape? How could a fairy princess end up in the underworld? When General Shidden witnessed the Victorians killing each other, he thought that things weren't that simple. It wasn't difficult to collect information. If it were other cities, he would have to spend extra effort. As it was Victoria City, the Victorians were competing to tell General Shidden about their city. General Shidden understood what was going on after the Victorians explained it to him. The little fairy princess was captured by the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. However, the creatures of Eternal Kingdom contacted the Victorians and wanted to help rescue the little fairy princess from Eternal Kingdom for a handsome reward. The Victorians didn't know the details of the reward, but General Shidden pondered for a while and figured that it was a generous reward. The fairies were a mystical race living under the Yggdrasil and would have a lot of treasures. If General Shidden could rescue the little fairy princess, he could obtain the friendship and alliance of the fairies. He could make up for his loss and elevate his status in front of the king. At this thought, General Shidden became excited. He discussed with his advisors, and they thought General Shidden was a genius. The plan had to be carefully thought out. General Shiden had to find out their escape route and required the help of the Victorians. General Shiden gave some coins to the Victorians who divulged the escape plan and the construction of the teleport portal. General Shiden was growing impatient. He led his remaining soldiers to attack the fleeing Victorians and creatures of Eternal Kingdom outside Victoria Forest. This time, he was going to exterminate the Victorians while capturing the underworld creatures alive. He would treat the little fairy princess as a VIP and escort her to the godly kingdom. The king would then decide what to do next. General Shiden made his plans discreetly. He didn't tell the Victorians. The gamers weren't aware of the schemes being hatched by this NPC. They merely treated General Shiden's orders like their missions. Dragonborn, Arthur, and his companions had just walked out of Victoria Forest when General Shiden led his soldiers and appeared before them. 532 Godly Kingdom's attack. General Shiden paced along the corridor of a room. He had assembled the remainder of his troops. Though many of his soldiers were captured by Sherlock, his remaining troops were sufficient to deal with the Victorians. Due to some consideration, he didn't inform the king. Instead, General Shiden made the decision to attack. He didn't inform the king because the king was angry with his loss. Before he could atone for his loss, he didn't dare to antagonize the furious king. Who knew if the king would remove his general post? His previous loss was nothing if he could bring the little fairy princess back and capture the creatures of Eternal Kingdom as gifts to the king. He could redeem and bring honor to himself. Though the thinking and plan were perfect, General Shiden wasn't sure if he could defeat the Victorians, capture the creatures of Eternal Kingdom, and rescue the little fairy princess. General, we have assembled the soldiers. We can set out anytime. General Shiden steadied himself and said with determination, set off. The gamers had never felt that NPCs could be such a great hindrance. When the remnant soldiers of the Godly Kingdom set off from Goldshire Town, a few gamers informed Dragonborn. The other gamers also got to know about the news. Dragonborn, Arthur, and his companions weren't bothered. A few gamers went to collect intelligence on General Shiden's soldiers and were chased away. They didn't obtain any information. When Dragonborn, Arthur, and his companions walked out of Victoria Forest, they saw the Godly Kingdom army. Even though thousands of soldiers were captured by Eternal Kingdom, the Godly Kingdom army was still too formidable for the gamers. Dragonborn tried to negotiate with the NPCs, but General Shiden noticed that Dragonborn was with the underworld creatures and the two fairies. One of the fairies was shivering in fear. He was sure that the Victorians were colluding with the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. For the glory of the Godly Kingdom, kill these human traitors. General Shiden shouted loudly, and the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom charged at Arthur and Dragonborn while shouting fiercely. The battle erupted without any recourse. Normal people would feel hopeless, but the gamers weren't normal people. When they saw the start of a battle, they weren't fearful. In fact, they were happy to pillage the green excellent equipment from the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. It wasn't an easy feat to obtain equipment in this game. When the gamers of Victoria City heard about the battle, they immediately rushed to the battlefield. But their numbers were inferior to the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom. Moreover, the gamers weren't prepared and didn't have a nearby teleport portal for reinforcements. Most importantly, the target of the soldiers was the little fairy princess and the underworld creatures. The soldiers didn't fight with the Victorians. Instead, they went for Arthur and his companions. The advantage of the gamers came from their attrition tactic, but the soldiers went for a blitz attack. The gamers were massacred by the well-trained soldiers. General Shiden didn't show any mercy to the Victorians and didn't consider them allies. He viewed the Victorians as enemies who colluded with the underworld creatures. Otherwise, how could the Victorians survive such a brutal war with the underworld creatures? How could Victoria City remain unscathed in the middle of Victoria Forest? They must have colluded with the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. General Shiden became angry at his thoughts. His soldiers suffered massive losses, and many of them were imprisoned in the dungeon, perhaps unable to return to the surface world and be reunited with their families. Yet the Victorians were still able to laugh happily even when coming face to face with death. General Shiden grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. It was because of them that he was in a precarious situation. If he didn't turn the tide, the king would punish him, and everything would be too late. He looked excitedly at his soldiers, who had pierced straight into the formation of the Victorians without much resistance and arrived in front of the little fairy princess. The orcs tried to stop the soldiers, but they were unable to defeat them. The soldiers who broke through the Victorians' formation switched to blunt weapons. They didn't intend to kill the underworld creatures. This was according to General Shiden's order. He wanted to capture the creatures alive and bring them back to the godly kingdom to stand trial. If he could rescue the little fairy princess and capture the underworld creatures, his previous loss would be insignificant. He could deceive the king by saying that his troops suffered losses because they were trying to rescue the little fairy princess. Suddenly, he noticed that the soldiers who were fighting in the front came to a stop. Both sides held back, and the bloodbath halted. A horseman rode back to General Shiden and informed him about the front-line situation. What? The little fairy princess followed the underworld creatures of her own accord? Those underworld creatures rescued her. General Shiden felt as though his brain was being hammered. He heard ringing sounds in his ears. He weighed the pros and cons before coming to a decision solemnly. This must be one of their deceptions. Don't believe them. Those Victorian traitors colluded with the creatures of Eternal Kingdom. They must be delaying for time, wanting us to release them. General Shiden shouted, shred them into pieces and bring back the princess. Kill all of the Victorians, but capture the creatures of Eternal Kingdom alive. Don't believe them, follow my previous plan. Yes, General Shiden. The soldier rode his horse and returned to the front line. The soldiers had surrounded the Victorians and Arthur's group. When General Shiden's order was carried out, Dragonborn and the Victorians would be killed, while the princess, Arthur, and his companions would be captured. General Shiden looked pleased as everything went according to his plan. After tens of minutes, his losses would be insignificant. Just when he thought there was no problem, the orcs who were surrounded by the soldiers of the godly kingdom launched an attack. A few orcs rode on their special darting birds, and a few human horsemen followed them. They brought the fairies towards the fairies' campsite and tried to break through the siege. D*MN. They're delaying for time. General Shiden shouted angrily. He was too far from the front line, so he was unable to give his order straight away. The soldiers didn't react in time to the orcs that were breaking the siege. The group fled towards the fairies' campsite, leaving the soldiers of the godly kingdom in the dust. In the chaos, General Shiden heard a sharp shriek above his head. A small wyvern flew by above his head. That was correct, it was a young wyvern. Why is there a wyvern? General Shiden was taken aback. He recalled that a young wyvern was stolen by a Victorian who had green symbols above his head. He was enlightened. The wyvern thief was among the Victorians. He became confident. If he could capture these criminals and the young wyvern, the king would definitely make him a duke and award him a large piece of land. General Shiden was very happy. Arthur urged his darting bird to run faster towards the camp in front. There weren't many fairies because they had important tasks at Yggdrasil. The princess was important too, but she couldn't be compared to Yggdrasil. The fairies who left Yggdrasil were loyal servants of the princess. They might be lacking in numbers, but they were fiercely loyal to the princess. They were supporting the critical teleport portal. In the escape plan, the most difficult portion was going through the dark portal, and they thought they could take a breather after entering the dark portal. They didn't expect to meet General Shiden's army at the boundary of Victoria Forest. The NPCs didn't give any warning, so the gamers thought that it was part of the plot. Arthur and his companions felt that it was unfair and thought that the difficulty level of the strange encounter mission was too high. However, they couldn't do anything to the plot. They only hoped to enter the teleport portal and travel to the forests of Yggdrasil. If they could enter the fairies' territory, they would be safe. The soldiers of the godly kingdom were hot on the trails of Arthur and his companions. The Victorians tried to delay the soldiers, but the soldiers had no intention of engaging the Victorians. The targets of the soldiers were Arthur, his companions, and the little fairy princess. The pursuit lasted until Arthur's group entered the campsite. The soldiers of the godly kingdom followed closely behind and charged in. Some fairies tried to stop the soldiers, but they were knocked unconscious by their blunt weapons. According to General Shitten's words, all those who stopped them from capturing the underworld creatures were traitors, even the fairies. Are these NPCs mad? Aren't the fairies their allies? Sylvanas asked in surprise as she watched the chaos behind. Sylvanas spoke in Mandarin. If she used the underworld language, Dragonborn and the Victorians wouldn't understand. Takia Spirit said, "We don't know, but a fairy told us that they were allies with the humans. These soldiers of the godly kingdom can help the fairies." The creatures from the two worlds spoke in Mandarin. A fairy at the side couldn't understand the conversation. The anxious fairy shouted at the Victorians, "What are you talking about? Go through the teleport portal. The soldiers are catching up." The creatures at the front had entered the teleport portal into the fairies' territory. Raintia, who was following the princess, walked in front of the teleport portal. "You'll go in first, princess," Raintia said to the little fairy princess, but she didn't go in. The little fairy princess hesitated and said to Raintia, "Are you going back to Eternal Kingdom? Leave with me. Eternal Kingdom isn't suitable for you. Sherlock won't let you off if he learns that you helped me escape." The little fairy was worried, but Raintia simply shook her head. She had decided not to leave with the little fairy. She wanted to stay in Eternal Kingdom and be with her friends. Friendship with an NPC was important, but to Raintia, her friendship with the gamers was more important. The little fairy nodded. She saw Raintia's decision in her eyes and didn't try to persuade her anymore. When the little fairy turned to enter the teleport portal, a ray of sacred light collided into the teleport portal. The huge impact of the explosion pushed all the creatures into the portal. 533 Village. The crystal ball in front of Sherlock was covered with white rays from an explosion. After the explosion, the teleport portal was slanted to one side. The little fairy princess, Arthur, Dragonborn, and the other gamers vanished. Lord Sherlock is full of surprises. What shall we do? Do you want to handle it yourself? Brew asked Sherlock while he was looking in a daze at the crystal ball. Sherlock shook his head and said, "Everything is still under control." Sherlock put his hand on the crystal ball and infused mana into it. The images reappeared in the crystal ball. Sherlock frowned. The images weren't showing the expected forests. Instead, the images showed barren land. The gamers and the little fairy princess were teleported to a barren land. I didn't know that the fairies' forest was on barren land. Does the Yggdrasil grow on such a barren land? Is there a problem with my knowledge? Or is the world changing too fast? Brew asked puzzledly. Sherlock didn't answer Brew's question because Brew knew the answer. The gamers were teleported to a different location. The fairies who were controlling the teleport portal were affected by the explosion of the sacred light bomb. Hence, the designated teleport location was changed. Only the gamers knew where they were. Sherlock wanted to locate the gamers, but it would take some time. Fortunately, the gamers were connected to the mana source of Sherlock. If the gamers were teleported too far from Yggdrasil, Sherlock might have to make a trip. Not wearing pants created a post requesting help on the discussion forum. Urgent, I'm waiting online. Greetings, I'm not wearing pants. We are safe. We almost completed our mission but met with a problem at the last moment. We were supposed to be teleported to the Yggdrasil forest, which was also Dragonborn's strange encounter mission location. However, we arrived at a barren land. We don't know where we are. Take a look and see if you can recognize it. Picture. This is our location terrain map. If you recognize the location, Please contact us immediately. The gamers replied to his post enthusiastically, but none of the gamers recognized the location. There were many hilly areas near Victoria City, but nobody knew the location. Not wearing pants sat on a hilltop. He woke up after getting back online. He browsed the discussion forum for a long time, but he didn't obtain any useful information. The lost gamers asked the two accompanying NPC fairies, but they didn't know either. The fairy that came from Yggdrasil said, "The attack of those vile humans caused this problem. *MN the humans." The fairy spoke grudgingly. After looking at the Victorians, the fairy said, I'm not referring to you. I'm talking about the humans of the godly kingdom." The lost gamers didn't have any useful information. However, it wasn't wise to stay at their current location. They got ready and walked down the hill. The gamers were experts in wilderness survival. Arthur and his companions didn't require any special food. They only grabbed a handful of clay and cooked it in a pot before eating it. Dragonborn and the Victorians also brought their dry rations. There were many hidden animals in the surface world, so they could hunt them for food and nourishment. If not, "We can eat this young wyvern," Takia Spirit said jokingly. After Dragonborn, Arthur, and the other gamers were thrown into the teleport portal, the young wyvern also flew into the portal. The young wyvern followed behind Dragonborn closely. It was wary and even hostile to underground creatures like Arthur and his companions. If Dragonborn hadn't restrained him, the young wyvern might have attacked Arthur and his companions. After so many incidents, the little fairy princess wasn't guarded against the gamers, especially Arthur and his companions, who had protected her along the journey. The little fairy princess even expressed her regrets for treating Arthur and the other gamers coldly. "I'm grateful, but not because I'm touched. It's because, it's my bad for treating all of you badly." Though she spoke softer and softer, the gamers could still understand her. The little fairy princess even told everyone her name. After listening to the tongue-twisting name, the gamers made a decision. "I think we should just call you Princess. It's only a name. We're not really that concerned. We knew each other for so long. We'll just call you Princess." Yes. We'll call you Princess. I can't understand the fairy language." The little fairy princess wasn't surprised by their behavior. It was within her expectations. The bodyguard of the princess also told everyone his name, but the gamers couldn't understand. "We'll call you bodyguard. It sounds good." Yes. We can call you Away too." "Away isn't suitable and auspicious. We haven't completed the mission yet. If anything happens to him, it's going to be your fault. It's only an alias. I don't think it's that serious." The bodyguard frowned when the gamers discussed his name. He wasn't angry because they were discussing his name. He just couldn't understand how they could laugh in such a difficult situation. They were in a precarious situation. Who knew if the soldiers of the godly kingdom might appear and attack them? The current Victorians and the creatures of Eternal Kingdom weren't able to fend off the crazy soldiers. The safety of the princess should be their prime concern. The gamers weren't easily persuaded. When they went down the hill, the gamers were still chatting and laughing happily. They were even using the language that the fairies couldn't understand. The common language that the gamers used. To them, their journey would be fraught by danger and obstacles. General Shiden sat glumly in the room. He had never felt so hopeless before. His plan was perfect: defeat the Victorians, then capture the creatures of Eternal Kingdom and the little fairy princess to obtain the king's reward. After discovering the young wyvern, he wanted to capture it for additional rewards. However, he had failed on every front and ruined the relationship with Victoria City. When he launched an attack on the Victorians, Queen Victoria chased him and his army out of Goldshire Town. Though Goldshire Town was supposedly part of the godly kingdom, it was actually under the control of Victoria City. General Shiden didn't suffer serious casualties in this battle, but he was wary of the power of the Victorians. During the capture of the creatures of Eternal Kingdom and the little fairy princess, he got to know the real power of the Victorians. He didn't complete his task. His army suffered losses and was chased out of Victoria City's territory. General Shiden was defeated completely. The surviving fairies spoke badly about him and threatened to inform the fairy leaders about the incursion. The godly kingdom had to give the fairies a satisfactory explanation. Satisfactory explanation? What satisfactory explanation? General Shiden could envision his death sentence. But he wouldn't give up. He had one last chance. Get the great magicians. I want to capture them, the grave General Shiden said to his aide. The lost gamers didn't take much time to walk to the foot of the hill since it wasn't very tall. They didn't encounter anyone along the way. There were no inhabitants in this desolate area. It was going to be a problem looking for food and water. Due to the special nature of the mission, the gamers couldn't go offline anytime they liked. They could only fix a special time to go offline and rest. According to the fairy bodyguard, they should press on until they found a village belonging to the humans or other races. Then they should get to know their environment before lowering their guard. However, his personal opinion was unable to change the behavior of the gamers. It was rare to have gamers who played the gamer for 24 hours straight. The gamers wanted to complete the strange encounter mission as soon as possible. They wanted to receive their rewards, but their lives were more important. Most of the gamers agreed to go offline and rest. This strange encounter mission couldn't be completed with teamwork. The fairy bodyguard became more curious and puzzled. Though they were of different races, the creatures of Eternal Kingdom and the Victorians were similar in terms of behavior and language. Even their resting times were identical. They also had green symbols above their heads, and they would doze off immediately and wake up without any signs. It was the same as his observations of Dragonborn. If the humans and the orcs didn't have different body sizes and appearances, the bodyguard would have thought they were the same race with similar habits. When the bodyguard asked the gamers, the Victorians would give him a dull look or reply angrily. What? Are you saying that we're like those eternal pigs? That's an insult. Impossible. The Victorians would purposely use the surface world common language. These were small incidents in this adventure, and the gamers weren't bothered by the behavior of the bodyguard. They didn't wander for too long in the wilderness. On the third day, they came upon a human village that greeted them with curses and fire torches. The body of an orc was huge and easy to identify. When the villagers saw the strange monsters with humans and two fairies, they fled in terror. Before long, all the villagers came out with pitchforks and fire torches. Even in broad daylight, they held fire torches. The villagers were fearful of orcs, but Dragonborn felt that they didn't know about orcs. Dragonborn observed that the inhabitants of Goldshire Town were fearful when they heard about the orcs. They didn't dare to take out their weapons to fight. The gamers were wary. Dragonborn and Hoodlum went ahead to talk to the villagers while the bodyguard followed behind. He was worried about the interaction with the villagers. The lost gamers didn't know if this place was part of the godly kingdom. If the villagers informed the authorities of the godly kingdom, it would be big trouble if soldiers came to the village. The top priority of the bodyguard was to ensure the safety of the princess. 534 A brave warrior should pillage. Old John was a village chief at the border of the empire. His life was as common and uneventful as his name. Even the chief post was inherited from his father. According to his age, he should be living an uneventful life. A young man scrambled back to the village and informed the villagers that there was a group of strange humans and monsters outside the village. The humans looked as though they were captured by the monsters. The kind old John wouldn't allow his kind to be captured by monsters. Who knew if the humans were from his village or nearby villages? Old John gathered all the young lads in the village and armed them with farming tools and fire torches. Most of the wild beasts and monsters were afraid of fire. That was Old John's experience. During normal times, Old John would teach the young lads how to swing their weapons and defend themselves with fire torches. His efforts were now paying off. Old John brought the armed lads to Dragonborn and Arthur's location. Old John thought that it was just some wandering beasts. When he saw the orcs washing their hands in the distant stream, he panicked. By the grace of the sacred light, what kind of monsters are they? I have never seen such monsters before. Old John shook his head as he muttered to himself. Those orcs looked terrifying. He had only encountered the distant relatives of dire wolves and huge black bears. The dire wolves were much larger than normal wolves. The more terrifying monsters would only appear deep in the mountains or the woods. However, orcs were more terrifying than wild beasts. The orcs were huge in size, and their appearance looked strange due to their green skin. The facial features of an orc looked similar to humans. They looked like humans, but they didn't behave like humans, and that was terrifying. Though they looked scary, Old John wasn't frightened. He drummed up his courage and rallied the young lads. Old John brought the villagers and surrounded the gamers. When Old John got near the humans, he discovered that they weren't prisoners of the monsters. They were more like companions. Old John didn't let down his guard. A few humans who had green symbols above their heads walked out of the group. They wore armor that was covered in bloodstains and looked as though they had gone through a battle. Their steps were weary, but their gazes were full of vigor. The few humans came before Old John and the villagers. Then, a scary and deformed man walked out and said to the villagers, "Who is your leader? We mean no harm. I'm Hoodlum from Victoria City. I don't know if you have heard of the city. We fought against underworld creatures recently and are heroes of the world. The underworld creatures are standing behind me. Don't be afraid. They aren't bad creatures, and they are with us." Hoodlum pointed at Arthur and his companions. Hoodlum spoke in the surface world common language, so Arthur didn't understand. This didn't stop the other gamers of Victoria City from translating. Sylvanas asked Takia Spirit, "What did Hoodlum say?" "He's telling them our intentions and explaining that you're not bad creatures and that we're on the same side." Burning Chesthair immediately spoke in the underworld language, saying, "Why are we on the same side as them? Didn't we obtain the strange encounter mission? Will the rewards be taken by them?" "Yes, I feel like these NPCs. Nobody will believe the strange encounter mission and the rewards belong to them," Peasant said worriedly. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom spoke in the underworld language that the Victorians couldn't understand. Seeing that the gamers of Eternal Kingdom were chatting in their own language, the Victorians chatted using the Victorian language. If they were unable to understand each other, they would start to doubt each other. Moreover, the gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom were already at loggerheads. Someone asked the opposing side why they weren't speaking in Mandarin, and the opposing side returned the question. The villagers of the Empire didn't have to attack, and the gamers of the two factions were already at each other's throats. Fortunately, Dragonborn and Arthur came forward to defuse the situation. To Old John and the villagers, the humans and the monsters looked like they were quarreling using different languages. Occasionally, they would use the same language. There were two fairies by their side. Though Old John hadn't seen fairies before, he had seen the pictures and heard about fairies from other people. Fairies were the steadfast allies of humans. They appeared in many legends and stories. Old John and the villagers weren't so guarded against the gamers. What made Old John let down his guard totally was a meaningful object that Hoodlum took out from his pocket. It was a highly refined gold piece. "Ah, distant guests, apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Don't worry, I'll find the most beautiful ladies in the village. I mean the largest house and most delicious food," Old John said enthusiastically. The villagers immediately reminded him and said, "Chief, put away the money. Put away the money." Old John reacted to the reminder. He quickly put away the gold piece discreetly and shouted to the villagers behind him, "Give way, give way. They are our friends, not our enemies." The villagers behind Old John quickly made way for the guests. Dragonborn and the Victorians were exhausted. They had to find a place to get offline. For the past few days, they had been online for a far longer time than usual. Because of this special mission, most of the gamers weren't able to go offline as they wished. They had found a village where they would be safe. Perhaps they could even trigger other strange encounter missions in the village. Most importantly, they could figure out their location. Old John was initially happy. He thought that monsters were going to attack the village, so he gathered the villagers to defend their homeland. However, the visitors actually paid Old John a piece of highly refined gold. Old John butchered an old sow and treated them to a pork buffet. He even killed the old hen that was laying eggs to make chicken soup to nourish the guests who didn't have a meal yesterday. The gamers of Victoria City ate their meal happily. As for the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, they went to the farm and grabbed some clay before cooking it. They didn't even take a look at the sumptuous feast prepared by Old John. It was nothing strange. After all, the world was huge. There were bound to be strange creatures with strange tastes. However, that wasn't what was most problematic. The incident that happened 24 days later made Old John feel a splitting headache. The gamers who were treated as guests in the village were initially friendly and normal. However, their behavior turned for the worst. Old John would hear loud noises outside when he was sleeping at home. It sounded as if someone was prying open his door and walking without restraint in the hall. Old John climbed out of bed while his wife looked on in terror. Old John took a wooden stick and gestured for his wife to keep quiet. Then he pointed at the room by the side to let his wife hide inside. Old John crept out stealthily. When he arrived at the doorway, he saw the lamp in his living room light up. Were thieves so bold nowadays? Old John didn't think that they were his relatives. In this village, he didn't have any relatives who would walk into his house like that. When he walked out of his bedroom, he looked in surprise at 2 orcs and 2 humans who were ransacking his property. They had green symbols above their heads. If Old John could read Chinese, he would see the Chinese words. Peasant, burning chest hair, Takia spirit, and seal head Ling Chong. When the 4 of them saw Old John, they weren't surprised. Takia spirit came forward and said politely to Old John, "Greetings, village chief, we're not here to steal your things. As warriors who saved the world, we came here to see if there are things of use. Our experiences are full of hazards, and we often get injured. If there are bandages or weapons, it would be good for us." What are you saying?" Old John appeared not to understand. Actually, he heard every word, but the words didn't make any sense. Would a normal person say such a thing? Would a normal person run to another person's house to find useful items? Besides farm tools, seeds, and other miscellaneous items, what things could Old John have? Peasant was going to speak, but he was pushed aside by Sealhead Ling Chong. Sealhead Ling Chong complained in a low voice to Peasant, "What are you talking about? After such a long time, don't you know how to immerse yourself in your role? Let me speak." Sealhead Ling Chong looked at Old John and said politely, "Apologies, village chief, we don't mean to intrude into your house. We saw that your door wasn't locked and was slightly ajar. So, we thought we could be your guests and admire the ornaments in your house. They look pretty neat." "Yes, are you selling the items over there?" Sealhead Ling Chong pointed to a large backpack at the corner of the house. That was what Old John used when he went out. Sometimes, Old John had to journey with the young villagers to the nearby city to look for adventurers who could help them hunt for wild beasts and monsters. It was to prevent the wild beasts and monsters from attacking the villagers. The journey was long. Even if they traveled on a horse cart, it would take a few days. He had to bring his belongings and dry rations, so a huge backpack was necessary. To the gamers, besides clothing and equipment, a backpack with a large capacity was very tempting. Though the gamers could buy such a backpack in the city, it was a rare and expensive item. If the gamers asked the villagers directly, it might come at a lower price. Burning Chest Hair spoke in Mandarin to Sealhead Ling Chong, "Wah, don't say such things. We could have obtained the backpack for free. Now we have to pay for it. We can't ransack other people's property in this game. We shouldn't have entered without permission. I told you outside, but you weren't listening, Sealhead Ling Chong replied to Burning Chest Hair in Mandarin. As brave warriors, why can't we ransack other people's property? This isn't in line with our rules. I'll go to the discussion forum to file a complaint, Peasant said while he smiled. He would like to make a comedic expression because he had no intention to complain. He was just joking. Old John didn't understand them, but looking at their smiles, he felt they were up to no good. Old John became nervous, and he didn't want to antagonize them. If they were rich and wanted the backpack, he would sell it to them. He gestured with a finger. I'll sell it for 10 bronze coins. Takia Spirit and Sealhead Ling Chong were taken aback. Then they shouted, D*MN, the backpack merchant in the York territory was a dishonest merchant. 535 attacking bandits. Finally, the gamers bought the large backpack using 10 bronze coins, as well as an axe that they had taken a fancy to. Though Old John emphasized that the axe wasn't very sharp and was inferior to their weapons, the gamers insisted on buying it. The axe was an item that wasn't appraised, and the price was affordable. The gamers were guessing that it could be the best axe in the entire village. It might even be an orange legendary equipment. This was a common occurrence in other online games. Old John thought that the troubles would end. But on the second day, when he woke up and went outside his house, he saw many villagers gathering. They wanted to talk to Old John. After listening to the villagers, he got to know what happened last night. Besides Old John, those guests had visited most of the villagers. Not all of them ransacked the homes. Many gamers requested information or asked if the villagers needed help. The villagers didn't have a restful night. The gamers were full of vigor, and they frequently knocked on doors. They would even return to ask additional questions. The most problematic ones were the gamers that ransacked the homes. Old John felt that he had to communicate with the guests and tell them subtly not to disturb the villagers at night. Though he might appear inhospitable, he had no choice. He didn't want the guests to ransack his home in the middle of the night. With the requests and complaints of the villagers on his mind, Old John walked to the big house that the guests were staying in. As he was about to walk in, he heard voices inside. 2 fairies seemed to be talking. Princess, did they make things difficult for you? Were you tortured in the underworld? Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's think of how we can return back to our homeland. Princess, I don't feel at ease with the underworld creatures. They killed numerous soldiers of the godly kingdom and the Victorians. Now, they release you out of kindness. I feel that there must be some conspiracy behind all this. Don't worry. They killed many creatures, but Raintia and the others aren't the same as the rest. The voices of the fairies became softer and softer. Old John's heart felt as though it was hit by a large hammer. He knew what the underworld meant. He was aware that the green-skinned creatures were from the underworld. If the words of the fairies were true, then the monsters had killed many people. Old John realized the gravity of the situation. He wanted to talk to the guests about the disturbances at night, but he decided not to. He slowly backed up and knocked into something solid. Old John turned his head and saw a large figure. It was a green-skinned monster with green symbols above his head who was wearing black armor. The tall monster lowered his head to look at Old John. At the same time, Old John gazed into the eyes of the monster with terror. Old John's legs trembled uncontrollably. If his adrenaline hadn't been pumping, he would have collapsed to the ground. The large monster spoke to Old John, but Old John couldn't understand. The large monster suddenly recalled that Old John couldn't understand him, so he shook his head and shouted at the house. There were only 2 fairies in the house. The princess understood the underworld language. When she heard the shout, she walked out and spoke to the monster using their common language. The princess and the monster spoke for a while, then the princess said to Old John, Arthur is curious why you're here. Do you have any requests? The princess, who was well versed in both surface world and underworld languages, became the interpreter. Old John was thinking about how to capture the creatures of the underworld. He had no mood to chat here. He muttered something while backing off before leaving in a hurry. Old John's behavior was strange, but Arthur wasn't bothered. There were many strange NPCs, but Arthur wasn't interested in them. Arthur looked in Old John's direction. He had estimated the resources required for their journey and obtained a local map. The fairy's homeland wasn't far from the village. There was a deviation in the destination of the teleport portal, but fortunately, the deviation wasn't that great. It would take them 4 to 5 days to walk to the boundary of the forest. He wasn't aware that Old John was planning to deal with them. Old John walked for a distance before stopping. He then turned his head to ensure that nobody was following him. Old John tried to calm down. It wasn't practical to chase the unwelcome guests away. However, he couldn't let them stay in the village either. Last night, 4 creatures barged in and ransacked his house. Though they had given him money, if he hadn't come out, they would have taken his property. It was the behavior of bandits. Old John couldn't help but worry. Old John gathered the young lads in the village and made a plan to deal with the gamers. Before he had the chance to make the plan, a few villagers brought the gamers to Old John. "Village chief, they're leaving and bidding us farewell." The young lads beside Old John heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, they didn't want to fight with the fully armed gamers. The large sizes and the appearances of the orcs and gnomes were terrifying. The villagers didn't feel they were capable of defeating the gamers. "Village chief, thank you for taking care of us during this period of time. We have important matters to attend to. We are brave warriors, and the world is waiting for us to save it, so we won't be staying here any longer. Once our mission is completed, we may come back and help you deal with the nearby monsters. We hope you can prepare rewards for after we deal with the nearby monsters." It was the deformed hoodlum who spoke. Takia Spirit interpreted his speech and informed the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. When Old John heard that, he indicated that he would welcome them to his village. He also wished them success in saving the world. Though he said that, he was determined to inform the ruler of the empire about the existence of the underworld creatures. Old John felt that the idea of them returning was scary. It was even more terrifying when they requested rewards. The gamers didn't know what Old John was thinking. After bidding farewell to Old John, they embarked on the journey to Yggdrasil. The journey to Yggdrasil was about 3 to 4 days. They weren't going to walk, as many of them brought their rides. With the villagers' help, they fixed the custom-made horse cart to the back of the horses. In this way, the horse cart could carry more passengers at the expense of speed. However, the reduction in speed was insignificant. The gamers had been playing this game for many months, so they were used to long periods of traveling. They could just chat with each other or log out to pass the time. In order to complete this major mission with generous rewards, they felt it was worthwhile to spend a lot of time. They weren't aware of the pairs of eyes watching them intently while they were on their journey. After the gamers had left, Old John sent a young lad to inform the nearest noble. The ruler of the empire got to know about a group of Victorians and underworld creatures who appeared in his territory. Victoria City was already well known during this period of time. Why were the Victorians with the underworld creatures? They had to be captured and properly interrogated. The gamers weren't aware that the men of the empire were pursuing them. After 3 days, their horse cart arrived at the boundary of the forest. Seeing the forest in the distance, the little fairy princess was feeling happier. After entering the forest, it would be the fairies' territory. They wouldn't be in any danger. When the princess saw her homeland after such a long time, tears started to well up in her eyes. Suddenly, there were shouts and noises coming from the surroundings. Arrows whistled through the sky. "We're under attack. We have to fight. Raise your shields!" Burning Chest Hair shouted immediately. The orcs raised their great shields and blocked the arrows that rained upon them. The densely packed arrows were like the spikes of a hedgehog. Some gamers were slow to lift up their shields and were killed by the arrows. Fortunately, it was only a small number. After numerous battles, the gamers knew the importance of a shield, so they were armed with great shields. It was no exception for a strange encounter mission. Fortunately, they weren't attacked by a second volley of arrows. However, the sounds of galloping horses were heard coming from a distance. Tens of horsemen were charging towards them. From their equipment and behavior, the gamers identified them as the legendary bandits. The Victorians had only encountered bandits once, and they had killed them all. Hoodlum's strange encounter mission was triggered after being attacked by the bandits. Many gamers were thinking about whether they should allow themselves to be captured to trigger strange encounter missions. However, they were in the middle of a strange encounter mission with specified generous rewards. Even if they were enslaved by the bandits, there was no guarantee that they would be trained. It wasn't worth the risk. The combat power of the gamers was comparable to the bandits. After months of training and going through savage battles, their combat power was stronger than expected. Moreover, they were fearless and had the support of powerful mana and sacred light. When a bald bandit charged at the gamers with a metal hammer, he didn't expect a human to release a fireball at him. The bandit was lit ablaze by the fireball, and he fell to the ground with a groan. He had no chance to struggle as his body was melted by the fireball. What was that? Why was there a magician? Most of the bandits were given a fright, and some of them stopped in their tracks. A leader shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid. There's only a magician. Capture those green-skinned creatures, they're worth a lot of money. After this round, we won't have to be bandits again." The fearful bandits became invigorated again, and they charged and screamed at the gamers. Like the bandit leader had said, magicians weren't common. Their victims looked poor, so they would only have one magician. If they killed the magician, their victims would be vulnerable. The bandits had greater numbers and the help of long-range weapons. A nearby gamer released a tornado, followed by another gamer who released a fireball. Then there was another gamer who was covered with sacred light. His body floated up as though he was guided by the sacred Lord. Holy Lord, is he a grand priest? The bandits didn't know what trouble they were in. They had never seen an armored grand priest with a huge weapon. However, the power of the grand priest was real. After scrutinizing the grand priest, they discovered that he was actually a green-skinned creature. Old John led a group of riders in the direction of the Yggdrasil forest. Old John had informed the Empire, and a rider arrived at the village after 4 to 5 days. The nobles were interested in Victoria City and the underworld creatures. As nobles, they had already received information about the war between the Godly Kingdom and Victoria City. The nobles were also aware of Victoria City fighting the invasion of the underworld creatures. Old John was able to describe the Victorians and the underworld creatures, so he clearly wasn't lying. The Victorians and the underworld creatures had arrived at the border of the Empire. Why were the humans and the underworld creatures together? The nobles of the Empire didn't know, but it was a warning. Perhaps the underworld creatures had invaded the borders of the Empire. Victoria City was only a small city. The Empire never expected Victoria City to hold against the invasion of the underworld creatures. The Emperor considered reinforcing Victoria City, but he wanted to observe the actions of the Godly Kingdom before making a decision. The failure of the Godly Kingdom made the Emperor intervene. They heard that Victoria City and the Godly Kingdom had a massive battle. The Empire wanted to form an alliance with Victoria City to fight against their common enemy. After obtaining information about the Victorians, the nobles met up with Old John, who told them that the Victorians and the underworld creatures had departed for Yggdrasil. Why were they going to Yggdrasil? The nobles didn't know, and they couldn't obtain the information. They could only pursue the Victorians. Yggdrasil was the territory of the fairies. Perhaps the Victorians were seeking the help of the fairies? It was highly possible. Though the fairies kept to themselves, to defend against the invasion of the underworld creatures, they would be willing to help. It was good news for the Empire. If the Empire could form an alliance with Victoria City and the fairies, the Empire would have the upper hand in the war against the godly kingdom. The first priority was to locate the Victorians and the underworld creatures so that they could find out what was going on. 536 Public Beta version 1.0 Part 1. Those nobles rode their horses and pursued to the edge of the forest. They didn't find the gamers of Eternal Kingdom or the Victorians, but they found some clues. There was a group of naked bandits lying in the wilderness. They were recognized as bandits because they were on the fugitive list. They were lying on the ground and looked like they were killed not long ago. They had various wounds, burn marks, and weapon injuries. There were signs of fighting everywhere. The experienced nobles could see that there was more than one magician. Even a grand priest was present. Which organization or country had such power to have so many magicians and even a grand priest? They were definitely not citizens of the Empire. If the magicians of the Empire were deployed, the nobles would definitely know. The only explanation was the Victorians. It was a small group with tens of people, but they had strong combat power. It wasn't an easy task for the nobles. The number of gamers had dwindled after fighting the bandits due to casualties. The bandits had numerical superiority, and their weapons weren't inferior. Moreover, the bandits observed the gamers before attacking. There were less than 20 gamers now. Fortunately, the little fairy princess wasn't harmed, being very well protected during the battle. After entering the forest, they were safe, just like the little fairy princess had said. Many fairies waited for them at the edge of the forest. When the princess appeared, the fairies cheered to welcome her back. The eyes of the princess were full of tears, while the gamers were touched and requested more rewards. The fairies were grateful to the gamers for rescuing the princess. Though the fairies were wary of the green-skinned orcs, the fairies gave them good food and ornaments that were tokens of friendship. The gamers were brought to Yggdrasil, where they held a celebration. They danced, sang, and chatted happily. Though, one pair of eyes was extremely bright in the darkness. It was a human with green symbols above his head, who soon sat up in silence. Beside him were other gamers who were offline. The gamers that weren't offline wandered around the tree houses, exploring the surroundings and taking pictures. They were going to upload the pictures to the discussion forum. After all, they might only get to see Yggdrasil once in a lifetime. The human stood up and hid his body in a grey mana mist that obscured detection. He walked like the breeze, avoiding detection of an awake fairy in front of him. Lord Sherlock, I didn't expect you to stay hidden within these gamers for so many days. I'm full of admiration for you. Bruce's voice was heard in the human's mind. This human was Sherlock in disguise. Like always, Brew was fawning over Sherlock, so Sherlock wasn't paying attention. It was a rare chance to see Yggdrasil, so Sherlock wouldn't gamble with the chance of connecting to it by assigning the task to the gamers. Sherlock wouldn't feel at ease if he wasn't present to perform the connection. It was about his future safety, after all. If tens of thousands of gamers were to use his mana pool, Sherlock wouldn't be able to take it. Nobody discovered Sherlock. As a devil, he could deceive the fairies using the masquerade pearl. With the usage of mana, he was able to hide his devil's scent so he could walk on Yggdrasil without any hindrance. Sherlock's goal was to connect Yggdrasil to the dungeon core, and now, Yggdrasil was right before him. Sherlock moved his finger and said, I haven't done this for a long time. I'm feeling a bit rusty. Lord Sherlock, I have another question for you. Bruce said to Sherlock, do you intend to let the little fairy princess stay here? You paid money for her. Why not? She helped me connect Yggdrasil to the dungeon core. She's my benefactor. Isn't it good to let her return home? Do you really think so? With your character, I don't think it's that simple. I'm sure you have some tricks up your sleeve. Why can't you tell me? Sherlock shook his head and said, Am I such a cruel devil? Though I'm a devil, I only manipulate creatures. I have never forced any creatures to do things against their will. With good endings, I will even feel happy. You have to believe me, Brew. Though my feelings let me trust Lord Sherlock, my instincts are telling me that Lord Sherlock is deceiving me. Since you're not telling me, I won't ask any more. You must have your plans. I shall wait for the little fairy princess to return to our dungeon. I'm already missing her. Brew laughed like a devil before keeping quiet. Sherlock wasn't bothered. He was at Yggdrasil's tree branches, making mana engravings, which vanished immediately after completion. Sherlock's mana infused slowly into the branches. The little fairy had never been happier. As a princess, she didn't have a lot of privileges, not even staying in a castle. Instead, she stayed in a treehouse like the other fairies. Compared to the castle and luxurious buildings, a treehouse was more suitable for a fairy. It was more comfortable than the treehouse in Eternal Kingdom. There were no dim caves, foul-smelling creatures, incessant problems, or the detestable Sherlock. This was Yggdrasil, which was filled with mana and the invigorating life force. The fairies who were wandering around the branches reminded her of her childhood. Most importantly, her good friend Raintia was beside her. Though Raintia hesitated to go through the teleport portal, the explosion pushed Raintia and the little fairy princess into the portal. The little fairy princess was grateful to the godly kingdom attackers. Without their attack, things wouldn't have been so smooth. She thought life would continue perfectly, but she had to face a cruel fact. The Victorians and the gamers of Eternal Kingdom didn't belong in the Yggdrasil forest. This was the territory of the fairies. Though there were many scenic views, the mystical Yggdrasil, and the friendships of other fairies, the gamers relied on the group and other community services. At the fairies' territory, the gamers couldn't interact with other gamers. They had completed their mission, and they had to return home to claim the rewards. It was interesting to stay there, but they hadn't completed daily missions for many days. They didn't challenge the instance dungeons or browse the auctions and marketplaces either. While they were touring Yggdrasil, the other gamers were upgrading their equipment, challenging the instance dungeons, purchasing mana skills books, learning new mana skills, and improving their capabilities. They couldn't leave their home cities forever, especially in the online game. Finally, it was time for them to bid farewell. The game system provided them a chance to return at a suitable time. The gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom received a special mission. Mission title: End of the Strange Encounter Mission, Return to Home City. Mission objective: Return to Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City to claim your rewards. Mission description: You have completed the Strange Encounter mission. You can return to your home city to claim your rewards. To facilitate your return, we have backed up and preserved your equipment and belongings. When you kill yourself and return to the home city, you may claim your equipment and belongings from the logistics officer. There won't be any penalty for death. Mission notes: You'll only have a chance to kill yourself until tomorrow. You can choose to return back on foot, but it'll be very dangerous. If you die in combat, your equipment and belongings will be lost. Please take note not to let any NPC witness your death. The mission description was very detailed. The gamers didn't expect to receive such a good mission. They were prepared to return on a journey that would be fraught with danger, especially the gamers of Eternal Kingdom, as they didn't belong to the surface world. Their green skin would be enough reason for humans to attack them. Previously, the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom were friends with the Victorians, and they had formed an alliance. However, with the appearance of the underworld creatures, the soldiers of the Godly Kingdom attacked the Victorians. The soldiers didn't hesitate. It was as if the alliance with the Victorians was fake. Arthur and his companions were prepared to kill themselves since the equipment and belongings were all backed up. They could simply reclaim their items from the logistics officer once they returned back. That included Raintia. Because she had formed a deep friendship with the little fairy princess, to the point of them being best friends, Raintia couldn't bear to leave her. However, the gamers didn't belong to this world. To the gamers, the little fairy princess was only an NPC. Though Raintia didn't treat her like an NPC, she preferred to be together with the other gamers, such as Arthur, Peasant, and Sylvanas. To Raintia, the fairies were just a bunch of digits. This didn't prevent Raintia from bidding the little fairy princess farewell. It was a touching and reluctant parting. The little fairy princess became teary. She knew that she couldn't be together with Raintia, but she didn't expect the day of their parting to be so soon. The parting scene was recorded down by Not Wearing Pants and uploaded to the discussion forum. The scene caused the gamers to have an enthusiastic discussion. Many gamers were moved by the scene and felt that the NPC was too real. Besides the little fairy princess, even the other NPCs in places like Winterfell were very real. A gamer gave an example of how he obtained a mission in Winterfell to help an old orc granny. He would still visit the granny frequently. The discussion forum was filled with gamers who were touched and in tears. Many gamers and forum members asked customer service and the administrator to change the plot so that Raintia and the little fairy princess could return to Eternal Kingdom. It was just a suggestion, as the plot couldn't be changed. The little fairy princess had returned to Yggdrasil, so it was impossible for her to go back to the dungeon. The little fairy princess hated the underworld creatures in Eternal Kingdom. Raintia, Arthur, and their companions left Yggdrasil while the little fairy princess stood on a branch. She didn't meet Raintia for the final time, only gazing in Raintia's direction as she recalled her darkest days, which she had spent with Raintia. A teardrop fell from her eyes as she turned her head away and returned to the treehouse. The bodyguard beside the princess sighed as he looked at her. During the journey, he knew that the princess was good friends with Raintia. However, he thought it was merely a friendship formed during difficult times. He didn't expect the friendship to be so sincere and heavy. He had a new understanding of the underworld creatures. They weren't just bloodthirsty creatures, there were also some noble creatures. At the same time, there were vile humans like the soldiers of the godly kingdom who attacked them. It all required time to heal, and there was no better way. He couldn't console the princess. All he could do was keep the princess company and heal the mental suffering that she endured in the past. He believed that as time passed, things would be better. He hesitated, not following the princess into the treehouse. It was his duty to protect the princess, but he felt it was appropriate for him to give the princess some personal space. She needed alone time to calm her thoughts and forget about the sad past. He sighed and turned to leave. Before he left, there were mana ripples coming out of the treehouse. The little fairy princess sat in her treehouse. In front of her was a teleport scroll that had the inscriptions of the devil. It was a teleport scroll that a gamer had left for the princess before leaving. The teleport scroll would teleport directly to Eternal Kingdom. The gamer gave the teleport scroll to the princess so that she would visit them in Eternal Kingdom since the gamers couldn't bear to part with her. The princess was disgusted when the gamer gave her the scroll, but she kept it out of goodwill. She thought she would never take out the scroll and use it to return to Eternal Kingdom. But when she knew that Raintia, Arthur, and their companions were leaving, the little fairy couldn't help but take out the scroll. The princess placed the scroll before her. She recalled when she first arrived at the dungeon a few months ago. A devil called Sherlock let the goblins build a bird nest as her bed. She recalled that she spat saliva at those terrifying dungeon creatures. Then there was a goblin called Raintia who worked hard at the flower bed. It was as though those things happened yesterday. The memories were painful, and she didn't want to recall them. But now, the memories were sweet like honey, including the devil called Sherlock. Besides intimidating her, Sherlock used mana negation on her and blackmailed her using Raintia. He was also cold towards her. Wait, Sherlock was indeed a vile creature. The other dungeon creatures were friendly to her. Even those green-skinned creatures didn't do anything to her and called her their teacher. When she was teaching them potion concoction, the creatures would look at her with a thirst for knowledge. No matter how difficult the knowledge was, they would strive to remember it and practiced day and night. Who knew why they were so interested in potion concoction? They were a bunch of bloodthirsty devils. While she was reminiscing, she discovered that staying in Eternal Kingdom wasn't that bad. She remembered the benefits that Sherlock had given her and her unforgettable friendship with Raintia. The memories of Eternal Kingdom were stronger and clearer than the memories of Yggdrasil. The princess extended her hand and grasped the teleport scroll. She trembled as she struggled with her thoughts. In the end, she couldn't resist tearing the scroll. With the rippling of mana, a white teleport portal engulfed her. The princess vanished and left a subtle scent of mana. After many incidents, the gamers returned back to normal. It was the same for Frangipani. As the highest-ranking commander of the ancient gods' army, Frangipani was an arrogant devil. After being kept as a pet of Lord Sherlock, Frangipani understood that his experience in the ancient gods' army was nothing. Compared to this terrifying devil, the ancient gods' army and their behavior were like child's play. Who would have expected the terrifying devil to send him to the mana device to go through 9 years of compulsory education? Every day, he studied sacred light knowledge. That was incredibly cruel. Even the cruelest devil of the ancient gods' army would never compel an underworld creature to learn sacred light knowledge. That was a blatant blasphemy of the devil's belief. Lord Sherlock didn't seem to have a baseline or the belief of a devil. Frangipani yielded. If he didn't yield, who knew if he would have to undergo another 9 years of compulsory education? He didn't want to do homework day and night. On the second day, he had to go to the classroom drowsily and was pulled up to the podium by the teacher. He had to recite English words, composition, ancient poetry, and other nonsense. Every time, without fail, he would be chosen to recite the materials. What the heck? That was in the past. Now, Frangipani didn't want to be a troublemaker. He thought it was futile to escape. Frangipani wanted to be a loyal dog. Lord Sherlock gave Frangipani a difficult mission to pretend that he was escaping. Then he led the gamers through the dark portal and did very well in his mission. Then Lord Sherlock vanished. The creatures in the dungeon didn't see Lord Sherlock for a few days. Frangipani was tempted. Perhaps it was a God-sent opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Lord Sherlock appeared again in the dungeon. It was as though he had never left. Ah, praise the great Lord Sherlock! Frangipani trembled at his own thoughts. AI, do you think that this tortoise contracted Moore syndrome? While Frangipani was experiencing wild imaginations and showing a face full of admiration for Sherlock, Polio, who was sitting in a corner, commented softly to Phoenix. Don't talk nonsense. That's called Scoldmore syndrome, Phoenix said. No matter what disease it was, Frangipani was the target of their jokes. Sherlock wasn't concerned with the feelings of Frangipani or the gossip of Phoenix and Polio. He had a lot of things to do after he returned to the dungeon. For example, he had to create the open beta announcement. After Yggdrasil was connected to the dungeon core, Sherlock could announce the open beta, which was version 1.0 of the game. The previous mana shortage problem was solved by Yggdrasil. Though it wasn't clear how many gamers Yggdrasil could support, Sherlock didn't have to supply his mana to the gamers to maintain their existence and mana usage. There was no differentiation of light or dark mana in the mana pool of Yggdrasil, unlike the power of sacred light. The mana of Yggdrasil was obtained from the world, so it had no attributes. It was the most suitable mana source for the gamers. Now he had to publish the new game version for the public beta. While Sherlock was preparing the content of the new version, the gamers shouted excitedly outside. Is that the little fairy princess? Our potion concoction instructor is back. She's back. Oh my god, didn't we analyze that the princess would never come back on the discussion forum? If the analysis on the discussion forum was correct, then we'd have the public beta tonight. Do you believe that? Gosh, take a look at the discussion forum. It's the public beta. Chapter 537 Public Beta Version 1.0 Part 2. Version 1.0 Public Beta Update Log. Dear gamers, After more than half a year of beta testing, we are honored to announce the official start of the public beta testing. We won't restrict the number of gamers. The gamers should read our official website and purchase our gaming capsules. Then they can enter the game and experience something new. The following is the updated content. We expanded our main servers. The 5,000 gamer limit of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City will be removed. To balance the two factions, we will still control the numbers for each faction. When the ratio is out of balance, we will shut down the faction change system. Until then, gamers will have the freedom to switch factions. We opened up the world exploration system. Gamers can explore the world at will. We have an unlimited world for the gamers to explore. Your exploration behavior could cause permanent changes in the world. Besides the terrain and environment, you can also change the relationships with NPCs and the balance of power in the world. We opened up the territory system. Gamers can build their own strongholds, countries, or empires within designated boundaries. All of these territories shall belong to either Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City. The gamers shall swear their allegiance to either Lord Sherlock or Queen Victoria. All income in the territories will be taxed. We will open up the NPC hostility system. The NPCs of both opposing factions will have hostility. They will attack the gamers on sight. Some NPCs will provide strange encounter missions to the gamers. It's up to the gamers to explore and trigger the missions. We opened up various professions, besides the basics, such as mana engineer, carpenter, blacksmith, chef, and tailor. Gamers can learn whatever profession they desire as long as they find an appropriate mentor in the outside world. The learning period for picking up a skill is long and could take up your entire gaming life. Learning many skills will take up a lot of time, so it's important to concentrate on one skill. We will continue with our previous types of gameplay, including the instance dungeons and the powerful bosses, especially new ogre bosses. A successful challenge will yield a mana skills book. After we defeated Frangipani, the Spectre energy of Spectre College diminished. However, gamers are still needed to clear the area. The specters encountered in the basic instance dungeon won't be as powerful as before, but there will be more of them. This is to help new gamers familiarize themselves with the environment and to help them accumulate equipment. The new instance dungeon at Spectre College will be available after a later announcement. We invented a new mana device, Internet TV. Due to the requirements of PvP, we will use the mana device to live stream the gamers' PvP. The mana devices aren't limited to the gamers. NPCs will also have the chance to own one. Powerful gamers can obtain NPC fans via such a device. The gameplay in the arena will be enriched. For more types of gameplay, please read the announcements on the official website. We may have a world tournament for the game. We are now in negotiation with various commercial vendors. Gamers can obtain generous cash prizes by winning the tournament. But don't forget your world mission, which is to help Lord Sherlock build the Great Eternal Kingdom. We updated the relationship between Victoria City and the Godly Kingdom. Due to certain incidents, the neutral stance between Victoria City and the Godly Kingdom has turned hostile. The soldiers of the Godly Kingdom outside Victoria Forest are now enemies. All gamers of Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom can attack them. We updated a new NPC state, employed Little Fairy Princess. The previously enslaved Little Fairy is now an employee of Eternal Kingdom. She will be teaching potion concoction. All gamers can learn potion concoction from her. There are new pieces of equipment and various types of gameplay, but due to the space limit, they won't be discussed. You will be facing a brand new world. Please explore freely and bring forth a better future. Don't forget to do your daily missions. The new announcement wasn't complicated and wasn't as detailed as previous announcements. There weren't many changes after beta testing. The main change was the increase in gamer count that allowed Sherlock to enslave more gamers to help him build a great dungeon. Sherlock had prepared many interesting types of gameplay so that the gamers could be happy while helping Sherlock build a great dungeon. Lord Sherlock, you're awesome. After releasing the public beta, you're able to make them work wholeheartedly for you and squeeze them dry. Do you intend to open a new instance dungeon at Spectre College? Professor Bacon is now the principal of Spectre College, but if you want to cooperate with Spectre College, it may be difficult. The parents of the students will be very concerned about the safety of their children. If safety isn't guaranteed, they may create trouble at the college. Like Brew said, the collaboration between Sherlock and Spectre College involved dangerous projects, so the students weren't 100% safe. Therefore, it was normal for graduating students to face some elements of danger. If the new students had to face unnecessary danger during their normal coursework, it would be unacceptable to their parents. The behavior of the gamers was unpredictable and uncontrollable. However, the gamers couldn't challenge the instance dungeon without attacking the specters. The gamers couldn't be expected to be punching bags either. If the gamers killed the students who were having daily classes, it would tarnish the reputation of Spectre College. Sherlock replied casually to Brew, "I've considered your questions and discussed them with Professor Bacon. Though it may be slightly dangerous for common students to be exposed to the gamers, if Spectre College can cultivate capable liches, the risk is insignificant. We can make prior preparations to prevent the students from fighting the gamers on their own. Then there won't be too much of a risk." Brew quickly said, "Those gamers are familiar with Spectre College. If they are allowed to interact with the new students and if things get out of control. No more pointless speculation. Our collaboration with Spectre College is only beneficial to us. Even if the gamers cause the death of the students, the risk is still within an acceptable range." Sherlock said, "Those graduated liches are most likely coming to Eternal Kingdom." "Wait, Lord Sherlock, what do you mean? Why are those graduated liches coming to our dungeon? From my understanding, you'll not employ them with a high salary." Brew asked in surprise, and Sherlock smiled and said, "I won't employ so many liches since I already have Brainiac. Why would I employ them?" "Lord Sherlock, your intention is?" Brew asked curiously, and Sherlock said, "The gamers will employ them. Since we opened up the Lord Overseer system to let the gamers build their strongholds, we have to arrange manpower for them. I can levy manpower charges on the gamers." Sherlock spoke cheerfully. He could imagine the magic stones flowing into his pockets when the gamers paid the salary of their employees. The more employees the gamers had, the more magic stones Sherlock would earn. Sherlock had another chance to earn passive income. How could he not be happy? Brew said with admiration, "You're indeed Lord Sherlock. Only you could think of such money-making schemes. I thought you opened up the Lord Overseer system because you were thinking of enriching their gaming experience. I thought that once the Lord Overseer system was opened up, there would be fewer chances for the gamers to work. However, if they maintain their territory and recruit more and more NPCs to work in their territory, Lord Sherlock will be able to impose levies on the gamers." Only Lord Sherlock could think of such a brilliant idea. Brew was sincere and didn't sound like he was funning. Previously, Sherlock's policy was having the gamers create wealth and obtaining income from death compensation. After opening up the territory system, the gamers could create their own cities, recruit their own employees, and assimilate the local inhabitants. The wealth created by the local inhabitants and the employees could also be taxed by Sherlock. The income earned would be faster than just squeezing the gamers alone. The gamers were also elevated from exploited employees to stakeholders. The gamers were those who had the capability to create their own territory and kingdom. Sherlock had many matters to deal with. For example, dealing with the member of the 72 devils hidden in Evelyn's body, discussing collaboration with Spectre College, promoting the Internet TV with the Gladiator Arena, and preparing for the new gamers of the public beta. According to the registration counter on the official website and the gaming capsule purchase data, there were more than 10,000 gamers. The actual count could be 100 times more than that. It was also possible to reach 1,000 times more. Sherlock's preparations couldn't be completed quickly. To properly prepare, Sherlock arranged for the public beta to be held 3 days later. The 3 days would be sufficient time for the gaming capsules to be delivered to the new gamers. The detailed preparations were: Number 1. Strengthen the system's control over the gamers. Upgrading the dungeon core would solve this issue. The upgraded dungeon core could locate the gamers with precision and perceive what the gamers were doing and seeing. That was what Brew couldn't do previously. He had to focus all of his energy to do distant surveillance on the gamers. Number 2. Upgrade the dungeon core's control on the gamers. That was the most important point. If control was lost over the gamers, their erratic behavior would cause unknown effects to the world that would be detrimental to Sherlock. Sherlock wanted to create the greatest dungeon. He had no intention to make enemies with the surface world and underworld. Number 3. Refine the world view of the game. Sherlock's world was a real world, but to the gamers, it was a game world. The most important thing was for the gamers to have a sense of belonging and a great sense of entertainment. To the gamers, becoming the savior of the world and a famous and great character were the greatest motivations. Chapter 538 Staff Conference Part 1. King Potato II was the ruler of the godly kingdom. He was tall and strong. When he was young, he was trained cruelly like the other royal nobles in all areas. But the training didn't teach him how to control his emotions. To others, King Potato II was hot-tempered. He would be angry every day, and today's incident made him extremely angry. D*MN, what's going on? King Potato II roared furiously while he smashed a vase on the floor. The broken fragments scattered all over the place. In front of King Potato II was a crystal ball with a huge screen. The crystal ball was surrounded by cloaked magicians who were using their mana to sustain the images within the crystal ball. Long ago, humans weren't in control of mana. When Michelangelo invaded the surface world with his devil army, the humans mastered the dark magic that was different from the power of sacred light. Whether this dark magic was evil or not wasn't within the consideration of the masses. The power of mana was convenient, but it was inferior to the power of sacred light. The crystal ball before King Potato II showed the exhausted expression of General Shidden, who reported his failure in attacking the Victorians and rescuing the little fairy princess. Though he tried to show his grievances and reduced the casualty rate to the lowest, it was very bad news to King Potato II. Fighting with Victoria City? Since when did King Potato II order the army to fight with Victoria City? Though the Victorians fought with the godly kingdom and killed a duke, they were fighting against the underworld creatures. Your Highness, I fought with the Victorians for a reason. They betrayed us and were colluding with the underworld creatures. I have a witness. General Shidden shouted in agitation. An elf who had green symbols above his head was pulled over. The elf looked excited but remained calm. He shouted to King Potato II in the crystal ball, I can vouch that General Shidden was loyal to the godly kingdom and the humans. The Victorians have been decadent. They yielded to the eternal pigs. Especially Hoodlum and Dragonborn, they helped the eternal pigs. I lost 2 pieces of equipment at the dark portal. It was infuriating. The elf looked furious. However, King Potato II couldn't understand how General Shidden could attack the Victorians based on the words of this elf. That's not all, Your Highness. The sins committed by the Victorians can't be listed out even in 3 days and 3 nights. I know that our attack on Victoria City will antagonize the church. But believe me, I'll explain things to the church personally and let them investigate the matter. Then you'll understand me. General Shidden looked sincere and respectful, but King Potato II couldn't pardon him based on his words. I'll reward you once you bring back the remnants of the army. King Potato II emphasized the word remnants. Just as King Potato II was about to cut off the communication channel, General Shidden shouted fearfully, Your Highness! Your Highness! I have another matter to report to you. What is it? Are you saying that the fairies are declaring war on us and intend to attack us? Just because of your foolish attack on their princess? King Potato II scoffed, but General Shidden wasn't bothered. He said, "Your Highness, I found the man who stole our young wyvern." "What did you say?" King Potato 2 turned his head and looked at General Shiden in the crystal ball. General Shiden said earnestly, "It was the Victorian called Dragonborn." On both sides of the tunnel were vines that provided subtle illumination. There were also lit kerosene torches from the gamers. Though it was common to use magic lamps in the underworld, the gamers were still using fire torches. Many employees asked this question, and Lord Sherlock replied, "Isn't it better that we save on mana? The pollution of mana is getting serious. If we use less mana, we use less electricity. It's better for our health to return to our primitive way of life." That was a lame reason from Lord Sherlock. Morose wouldn't mind whatever Lord Sherlock said. To him, Lord Sherlock was the strongest and most powerful superior devil. Lord Sherlock was very harsh to his enemies, like the northern winter, while being half-chilled towards friends, like the late autumn. Morose had never encountered such a special and powerful superior devil. Sherlock had a mysterious and strong background. He could revive his citizens within the blink of an eye. Even if they had lost their corpses, Sherlock could create bodies for them. As the novice combat trainer, it wasn't the first time he witnessed the undead nature of the citizens. Morose came to Eternal Kingdom to prove to his wife that he could find a stable job and support the family after being dismissed. Morose wanted to work loyally for Lord Sherlock. He even wanted to sign a soul contract with Lord Sherlock. Then Morose would have immortal life, just like the citizens of Eternal Kingdom. He finally understood why the dungeon was called Eternal Kingdom. Morose was letting his imagination run wild. The beta testing had taken place over many months. Though the gamers were still looking to Morose for training, the numbers had diminished significantly. It wasn't because the gamers had mastered combat skills, it was because the gamers had developed a new training system called the Mentor-Student System. The new system required less money and had better training because Morose had to take care of too many gamers. "Morose! Come for a meeting!" Eggface shouted at a distance. Chapter 539 Staff Conference Part 2. Eggface shouted at Morose from a distance before turning his head to shout at the blacksmith shop. Morose knew that Lord Sherlock was having a big event when he heard about the meeting. Since he started work a year ago, he had attended 3 meetings. After each meeting, there would be a new batch of warriors. The new warriors required training from Morose, and he would be very busy. Morose was happy even though he was kept busy. Though his salary wasn't high, Morose was satisfied. He walked to the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall, where many warriors had gathered. Each time there was a meeting, those warriors would gather there and say strange things. Morose had been in the dungeon for a long time, so he understood what the warriors were saying. For example, NPC referred to himself or Simba, and Instance Dungeon meant collaboration with Spectre College. He didn't know why the warriors wanted to use such strange terms. The warriors could only watch outside since they didn't have permission to enter the Dungeon Lord main hall. When Morose entered the Dungeon Lord main hall, he saw other employees like Simba, Mufasa, Evelyn, Brainiac, Beast, and Yoda. Morose didn't include the pets like the black kitten, parrot, and tortoise. They were just animals. Every employee was accounted for. Sherlock walked calmly into the Dungeon Lord main hall. Morose stood up and looked respectfully at Lord Sherlock. The other employees also showed respect like Morose, especially the 3 pets, the black kitten, the parrot, and the tortoise. The tortoise was trembling with excitement, and his eyeballs were flowing with tears. Morose listened attentively to Lord Sherlock. "Good morning, everyone. It's another fine day." Sherlock cleared his throat before speaking to his employees. Everyone replied to Sherlock's greeting. Then Sherlock said, "We have developed the dungeon for almost a year. I believe every one of you worked hard for the dungeon. Whether you have been working here since the start of the dungeon." Morose braced his chest. He was the first employee to work in Eternal Kingdom. Or have just joined recently, Eternal Kingdom will have new developments and opportunities. Sherlock paused for a while before saying, "We shall recruit more warriors. 3 days from now, there will be more members joining our dungeon. Everyone will be very busy, so please have a good rest because you won't have a chance to have a proper rest." Everyone started chatting among themselves. Morose said worriedly to himself, "I'll have to work overtime. I don't know if there'll be overtime pay. There will be so many new members. It's worrying." Lord Sherlock was nonchalant about the chatting of his employees. He patted the table to silence them before saying, "I know everyone is tired. Don't worry, I have tried to lessen your load. I'll inform you about the new scope of your work that will start 3 days from now." Sherlock was prepared. For this meeting, he prepared thick documents for each individual employee. Morose obtained his document and opened it excitedly. Then he examined it. It read, Teacher-Student System Facilitator. When there are more and more members in Eternal Kingdom, the group training becomes obsolete because the warriors have matured. They should be able to train themselves. It's time to release your actual potential. You won't need to teach the residents of Eternal Kingdom. Instead, you will help them find their teachers and undergo one-on-one mentorship. Mentor consultation fee, 10 bronze coins. Administrative fee for abolishing the teacher-student relationship, 10 silver coins. Teacher-student rewards. Teacher reward, warriors who become teachers can bring their students for daily missions. After completing the daily missions, teacher-student points will be awarded. When a student's weapon level reaches level 5, the student can choose to graduate, and the teacher will obtain a large amount of teacher-student points. Student reward, after obtaining a teacher, the warrior's weapon level will increase. The student will also receive reputation points, money, and equipment after completing the teacher-student daily missions. The teacher-student points could also be used to exchange for items, important titles, and other effects. Morose was taken aback. He asked Sherlock, "Lord Sherlock, I know it's not appropriate to interrupt the meeting. But what position is a teacher-student facilitator? What is the job scope?" Morose was nervous. He wasn't going against Lord Sherlock. He was just unsure of his new job scope and was worried he might cause trouble in Eternal Kingdom. Then Lord Sherlock would have a bad impression of him. Morose thought Sherlock would praise him and explain the new job scope in detail, but Lord Sherlock waved his hand and said, "Don't be bothered by the job description. Just take a look at the Code of Professional Conduct." Morose located the pages that indicated the Code of Professional Conduct for the Teacher-Student Facilitator, which stated, Code of Professional Conduct of the Teacher-Student Facilitator. Number 1. Don't interact with the residents of Eternal Kingdom, especially concerning the content of staff meetings. The prohibited topics are located on the final page of this manual. Please remember them by heart. Number 2. Smile when the residents of Eternal Kingdom ask you questions because they will sacrifice their lives to protect the Underworld peace in future battles. Before they die, it's not too much to spare some smiles of love and concern for them. Number 3. Don't discuss anything that is outside the job scope. If you do, the residents will chat with you incessantly. I don't think that you want to be woken up by them in the middle of the night. Please take note. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Number 4. Some residents may display hostile behavior, but don't worry, they aren't able to harm you. Number 5. If you have any problems, look for the counselor, Frangipani. When you know about his predicament, you will feel happier. Number 6. If you have other questions, please ask the secretary, Eggface, or Brainiac. Number 7. Always be loyal to Lord Sherlock. Number 8. Don't ask. Even if you ask, there is no answer. The information was very much in line with Lord Sherlock's personal way of doing things. Morose looked at Simba at his side. Simba was also looking befuddled, unable to understand the content of his document. Most likely, his job scope was also changed. Most of the employees were befuddled, but one of them was happy. For example, Evelyn. Lord Sherlock, are you serious? Am I an employee of Eternal Kingdom? Of course, it's true. The starting salary is low, the working hours are long, and the holidays are reduced. It'll be tiring. I hope that you can take it, Lord Sherlock said earnestly to Evelyn, who nodded her head and indicated that she would work very hard. Good. The meeting will end here. Have a good rest for the next 2 days. You'll work hard for our dream and future 3 days from now. Lord Sherlock said excitedly. Morose looked at Lord Sherlock in awe. Only Lord Sherlock could make him feel excitement and vigor. He believed that his life would be bright and wonderful if he worked for Lord Sherlock. Why didn't Lord Sherlock let me be the chef? Didn't I do a good job? When the meeting ended, everyone left the Dungeon Lord main hall. Morose walked with the Black Chiron dwarves on a road in Eternal Kingdom. Mufasa said sadly, I don't think I can be a chef guide. The residents speak strangely, and I'm unable to chat with them for long. Why can't I prepare meals for them? Morose was puzzled. He remembered that Mufasa was employed as a carpenter, though he spent more time preparing meals. Morose didn't say much since Simba didn't complain. Everyone was like Morose. Their originally detailed work scope had become that of an abstract instructor. They were no longer teachers for the residents of Eternal Kingdom. Now, they were only required to guide the residents to their appropriate profession and let them learn the skills and knowledge from the more experienced residents. Basically, they were like standing signposts. Why did Sherlock not put a signpost instead? Morose had this question, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. Lord Sherlock must have had his reasons. Morose had blind faith in Lord Sherlock. Though Morose was befuddled by his new job scope like the other employees, he didn't mind due to his strong trust in Lord Sherlock. He returned to his residence and started thinking about visiting his wife tomorrow. Lord Sherlock had given them 2 days of leave because new members would be coming to Eternal Kingdom in 3 days. Lord Sherlock was a good boss. Morose hadn't returned home for a few months. He would bring his hard-earned money and the stories from Eternal Kingdom back to his wife. Eternal Kingdom was the most reputable dungeon in the Underworld. It would be an honor to work in Eternal Kingdom. He was considering whether he should deceive his wife and tell her that he was charging in the front during the battle with the surface world. While Morose was thinking of how to curry favor with his wife, he heard knocks at the door. Morose? I have a letter for you. It was a respectful and dull voice. Morose recognized that it was the voice of a resident of Eternal Kingdom. When they chatted with him, they would use the same robotic voice. They could have spoken more naturally. Morose was curious why the resident of Eternal Kingdom was at his doorstep. When he opened the door, there would be residents wandering outside. They wanted to come in, but they couldn't. After tens of days, such behavior disappeared. It had been a long time since someone knocked on his door. Morose stood up and opened his door, finding a group of gamers standing there. It was a gnome who knocked on the door. He held a letter excitedly. A gnome who said she was your wife wanted me to give you this letter. Morose was surprised, but he took the letter and tore open the envelope. He was puzzled about why the gamers were still standing at his door. It was then that his eyes caught a glimpse of the letter's content. Divorce Agreement. Chapter 540 Morose Decision. The sad Morose sat in his own room and sobbed incessantly. At the side was a pile of stacked tissue paper. There was a group of gamers around him who kept consoling him. Stop crying. It's only a divorce. You have to take it easy, an orc said as he comforted Morose. A long-distance relationship isn't reliable. Though you're married, you don't have children. Believe me, not having children after marriage is like falling in love. The youngsters are divorcing as though they are drinking plain water, another gamer said to Morose. Though the gamers sympathized with Morose and wanted to console him, they hadn't gone through the experience before. They had to get married or find a girlfriend first. But the reality was cruel. The gamers tried their best to complete their mission of consoling Morose so that they could obtain their rewards. When Morose's wife wanted the gamers to give the divorce agreement to Morose, it was a chance for Morose to create a strange encounter mission. It would be up to the gamers to trigger the strange encounter mission. Many gamers swore that they would be able to trigger it. Morose didn't know what the gamers were thinking. He felt very touched as the gamers were consoling him. Morose treated these compassionate gamers like hay that he grasped tightly while he was drowning. He was suffering and would use the chance to tell his grievances and his love experience to the gamers. The gamers were good listeners. They listened and recorded notes faithfully before uploading them to the discussion forum. Morose's love experience. Such topics were wildly popular on the discussion forum. That was the most that the gamers could do. They couldn't do anything to help Morose's marriage. Morose knew that the gamers couldn't help him after he told them of his grievances. He wanted to save his marriage, but he didn't know how to do it. He examined the divorce agreement again. It was a divorce agreement that chided him for being weak and useless. His wife couldn't tolerate it anymore and decided to divorce him. Morose confirmed that it was his wife's handwriting. The passages didn't indicate any traces asking for help. Morose didn't feel that the divorce had anything to do with his long absence. It must be because of the lack of passion in the marriage. If he was courageous like when he was young, taking part in adventures, hunting for hidden treasures, defeating terrifying grand priests, and battling great dragons. If you want to adventure, hunt for hidden treasures, defeat grand priests, and battle great dragons, we can help you fulfill your dreams, the gamers who were beside Morose said happily. Wait, are you serious? The eyes of Morose lit up with hope. The gamers shouted in response. Of course. If you give us rewards. I don't think this is going to help. So many of us are doing this mission. How do we split the rewards? The gamers chatted wildly. Morose knew that they were debating over the rewards. Morose made up his mind. He walked to his room and took out all of his savings. If you help me save my marriage, all of these magic stones are yours. Sherlock was browsing the discussion forum when he noticed a popular post made by Peasant. He was seeking help. The title was, How to Save Morose's Marriage. Waiting online for immediate help. The content indicated various solutions. The most feasible solution was proposed by Peasant. It was to allow Morose to adventure, hunt for treasures, defeat grand priests, and battle with great dragons. That was what Morose wanted. To the gamers, it was like a guide for a strange encounter mission. Many gamers replied to the post. Sherlock browsed through the replies and hugged his arms as he pondered. Did Morose encounter a problem in his marriage? It's almost time for the public beta. If the emotion of the employee is unstable, it will spell trouble. He will be unable to work in peace. Lord Sherlock. Brew said to Sherlock, this employee is useless. It's almost time for the public beta. We can't afford to have any mistakes. Let's find another NPC. With regards to compensation, don't worry, Lord Sherlock, I'll find the best CR to let him resign on his own. CR. Yes, it's Creature Resources. It's a company that specializes in creature deployment and management. Every dungeon should have a professional CR. We can save quite a bit of money, especially during retrenchment, Brew explained. Sherlock understood Brew's intention, but he wasn't going to follow Brew's suggestion. He said, though your solution is tempting, I'm unable to trust a new NPC. He won't be familiar with the work and the gamers. Sherlock finished reading the replies on the discussion forum and said, let the gamers do their things. Perhaps they can help Morose. Even if they fail, there are no losses. Morose is just a signpost. I have no intention for him to work or teach the gamers. Most of the NPCs didn't have their specialized work because the gamers had taken over. The time of NPCs was limited. Instead of letting the NPCs work, it was better for them to provide guidance to the gamers. Moreover, Morose looked very determined this time. Chapter 541 The Gamer's Movie Plan. Though Morose asked the gamers to help him save his marriage, he was still worried since the gamers weren't very reliable. Aside from depending on the gamers, Morose didn't know what to do. Moreover, the efficiency of the gamers was rather high. After Morose took out all of his savings and asked the gamers for help, a group of gamers visited him that night and discussed various solutions. If you follow our plan, the movie will be completed within 2 days. The internet TV that was sold by Lord Sherlock is very popular in Winterfell. We can broadcast the movie to the internet TV, and your heroic feats will be publicized. If your wife sees your adventurous clips, she will change her mind and ask you for forgiveness. You may even obtain additional benefits, an orc called Peasant said solemnly as he stood beside Morose. More benefits? Morose was taken aback. He didn't understand what Peasant was saying. Another female orc called Sylvanas slapped Peasant and said to Morose, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We're saying that she will love you more. As a woman, I understand how she thinks. We are always attracted to brave adventurers." Sylvanas spoke earnestly as she looked shyly at Arthur. Not wearing pants witnessed the scene and dry coughed. He eyeballed Sylvanas and said to Morose, "Like we've said, if you cooperate with us for 2 days, we'll help you solve the problem." Morose was tempted. He didn't have other choices, so he nodded firmly and said, "Good, I'll believe you. Please help me." Morose assigned the strange encounter mission to Arthur and his companions. Arthur's solution was to create a custom-made adventure movie for Morose. A genius gamer postulated that the internet TV could have been promoted for Morose's strange encounter mission. It was a coincidence that the sale of the internet TV and Morose's marriage crisis happened at the same time. Morose had to improve his personal image, and a movie could improve his standing rapidly. It wasn't an easy feat to create a movie. Fortunately, there were many gamers who were professional movie producers. The script and props are ready. We're facing some difficulties with the actor. An average-looking gnome who had the green symbols Oscar above his head held a thick script and frowned as he said to Arthur, "We can find a grand priest from Victoria City, but we can't find a great dragon." Peasant was about to speak, but Oscar lifted his hand to interrupt him. Oscar said, "Don't say a word. I know what you want to say. You want me to look for Eggface. Let's not discuss the body of Eggface and whether it's suitable. We looked for Eggface, but he's too addicted to his work. He didn't want to waste his time helping us." That's what he said. "Wah, is Eggface that troublesome? Perhaps Eggface has a special hidden mission?" Burning Chest Hair asked in surprise. Arthur frowned and said, "Did you ask Lord Sherlock?" "Ask Lord Sherlock? Are you saying?" Oscar looked in astonishment at Arthur. He hadn't considered asking Lord Sherlock. "I have seen Lord Sherlock order Eggface around, and Eggface seems obedient. We'll ask Lord Sherlock later. Perhaps there will be another strange encounter." 10 minutes later. "Oh my God! Lord Sherlock decided to help us. This must be part of the strange encounter mission. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to get Sherlock's help. Seems like it. Tell the good news to Morose. Don't let other gamers get ahead of us. Don't worry, Morose has already given this mission to us." Arthur and his companions chatted while they left the Dungeon Lord main hall. The other gamers at the Dungeon Lord main hall looked at Arthur and his companions in admiration. They felt regretful that they didn't have the same brilliant idea. Sherlock was standing at the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall, gazing at Arthur and his companions. "Lord Sherlock, why did you participate in such a thing? I know you want to help Morose's marriage, but I don't think a move can help Morose solve his problem. Do they want Morose to be a movie star? The aesthetic value of the underworld creatures is different from the gamers. They may think that Morose is suave, but to the underworld creatures, Morose is inferior. Brew expressed his opinion, and Sherlock smiled and replied, "Though what you've said makes sense, it's not all correct. I tried to understand the other world's culture of movies. I feel that movies will also be popular in the underworld. I wonder if they can produce good movies." Brew asked in surprise, "Wait, Lord Sherlock, are you curious what kind of movie the gamers can produce?" "Yes, indeed. I feel that it may be a lucrative idea. Why don't I let them try it out?" Eggface seems to have put on weight. It's a good chance to let him exercise a bit. I think it's a good idea. Since Lord Sherlock is agreeable, I won't have any objections. I'll help you supervise the gamers so that they won't create trouble, Brew said as he nodded. Chapter 542 Movie completed. Gamers who were wearing helmets were transporting building materials to a construction site. Construct the scene quickly. We're running out of time. With the help of Mana, the construction of the movie sets was fast. It was quite simple to construct a movie set for an adventure in the underworld. For example, the spider's lair could be used directly as a movie set. The gamers were stationed at the spider's lair since the first movie scene was carried out there. Later on, there'll be a female orc lying here, and I'll release an underground spider. Your mission is to kill the spider before it feeds on the orc. Our camera will move from there to here." Oscar held a script while he pointed at a distant direction. Oscar pointed in a direction while Morose nodded. Morose looked awkwardly at his clothes and asked, "Do I really have to wear these clothes? If I'm adventuring, shouldn't I be wearing more armor?" Morose was wearing a silk robe and the long pants of a medieval noble. He had a black belt at his waist and looked pleasing in terms of his clothing. But he was unable to fight in this clothing. "Do you want to wear a tin can? We're shooting a movie. If you wear armor, how will anyone recognize you? Do you want your wife to look at a tin can? Please be professional. You're making things difficult for me," Oscar said grudgingly to Morose. Oscar had spent the whole night writing the script, so he wasn't in a good mood. There were only 2 days for movie production. Before the start of the public beta, he had to complete the movie for Morose. The time was short, but fortunately, the underworld terrain provided the movie sets and props. Also, no special effects were required since the gamers could use Mana. Morose hesitated, but he listened to Oscar's suggestion. He wore hilarious clothing and started his career as a movie star. "Are all units ready? We're rolling the camera," Oscar shouted to the gamers behind him. Wait. Director, how do I operate this?" An orc ran over while carrying a Mana recording device. The name of the device was given by the gamers because it used Mana instead of electricity. Its functions were similar to a video camera, which could capture images. Hemp rope technology taught you so many times. Get hemp rope technology here. He's the only one who can use it," Oscar shouted. The cameraman rebuked, "Don't you know how to use it?" "Wah, I spent the whole night writing the script. How would I have the time to learn the Mana recording device? Arthur only gave us 2 days to complete the filming. You're assigned the mission, so stop complaining," Oscar said, and all of the gamers prepared for the filming. "Prepare for the first scene," Oscar shouted. A female orc lay down at the designated location. "Ready." Another gamer used a rope to restrain an underground spider at the designated location. Action! The Mana recording device started rolling. The female orc shouted frantically, "Help! Help! Who's going to help me?" "Cut!" Oscar shouted and walked towards the female orc as he said, "No, bro, listen to me. Your acting is too exaggerated. You're in a spider's cave and not at a plaza. Aren't you afraid that your shouting will attract more spiders? No. You have to look more terrified and be stifled. Try again." Oscar waved his hand while lifting a small card as he said, "First scene, second try." Everyone became quiet. The female orc laid down. When the mono recording device was focusing on her, she showed a terrified expression. Then she decided to stand up. "Are you ready?" On the other side, a director's assistant said to Morose, "Later, we'll release the underground spider. Then you'll charge and rescue the injured orc." This is a scene of the hero rescuing a damsel in distress. We have completed the preparations. The underground spider was seriously wounded and won't live long. You'll be able to kill it without much effort. Will she be in danger? Morose was worried about the orc bait since the scene looked dangerous. "Don't worry, she'll be fine. We have taken precautions." "Okay, I understand." Morose nodded nervously. The assistant patted Morose's shoulder and shouted, "Now, charge." Morose inhaled deeply and grasped his short sword tightly as he charged out. According to the script, when he charged halfway, a spider would be released. Then Morose would charge at the camera and shout at the spider before speaking his dialogue to the female orc. Morose almost forgot about his dialogue. He guessed that he had to say things like "run," or "gosh." That was what Morose thought. But accidents would always occur. When Morose charged out, the underground spider ran towards the female orc and pierced her chest with its claw. The situation became chaotic. "What the heck? Didn't I tell you to remove the legs?" "Gosh, we removed its legs, but it still ran very fast. It's hilarious. The actress is dead. Stop gawking. Protect Morose." Several gamers shouted loudly. No matter what, the filming had to carry on. Morose hobbled back to his home, utterly exhausted. Whatever the case, he had completed the filming for the day. Chapter 543 Valiant Gnome. At the blacksmith shop in Eternal Kingdom. Ping, ping, pang, pang, ping, ping, pang, pang. At the large furnace of the industrial area, many gamers were hammering on metal as they infused mana to accelerate the forging processing. Many of them were half naked and drenched in sweat. Behind the gamers was their teacher, Simba. He was a senior-level employee of Eternal Kingdom. He was previously a temporary employee, but he performed well, so Sherlock promoted him to a permanent employee. Simba also recommended his cousin Mufasa to work in Eternal Kingdom. The cousins were sitting by the furnace while chatting like those chattering gamers. Morose was acting in a movie today. Have you seen it? Simba turned his body and put a metal stick into the smelting pool to heat it up. Then, he put the red heated metal stick into his mouth. It emitted sizzling sounds and white smoke rings. I took a look, but there were too many underground spiders, so I only took a quick look before leaving, Mufasa said as he shivered at the thought. Do you know why there are so many spiders? Because they captured the daughter of the Spider Queen. According to my experience, the small spider will become the new Spider Queen. The scene was spectacular, Simba said as he shook his head. Mufasa was full of admiration for Simba. Since he came to Eternal Kingdom, his previously locked spirit of adventure was being invigorated. However, he was cowardly, so he didn't dare to adventure. Mufasa sharpened his small wooden knife slowly. After the number of gamers increased dramatically, he seldom did carpentry. Most of his time was spent teaching the gamers cooking and carpentry skills. I heard they were shooting a movie. I wonder what it's going to be like, Mufasa said curiously. Are you interested? I'm not interested in what they're shooting, Simba said with a smile. As for Mufasa, he looked in the direction of the gamers with a sense of longing as he said, I'm full of envy for adventurers. Devils from Hades, I order you to vanish in the name of the Holy Lord, a human who was covered by sacred light shouted at Morose. Morose, who was dressed in a dashing robe, wielded his short sword. He was unaffected by the sacred light as he leaped up high. Then he slashed the short sword at the human, whose blood splattered before he fell to the ground. Good, this scene is completed. We'll now prepare for the great dragon scene. Oscar stood up and waved his hand. Then he shouted to the human gamers who were queuing up behind him, "You may go. I don't need you anymore. Please let me appear in the movie. I have queued for a long time. Why don't you let Moros kill a few more grand priests to showcase his bravery? Yes, yes, just like cutting down grass. I'm willing to be the grass for Moros to cut. You're cracking me up. You'll do anything to appear in the movie." The gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Victoria City used their common Mandarin to speak happily. Moros didn't understand their language. He was curious how the warriors of Eternal Kingdom found the humans who had the power of sacred light. However, Moros didn't dare ask. Eggface was led by a gamer to the set. Eggface hugged his arms and looked unhappily at the gamers as he asked, "Did you ask Lord Sherlock to get me to act in the movie? Don't you know that I'm busy every day?" Though Eggface was unhappy, the gamers weren't afraid of the dragon aura. They weren't afraid of Sherlock's dominant aura, so why would they be afraid of a black dragon? They were treating Eggface's words as a normal NPC conversation. Greetings. The gamers weren't afraid of Eggface, but Moros was extremely fearful. Eggface was a black dragon. Even if he was a young dragon, his aura wasn't something a gnome could bear. He had no choice. The gamers who were joking with the grand priests and unafraid of the black dragon weren't to be trifled with. If he didn't listen to them, he might be killed. Moros only wanted to save his marriage. He didn't expect that his life would be in danger. The gamers noticed that Eggface was full of anger, so they fawned on him until he was gleaming. "Prepare for the camera roll," Oscar shouted. The large black dragon swooped down as loud dragon shrieks reverberated in the wilderness. Moros was still wearing his dashing long robe as he climbed on a rock and shouted at the diving Eggface, "You evil black dragon, I'm not afraid of you. I'm going to use your fresh blood to bathe." Moros was trembling, but he managed to speak the dialogue. The large dragon landed before Moros and bellowed, causing Moros to wobble and kneel down. "Cut! Cut!" Oscar screamed as he charged out and glared at Moros. "What are you doing? This is the third time. Why did you kneel down?" The large black dragon transformed into the original size of Eggface. The great dragon was a masquerade of Eggface using mana. "I can't help it," Moros said as he cried. "When the black dragon bellows, I'm scared out of my wits." Moros wasn't joking, so one of the gamers suggested, "This won't do. Moros is unable to overcome his fear. Why don't we change the script?" Oscar pondered for a while and shouted, "Change the script. He will kneel while fighting the black dragon." Moros dragged his exhausted body back to his room. Behind him was a group of gamers who were smiling merrily. The gamers were holding a mono-recording device and various props as they returned to their homes happily. Moros glanced at them one last time, on the verge of collapsing. He was arranged to act with Eggface, and it was finally completed. While he was supposed to defeat the black dragon, he was scared out of his wits. He would tremble at the thought of the dragon. Finally, the dragon scene was completed, and Moros heaved a sigh of relief. "I should be able to win back my wife. I'm going offline." "Get offline and have an early test. You have been keeping late nights, don't overwork yourself." "Yes, have a rest, great director." Oscar listened to the gamers, but upon observation, he noticed that they weren't sincere, as they were smiling happily. They were taking joy in his misfortune. To Oscar, shooting a movie wasn't a tiring thing. It made him happy. He was only shouting angrily on the movie set because he was too passionate. In the real world, he was learning to be a movie director. However, being a director wasn't easy. He didn't even have the money to produce a mini-movie. But in the game world, there were gnomes, black dragons, grand priests, large spiders, they were readily available for filming. He felt like he was producing a movie for Lord of the Rings. He had written a script with the name Bracelet King. But now, he had to finish his post-production work and edit the videos. In the game, he couldn't edit the videos like in real life. He had to look for the mana engineer, Yoda. Oscar brought along all of his round adamantine rocks as he proceeded to the mana engineering hall. Lord Sherlock, the movie produced by the gamers is complete. I placed it on your computer's home screen, Bruce said to Sherlock, who was in the Dungeon Lord main hall. When Yoda was helping Oscar with the editing, Brew copied both the edited and unedited footage and placed it on Sherlock's computer. Sherlock nodded and sat down. He saw two versions of the movie. Valiant Gnome and Valiant Gnome, unedited version. The movie was completed that fast. Sherlock accessed the movie and started watching it. I am Moros, a lonely gnome warrior. Oh? Why isn't it Moro's voice? Sherlock was taken aback, and Brew replied, the gamers did a voiceover during post-production, Lord Sherlock. I see. Sherlock nodded and watched the movie intently. The unedited movie was an hour long, while the edited version was only half an hour. After Sherlock finished watching it, he nodded and said, the movie is pretty good. The land that I bought in the old district can be used now. Lord Sherlock, what do you intend to do? It's nothing much. I'm building a movie theater. Chapter 544 version 1.0 update description. While Sherlock was thinking of setting up a movie theater and using the movie produced by the gamers to make money, the gamers in the other world were cheering excitedly about the public beta that was about to commence. Gamers weren't limited to the Chinese. Even gamers from the Western countries were happily anticipating the commencement of the public beta. They didn't have the chance to participate in the first beta testing, so they didn't want to miss this opportunity. The Western gamers learned Chinese so that there wouldn't be any miscommunication with their Asian counterparts. However, when they wanted to purchase gaming capsules, they were befuddled because they were unable to pay for them and have them delivered to their homes. They strove hard to obtain gaming capsules from Chinese gamers, but each gaming capsule was bound to a gamer, so they were unable to use it even after they tested it for a long time. Western gamers were resigned to their fate. It seemed like they weren't allowed to play the game during the public beta. Though Western gamers were unable to play the game, Chinese gamers could play without restriction. After a year of beta testing, the discussion about Dungeon being a scam or a revolutionary game had ended. Though some people thought that it was a scam, the experiences of the beta testers indicated that it was ultra-realistic. If there were such a game, then the technology must be arcane technology, and the humans must be summoned to the game world for free labor. If the 100 first beta testers were fake, then were the later 2,000 and 5,000 beta testers a scam too? There were too many videos that were too realistic. Which company would spend so much money on special effects just to create a scam? Many professional engineers performed research on the gaming capsule. They concluded that it was arcane technology that was way beyond the current understanding of science. If it wasn't science, then what was it? Nobody knew the exact number of gamers for the public beta. There was no official count on the official website. The gaming capsules were sold directly on the official website, so there was no official data. Some people estimated that it had breached 100,000 gamers or even 1 million gamers. Only Sherlock and Brew knew the exact number. 50 million gamers. Sherlock was taken aback by the number given by Brew. Though the number of Underworld residents was high, it wasn't in the range of tens of millions. Only an extremely large dungeon would have millions of residents. Most of the starting dungeons only had 10 to 20 residents, while the larger dungeons would have thousands to tens of thousands of residents. The humongous dungeons would have residents similar to a developing city. Winterfell, which belonged to the Merchant Alliance and was a neutral city, was an exception. The residents of Winterfell weren't employed by the Merchant Alliance. They settled in Winterfell voluntarily, just like residents of a city. As such, the dungeons under the Merchant Alliance were much larger in size compared to other dungeons. Sherlock didn't expect the number of gamers to breach 50 million, and he was astonished. Our dungeon isn't able to provide sufficient food. Don't worry, Lord Sherlock, I've made preparations to limit the number of gamers even though we aren't able to stop them from registering for game accounts, Brew said, and Sherlock understood him. Sherlock looked at the time and said, "It's almost time to receive the public beta gamers." Dungeon didn't stop the game service prior to the public beta. The updates were conducted online without cutting off the internet connection. Peasant looked forward to the participation of the public beta gamers. The new gamers would boost the strength of his guild and provide many business opportunities. The equipment and skills of the new gamers would be inferior to veteran gamers. For the new gamers to upgrade their equipment and improve their skills, they had to look for a teacher and large amounts of equipment. Only veteran gamers could provide them. Many veteran gamers intended to recruit students for a fee and sell their obsolete equipment. Those pieces of equipment were worth money. In addition, many materials could be sold for money as well. There would be many gamers during work hours. He originally wanted to stay online until the commencement of the public beta, when the new gamers would come in, but he had to get offline due to some matters in the real world. He hastily returned back home, but it was already past the time for the public beta. A youth threw his backpack onto his bed before rushing to his gaming capsule. A middle-aged woman shouted at him, "Why are you playing computer games the moment you come back?" "Mom, the public beta is commencing. If I'm late, I won't be able to sell my equipment and materials at a high price." The middle-aged woman couldn't say anything to rebuke him. After playing the game, Peasant was able to earn some money every month. He gave most of the money to his mom and dad to supplement the family income. The money wasn't given by Arthur. It was easy to earn money in the game. He could earn thousands just by hunting spiders and selling the materials. He could also do daily missions and sell the gold coins, which were worth a lot of money. Since the gold coins were produced manually, and there was no chance of cheating, the game officials didn't interfere with the gold coin transactions between the gamers. The game officials wouldn't even care if there were scammers. Why would they care about the gamers selling their gold coins? Peasant couldn't wait to enter the game and experience the new game content, which included the new viewport system, the assistive combat system, trading groups, and chat channels. Traditional online games had all these features, while Dungeon didn't have these until the public beta. Hence, this was a huge upgrade. Peasant lay down in the gaming capsule and took off his clothing, leaving only his underwear. Then he shut the gaming capsule. A special liquid flowed out and covered his whole body. With the activation of the gaming capsule, Peasant entered a strange state of awareness. It was all pitch black. Then, it became bright, and a simple interface greeted him. The word Dungeon shimmered while Sherlock's handsome portrait appeared before him. Was the entry interface upgraded? Peasant couldn't help but wonder in surprise. Peasant identified himself and entered the game. The character selection was limited to one choice since each gamer could only have a single character. If a gamer wanted to experience other races, they could complete the required missions in the game to change races. There were no fixed professions. A gamer could wear armor while playing as a magician and could also wear a robe and be a frontline warrior. A gamer could even attack a boss while naked. The game didn't place any restrictions on profession selection. There was a lot of freedom in the game as long as the gamers didn't touch Sherlock's private property or damage the facilities of the dungeon. That was why the game was so attractive. Peasant waited for a while, but he didn't enter the game. Was the game loading very slowly today? It was then, amidst his curiosity, that a row of words appeared before him. The servers are full, you are number 562,352 in the queue. *MN, I'm so far back in the queue. Peasant didn't expect to be so far behind in the queue. How long would he have to sit in the queue before he could play the game? Peasant felt hopeless. Although the queue number was large, Peasant discovered that the change in the queue number declined rapidly. The number 5 changed to a 4. He estimated that it would take 20 minutes for him to enter the game. That was faster than he expected. Why did the gamers get offline so fast after the public beta? Peasant was taken aback. He was contemplating whether he should wait for the game or take a look at the discussion forum. Anyway, he could still queue up while browsing the forum. The communication device in the gaming capsule shimmered. Peasant opened up the communication interface, and a chat box jumped out. Noon, veteran peasant, did you see the latest announcement? Oh my god, the game isn't following the norms. They updated the upgrade description after the public beta. Gamers have to queue up after their character perishes. Peasant was shocked, but he quickly replied. Why do gamers have to queue after death? A reply came back immediately. Noon, like the description says, if you die, you will be placed in a queue. For more details, take a look at the game announcement. It's sick. There are way too many updates. Oh my god. Peasant didn't chat with Noon anymore and went to browse the game's updates. There was a new announcement on the official website. Though the version was 1.0, there were more updates than the previous one. According to the official website, it was an addendum. Version 1.0 update addendum description. Dear gamers, thank you for supporting our game. Within 5 minutes of the public beta, the servers breached 50 million active users, with millions of users in the queue. Many gamers discovered that there were massive upgrades to the game and weren't used to the changes. To allow the gamers to get used to the upgrades, we have provided the update addendum description. Number 1, we have updated to a new UI that includes chat, grouping, auction, maps, guild, homeland, area reputation points, and NPC affinity. Chat, gamers don't need to shout at each other for communication. They can conduct private chats like old radio wave communication. We have also included grouping, guild, and good friends channels. We used up a lot of mana to include these into the system. To elevate the gaming experience, the mana usage is worthwhile. Smile. Grouping, as there are many gamers, during the grouping process, gamers may not be able to find their group members. To prevent such things from happening, we added the grouping channel that allows gamers to find known or unknown gamers in their groups. The system can also allocate groupings without the gamers having to shout and recruit group members. We don't encourage gamers to shout and recruit members, especially in areas with many NPCs like Winterfell. Auction, there will be prompting during the auction so that gamers can follow the prompts accordingly. Maps, gamers don't need to refer to road signs or get offline and browse the map on the discussion forum. Since the new system can locate every gamer and draw out detailed maps, the gamers can access the maps and check their locations in the surrounding areas. Unexplored areas will be covered with the fog of war. Guild, we updated the guild UI so the gamers can chat with guild members in the guild channel. The gamers can also use the UI to check the guild's territory. The guild chairman and the management members can use the UI to construct related buildings and facilities like furnaces, carpenter workshops, cauldrons, and tables. All of these have to be approved by Lord Sherlock or Queen Victoria, and the fees must be paid in magic stones. After approval, there will be specialized NPCs constructing the buildings and facilities at the guild territory. Don't hinder the construction carried out by the NPCs. Homeland. Besides guild territory, every gamer can have their own homeland. The gamers of Eternal Kingdom are no longer limited to 10 square meter areas. Each gamer can have up to 500 square meters, and it will require a one-time payment of magic stones. There will also be a monthly maintenance fee paid using magic stones and reputation points. For more details, please check inside the game. For other UI-related content, please check inside the game. Number 2, we improved the assistive combat system. According to the feedback regarding non-performing attributes of equipment and food buffs, we have made the appropriate adjustments. When gamers get food buffs that increase strength by 10%, the strength of the gamers will physically increase. We have improved the experience of using long-range weapons. After training and paying a certain fee to increase long-range weapon level, long-range attacks will be more accurate. The accuracy applies to both friendlies and enemies. Number 3, we updated the new login system. There are too many gamers logging in, so they have to be placed in a queue. To allow queuing gamers to log in as soon as possible, we have decided to impose more penalties on death. If a gamer dies 10 times within an hour, the gamer is placed in a queue to enter the game. The gamers who were already placed in a queue will be given priority to enter the game. Number 4, we updated the job scope of most of the NPCs. The gamers are unable to obtain specialized services from NPCs like Simba and Mufasa. For example, the gamers are unable to purchase dessert from Mufasa or repair equipment with Simba. All these services will now be performed by gamers. Gamers can still improve equipment and purchase commercial goods. Number 5, we updated the guild territory system. The scale of a guild can be expanded. With enough resources, a guild can be upgraded to a kingdom. Firstly, the guild has to obtain a territory that is located outside Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City and construct buildings on it. The territory won't be protected by Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City, so the guild has to provide for its own protection. The development of the territory depends on the decisions of the guild. The recruitment of gamers and NPCs will be decided by the guild members. Please don't forget to pay taxes. The territory system will be described in detail in the next update. Number 6, we have updated many rankings. It includes World's Most Powerful Warriors rankings, Weapon Level ranking, Richest Gamers rankings, Magic Stones and Gold Coins ranking, Most Generous Gamers rankings, Donation of Magic Stones to Lord Sherlock, Teacher rankings, Teacher Student Points ranking, and many other rankings. The gamers can check out the rankings inside the game. There is other new content that is broken down into modules. The gamers can discover the new content on their own time. Wishing all gamers a happy gaming experience, and see you soon. Chapter 545 Meeting the Princess. Lightning King Tesla, LOL Server Deja Vu. Uthanas, Baboon 14 is queuing FN equals 49. Phew, female soldier is queuing. Mystical Fire of the Moon, let me enter the game. D*MN. Immortal Low Light, bad ratings. Gosh, tens of thousands of gamers placed in a queue. The gamers were unhappy with the rule of queuing up after 10 deaths, especially Peasant, as he would die frequently. Sherlock had no other alternatives. Though the mana pool of Yggdrasil was huge, it might not be able to support more than 50 million gamers. All the gamers in China wanted to participate in the public beta. The gaming capsules were free. After registration, a gaming capsule would be delivered to the registered address. It was much better than other online games, which required the purchasing of tens of dollars of cards or a few $100s of props. Everyone was curious about how the manufacturer of Dungeon made their profit. Sherlock didn't want the mana of Yggdrasil to be depleted. He also wanted the gamers to cherish their lives, so he made the queuing rule. This rule was insignificant when there was no queue. It was just to frighten off the gamers who didn't want to queue. To the gamers, when the Grim Reaper arrived, they would have to die no matter what. Peasant created a post. Lousy producer. Even the revival armor won't save you. I'll follow you everywhere until I beat you to death. Though it didn't have any physical effect, Peasant felt much better after posting. Peasant finished browsing the discussion forum and returned to the game interface. Though there were 500,000 gamers in the queue, Peasant entered the game after some time. It was hilarious that the gamers died so rapidly, as it was rather difficult to die 10 times within an hour. Though, to a beginner, dying 10 times within an hour wasn't so difficult. Peasant entered the game enthusiastically, ready to experience the new public beta. When he opened his eyes in the guild territory, he saw an unpleasant scene. Through the window, he saw a very crowded path that wasn't moving. There were simply too many gamers. All goblins of Hangzhou, gather over here. We're setting up the Hangzhou gang. Anyone from Hefei? Anyone from Anhui Hefei? Let's play together. I'm looking for a teacher who can act cute and guide me along. I guarantee that I'll be online every day. I'm looking for a male student to develop a long-distance relationship. I'm looking for a teacher who isn't married. Why are there so many gamers from SwordNet 3? It was normal for the game to be noisy. However, it was far too loud. Many gamers couldn't endure the noisiness. The veteran gamers had gone out to hunt for monsters or challenge the instance dungeon. Some gamers were even willing to fight with the gamers of Victoria City. The NPCs of Eternal Kingdom were unable to stand the noise. Simba had broken countless weapons, so the queue of gamers who wanted to improve their weapons had vanished. It was understandable for Simba, as it was too noisy to work properly. To another NPC, it wasn't just about a good mood. "Princess, are you inside? Princess, come out and meet us. We can help you with any strange encounter missions. Princess, I love you. I want to be your reindeer." There were countless gamers standing underneath the treehouse at the seedbed. Most of them were shirtless goblins who were shouting wildly. In Eternal Kingdom, the little fairy was the most popular NPC. Even the attractive succubus couldn't be compared to the little fairy princess. The reason was that the princess was heavily involved in the plot, and she was the only NPC to develop a friendship with a gamer. The princess had already returned to her home, but because of Reintia, she used the teleport scroll to return to Eternal Kingdom. Nobody knew how the princess obtained the teleport scroll. The gamers attributed it to the requirement of the plot. Since the princess was popular and had many interactions and the most intimate relationship with the gamers believed that she had a lot of hidden plots. The new gamers wanted strange encounter missions, as that would help them improve very fast. They could become just like Hoodlum of Victoria City, who encountered the slave warrior strange encounter mission just after he became a gamer. The princess was unable to provide a similar slave warrior strange encounter mission, but she might have other strange encounter missions. The gamers wanted to try their luck. Did Arthur not receive the strange encounter mission to rescue her? Perhaps, the princess might want to escape again after staying in Eternal Kingdom for a few days. That was what the gamers thought. Humph! What are those goblins doing? Are they so free? The little fairy scoffed as she sat and hugged her arms up in the treehouse. She struggled for half a day before deciding to return to Eternal Kingdom because of her good friend Reintia. She didn't want to be harassed by these ruffian goblins. If the goblins hadn't surrounded her treehouse, she would have looked for Sherlock to protest against the goblins. When she returned to Eternal Kingdom, she had made an agreement with Sherlock. She was no longer a prisoner of Eternal Kingdom but an official employee. While she was in anguish, she heard shouting from outside. "Wah, is that Arthur? I saw Sister Vanna's. Arthur bro, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? Isn't Arthur third in the most powerful warriors rankings? Are you sure? Is Arthur third in the rankings? Isn't he the richest gamer in Eternal Kingdom? He's the top warrior in Eternal Kingdom, but compared to Victoria City, Arthur is only ranked number 3. The first in the rankings is Dragonborn, with weapon level 20. The second in the rankings is Hoodlum, who has weapon level 15. Arthur is one level lower at level 14, a gamer said to another gamer after checking the rankings board. That's Reintia. I saw veteran Reintia. Is that the main force of the Pioneer Alliance? Oh my god, are they the legendary first beta gamers? Their equipment looks awesome. They're all orcs. When can we become orcs? Stop thinking about this. You have to work day and night for 2 months before becoming an orc. The orc mission is sick. You have to complete the daily missions for 2 months. It's easier to become a Houndhead man, as you only need to work for a month and fawn over Eggface, then you'll become a Houndhead man immediately. It's not fun being a Houndhead man, as they are short. Orcs are better and stronger. They are able to tear spiders apart using their bare hands. Bro, have you ever seen anyone kill a spider using their bare hands? The Houndhead Man isn't weak either. Also, the Houndhead Man has better mana affinity and more powerful mana skills compared to an orc. An orc can only release a single mana attack, while a Houndhead Man can release 3 mana attacks. A magician profession is much stronger than a warrior. Do you understand? An orc warrior is stronger. I saw Burning Chest Hair fighting tens of spiders. He's a very powerful orc. Chest Hair is one of the top 10 powerful gamers on the rankings board. What about Hemp Rope Technology, who is a goblin endowed with the power of sacred light? He could fight hundreds of spiders without any problem. Hundreds of spiders are insignificant to Hemp Rope Technology. With the power of sacred light, he could even kill Arthur. The gamers chatted as they left the treehouse. They had stayed underneath the treehouse for a long time without meeting the little fairy, so they figured that the little fairy didn't have any strange encounter missions for them. The little fairy heaved a sigh of relief when the gamers left. She popped her head out to look in the direction that the gamers were heading. She heard them mention Raintia, so she was worried. She saw the gamers heading towards Raintia and hesitated about whether to follow them. Then she saw another group of gamers rushing towards the treehouse. It's the little fairy. Princess! Princess! Come and take a look. I want to complete your strange encounter mission. I'm looking for a teacher. I'm looking for a teacher. I'm a new gamer. The group of gamers surrounded the treehouse and made a ruckus. The little fairy was exasperated. Another group of irritating gamers. In the desert of the Underworld, a sandstorm was brewing, and there were many strange lizards abound. The lizards seemed to merge with the sand. A lizard lifted its head and gazed at a blurred figure in front. A dried hand extended and grabbed its body. Then, the lizard was pulled up and shoved into a mouth. There were sounds of ka-cha, ka-cha as the lizard was chewed. The figure was hidden in a grey cloak, and his eyes emitted yellow rays as he gazed forward. Sherlock. His voice sounded like it came from Hades. Chapter 546 Patrick Starr's press release G. Caw-caw. The underground spider gave a dying shriek before collapsing to the ground, dead. A black-armored orc stood before the underground spider. Behind him were 4 of his companions and a group of goblins. All of them had green symbols above their heads. The orc who killed the underground spider had the word Arthur above his head. Arthur turned his head to look at the excited new gamers and sighed. The entire spider's lair was crowded with gamers. There was no place for him to stand. Due to the public beta, all of the Chinese gamers participated in dungeon. The number of gamers was in the millions. Due to the large number of gamers, many new gamers were unable to create their characters, as Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom didn't have space for them to appear. Many gamers were waiting at the character design interface. All of the daily missions were excavation in the dungeon, logging trees at Victoria Forest, or expanding new territory. Whenever a new territory was created, the land before the Dungeon Lord main hall would be cleared. The gamers who occupied these areas would be chased out by Lord Sherlock and Queen Victoria or their employees. To prepare space for the new gamers to appear, there was tight management of space in Victoria City and Eternal Kingdom. To the veteran gamers, it wasn't a big problem as long as they could enter the game. Fortunately, the queuing time was quite short. The goblins behind Arthur were new blood that joined the Pioneer Alliance. The members of the guilds increased rapidly after the public beta testing began. The upper limit for the guilds was capped at 5,000 members, and a famous guild like Pioneer Alliance had filled up the quota within 2 hours of the start of the public beta. Most of them joined the Pioneer Alliance because of Arthur. Not Wearing Pants was the one who reviewed the members who joined the guild, as Arthur didn't bother himself with anything involving administration. Arthur bro is awesome. He's indeed the top rich gamer. Can I be a student of Arthur? Stop dreaming. It's not that easy to become a student of Arthur bro. Burning Chest Hair hugged his arms and smiled as he said to the new gamers, "Did you see how the spiders were defeated? You'll attack the legs, as that's the most powerful part of the spider's chest hair. We saw that, but we don't have monsters to fight, a new gamer said. The area around Eternal Kingdom was crowded with new goblins. Even the sighing wilderness and the marshlands of the marsh ink spewers were crowded with goblins. Though the goblins would die in the dangerous maps of the sighing wilderness and the marshlands, the gamers would still venture over there. This was because there were simply too many gamers. If they didn't go to the outlying areas, they wouldn't be able to play the game. They couldn't possibly stand in the dungeon and excavate in a daze. The gamers knew that daily missions were very important. However, they had just entered the game, so they wouldn't be able to work diligently in the dungeon. After a few days, when they had no money, equipment, or friends, they would mine ore diligently. In this game, mining ore was the most convenient way to upgrade themselves. It was also the most lucrative activity for common gamers. How could the gamers survive by wandering around and enjoying the scene? Arthur didn't see many underground spiders around him. Instead, there were endless green-skinned goblins and their loud noises. This was even after the chat system was implemented in the game. Without the chat system, the spider's lair would have exploded with the thunderous noises. How many new gamers are there? There are too many gamers in the public beta. Can the servers support the gamers? Sylvanas asked begrudgingly as she looked at the crowd. In the previous popular online games, the common complaint was too many gamers. And now, Dungeon was facing the same problem. I don't know. I read on the discussion forum that tens of millions of gaming capsules were sold. Tens of millions of gaming capsules? Oh my god! Are there tens of millions of gamers? Perhaps it's true. I saw screenshots of Victoria Forest on the discussion forum. The forest was crowded with gamers. I feel that the forest isn't much smaller than a city, and it's crowded with gamers. The number is frightening. We have a lot of gamers in Eternal Kingdom too. The empty spaces that we excavated were filled with buildings. Many guilds expanded to the sighing wilderness and the marshes of the Martian spewers and started constructing their buildings. The gamers were discussing the number of new gamers in the Pioneer Alliance chat channel. They were using the newly implemented chat system, specifically the guild channel. Due to the number of gamers, the chat volume was too loud. If they chatted using their voices, not many gamers could hear the conversations. Nobody had an actual figure of the new gamers. It was just a gossip topic for the gamers. Truthfully, they weren't really interested in the exact figure. Arthur was examining the content in the guild chat channel. Suddenly, he heard a scream and the sound of a body being pierced. A gamer was using the chat channel and didn't see the newly spawned underground spiders. His chest was penetrated by the claws of an underground spider. A group of underground spiders came out, and someone shouted, "It's time to fight the monsters! It's time to fight the monsters! Gosh, don't compete with me! I saw the spiders first! Brothers, please let me have the spiders! I only need 2 more spiders to complete this mission. I'm buying spider silk! I'm buying spider silk!" Various shouts filled the spider's lair. While the gamers were killing the spiders, a lich was deploying rows of spider queens in the depths of the excavated caves. The lich didn't have any green symbols above his head. He was an employee of Eternal Kingdom, and his name was Brainiac. He was the once in a thousand years genius lich. Brainiac was carrying out Sherlock's order to increase the number of spider queens in the spider's lair. Though Sherlock had deployed a horde of spider queens 3 days before the public beta, the spider queens couldn't keep up with the requirements. The newly created spiders weren't sufficient for the hunting gamers. As such, the entire spider's lair was occupied by the gamers. If Sherlock hadn't sealed off the spider queen's lair, the gamers would have killed the spider queens that Sherlock had spent a fortune purchasing. Sherlock was forced to purchase another horde of spider queens, and Brainiac was in charge of deploying them while Sherlock expanded the spider's lair. A spider queen was a very territorial creature. In a large spider's lair, there could at most be 3 spider queens. Normally, there was only a single spider queen in a spider's lair. However, this spider's lair was crammed with hundreds of spider queens. If not for the more frightening threats outside, the spider queens would have killed each other. But they weren't going to kill each other. Instead, they were on the verge of signing an alliance. Brainiac had done some research on the spider queens, but it wasn't a detailed study. It seemed that he had opportunities to do more research, especially when the spider queens were forced to live in a group. This kind of social behavior had never been studied before. Brainiac could only do his research after his work was completed. However, this didn't stop him from recording information in his journal. He took out his journal and started writing furiously. His journal was already filled with a lot of research observations that were about the gamers of Eternal Kingdom and Lord Sherlock. Brainiac had been recording his research observations during his stay in Eternal Kingdom. If the content of the journal were to be publicized, Brainiac believed that it would create a great sensation, as the information he discovered was revolutionary. However, it wasn't possible since Brainiac had signed a non-disclosure agreement with Lord Sherlock. He could never divulge the information, and he had no intention to do so. When he recalled the day he came to Eternal Kingdom, it felt like it occurred yesterday. A year had passed with him working for Lord Sherlock. A year later, he wouldn't be bound by the contract to stay in Eternal Kingdom. Then he could do what he wanted, like researching the materials in his journal. It wasn't a problem for him to conduct experiments on the gamers. He discovered that if he gave them some benefits, he could conduct experiments or even kill them without any problems. Brainiac didn't have to stay in Eternal Kingdom. Previously, it was for research. But once the contract expired, he had no reason to stay. He had to work 24 hours a day without a salary and holidays. Sometimes, he had to fork over his money to pay for the materials used in Eternal Kingdom. He was being harassed by the gamers daily. Though he was emotionless, it didn't mean he wasn't bothered by all of it. Subjected to such treatment, other creatures would have left the dungeon long ago. Especially for Brainiac, as he received a letter from his teacher. Professor Bacon had become the principal of Spectre College, so he needed to handle a lot of work and could use a capable assistant. Brainiac was his best choice. Should Brainiac agree to his teacher's request to return to Spectre College? He had made such a plan a year ago. He could only do his research peacefully in the college. However, he felt empty when he thought about leaving Eternal Kingdom. Brainiac shook his head to dismiss his wild thoughts before continuing with his work. He threw an unconscious spider queen into the spider's lair. He had to create another spider's lair. Patrick Star was very busy. He spent a lot of time in Eternal Kingdom to conduct interviews. To build a cordial relationship with Lord Sherlock, he became very poor. This didn't diminish his happiness and enthusiasm, though. Recently, Eternal Kingdom had a lot of sensational news. An orc had his limbs chopped off, so why is he able to laugh happily? Is it a sign of awakening or the collapse of society? Fatality Hospital indicated that they are unable to cure the mental illness of the residents of Eternal Kingdom. The chief physician said, "This isn't a medical problem. We removed their problematic brains, but on the second day, they returned back happily to request treatment. Release me. I'm not mad. Don't remove my brain. Help, someone, come and hold him down. The chief physician is mad. Prepare for brain removal surgery to save his life." This high-quality news was written by Patrick Star while he was observing Eternal Kingdom. This news was very popular with the Underworld residents. Patrick Star had become the most notable and capable reporter in the Northern Underworld. Patrick Star wasn't concerned about fame and money. After his personal awakening, his goal was to report meaningful news. There was a piece of news about Eternal Kingdom. Countless goblins entered Eternal Kingdom within a night. Nobody knew how Lord Sherlock recruited the goblins. It looked as though all the goblins of the Northern Underworld were employed by him. Patrick Star had checked with the Goblin Union, but there were no records showing that goblins had been recruited by Lord Sherlock. Patrick Starr asked about this issue and presented his manuscript fee to Lord Sherlock, who replied, "This is a high-quality question. I can tell you responsibly that my goblins weren't hired from the northern underworld. They were also not recruited illegally or against their will. You can ask any of the goblins to see if they are happy. My dungeon management is legal and moral. Though I'm a superior devil, don't view me with hatred. I'm a devil who follows the rules and regulations." That was what Lord Sherlock said. Patrick Starr went to look for the goblins, who were happy to be interviewed. "What? Are you asking if we're illegal workers?" "Of course, we are." Before the goblin finished his sentence, he fell to the ground and emitted even breathing sounds. When the other goblins saw the situation, they said earnestly to Patrick Starr, "Illegal workers? Are you kidding? How can we be illegal workers? We're not illegal workers. We came to Eternal Kingdom legally. Don't listen to the rumors and try to create sensational news. If I, Jir Banjing, am to die, I would die in my beloved Eternal Kingdom." Patrick Starr would definitely report what he heard. He decided to write with this title. Hundreds of goblins are working happily. What kind of benefits are they receiving in order to have such enthusiasm? Let us explore the incredible Eternal Kingdom. Patrick Starr knew that his title would create curiosity in the readers. Times were hard, and it wasn't easy to find a job with good benefits. If Eternal Kingdom was offering good benefits, the readers would be curious about how to work in Eternal Kingdom. When Patrick Starr was about to return and work on his news report, an orc walked out from a crowd and shouted to him, "You! Can you come over? My boss is looking for you." Chapter 547 That couldn't be condoned. This was the first time that the warriors of Eternal Kingdom were looking for Patrick Starr. He was puzzled about why they were looking for him. He left together with the warrior, and they proceeded to a building in Eternal Kingdom. Outside of the building was a huge sign with strange drawings and the words Chang'an City on it. It was the territory of the guild called Chang'an City. Patrick Starr didn't know that guilds existed in Eternal Kingdom. He thought Chang'an City was just a name for the building. He was curious why the name sounded so strange. Patrick Starr walked into the territory of Chang'an City. The other gamers were prohibited from entering private property, but it didn't apply to Patrick Starr. As long as he had the permission of the owner, Patrick Starr could enter the territory of the guild whenever. Patrick Starr had just interviewed a gamer and wouldn't miss the chance for a second interview. The building looked very grand, and there were many members inside. Patrick Starr thought it looked like a huge office and an important organization in Eternal Kingdom. He could see the furniture that was placed all over the place in a beehive-like room. He didn't expect such a grand building to have such a chaotic interior that looked nasty. There was a foul stench, and the water in the jar that was placed at the entrance was black. There were members who woke up and washed their faces at the jar. Patrick Starr felt disgusted. This was a place for real heroes. Eternal Kingdom had a lot of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The living conditions weren't fit for common creatures, and only brave warriors could endure it. Patrick Starr was in awe of the warriors in Chang'an City. He couldn't use words to describe his admiration. He took out his mono-recording device and started taking shots. After some time, he recalled that he hadn't obtained approval from the owner. He looked worriedly at the orc beside him and asked, "Can I take a few pictures?" The orc didn't expect Patrick Starr to ask such a question. The orc replied happily, "Of course. You can take as many as you wish, we won't stop you." After obtaining approval, Patrick Starr started shooting with his mono-recording device. Before long, the boss of Chang'an City walked out. It was an extremely ugly orc. Even the experienced Patrick Starr felt that the orc was ugly. The orcs at the side said in astonishment, "Oh my god, the face has quite a bit of personality. Big Boss is handsome. Do you have the template for the model? I want to have a similar face." Patrick Starr didn't understand what they were saying, but he could figure out that the gamers were complimenting their boss. Why was the aesthetic value of the residents so different from the underworld? Patrick Star couldn't help thinking about this question. The ugly orc extended his hand to him and said, "Welcome to the stronghold of Chang'an City. I'm the chairman, Mystery Man. Can you tell me your name? I heard that you wanted me to write a report. I understand that a report can be written anonymously, but I wish to know your name during the interview," Patrick Star said subtly. "I told you, my name is Mystery Man." The orc smiled and repeated his name. Patrick Star was enlightened. Mystery Man wasn't an alias to hide his identity. The orc was called Mystery Man. Patrick Star felt that it was weird, but it wouldn't hinder his interview. Mystery Man didn't expect the NPC to have such a strong personality and was taken by surprise. "Reporter Patrick Star, please follow me inside. We want to recruit many members, so we need your help to publicize it," Mystery Man said as he led Patrick Star into the house. Patrick Star arrived at a table and took his seat. He frowned and said, "Is Eternal Kingdom recruiting employees?" "There's no problem. What does Lord Sherlock require?" "We'll provide the best spot for Lord Sherlock." "Lord Sherlock isn't recruiting. It's our guild, Chang'an City, that's recruiting members," Mystery Man said to Patrick Star. "Wait, did you say the Chang'an City Guild?" Patrick Star was wary. They were members of Eternal Kingdom. Without Lord Sherlock's order, how could they recruit other members? The only explanation was that they were leaving Eternal Kingdom. Were they going to rebel and flee? Were they going to resign and go outside? Patrick Star wasn't sure, but he knew that no dungeon lords would want their employees to resign or rebel. Patrick Star wanted to object, but when he looked at the fierce and ugly orcs around him, Patrick Star decided to accede to their requests. When he had left the place safely, he would inform Lord Sherlock about their rebellion. "That's correct. We want to recruit professional warriors and construction workers who can build city walls and fortifications. We also need a capable blacksmith with good technical skills. He must be able to forge legendary orange equipment." Patrick Star's heart sank. They required warriors, fortifications, and equipment. It must be a rebellion. Previously, Patrick Star was only having doubts. Now, he was very sure these creatures were rebelling. Patrick Star wanted to get out safely so that he could inform Lord Sherlock. "It's like this, Lord Sherlock. Your resident Mystery Man and his members are rebelling." After acceding to the requests of Mystery Man and promising to publish his recruitment advertisements, Patrick Star left the stronghold of Chang'an City. He immediately hurried to the Dungeon Lord main hall and informed Sherlock about the rebellion. "Mystery Man?" Sherlock asked after Patrick Star told him everything. He wasn't sure he had a gamer called Mystery Man. There were too many gamers for him to remember their names. "He's the chairman of the Chang'an City Guild. That's what he said. He looks like this." Patrick Star took out a round adamantine rock and infused mana into it. An image appeared from the rock, and it showed a group of orcs and a short gnome Patrick Star. Patrick Star was sitting on a sofa while the orcs stood behind him. Patrick Star's skin looked fairer in comparison. "That is Mystery Man." Patrick Star was worried that Lord Sherlock wouldn't recognize Mystery Man, so he pointed out an orc to Sherlock. Then Patrick Star said, "The ugliest orc is Mystery Man. Why is this image so strange?" Brew was puzzled and said to Sherlock. "What's wrong?" Sherlock asked. "The image isn't a problem, but it's very strange. I can't say it." Brew hesitated, and Sherlock didn't want to probe further. It was a big problem. The gamers were going to bypass Lord Sherlock to recruit employees. That couldn't be condoned. Chapter 548 Leased Territory. The Crisis of Eternal Kingdom, is the Chang'an City Guild rebelling? That was the headline of the newspaper on the second day. The Winterfell newspapers were selling like hotcakes. To the residents of Winterfell, Eternal Kingdom was very popular. Any news that was related to Eternal Kingdom or Lord Sherlock would sell very well. The Winterfell residents weren't the only ones to purchase newspapers. Even the warriors of Eternal Kingdom had copies of the newspapers. The content is a teaser. Can the NPCs report on the gamers? Sylvanas said in disdain as she put down the newspaper. Everyone knew that the news about Chang'an City wasn't a compliment but a criticism from the game officials. In the update announcement, it was stated in detail that the gamers had to obtain approval from Lord Sherlock or Queen Victoria when they created their territory and recruited their employees. Then Lord Sherlock and Queen Victoria would help them recruit the employees. The salary of the employees would be paid by the gamers, in addition to the fees that were to be paid to the dungeon lords. Either the Chang'an City Guild wanted to save the money, or they were unhappy with the employee list provided by Eternal Kingdom. So, they bypassed Lord Sherlock and contacted Patrick Star to publish a recruitment advertisement. If it were other online games, it would be impossible as rules were rules. However, in this new generation game, the gamers were able to bypass the rules and break the regulations to achieve their goals. It was a futile attempt by the guild, and they were labeled as rebels by Lord Sherlock. When the members of Chang'an City encountered Lord Sherlock, he wouldn't speak to them. He would even look at them with disdain. There were no actual losses, and the members of the guild continued to do their daily missions and receive their rewards. However, it was unbearable to receive such treatment from Lord Sherlock, especially when he was the dungeon lord. They're quite creative. I didn't think of publishing advertisements in the newspaper. Burning Chest Hair nodded as he admired the management of Chang'an City. Arthur pondered and said, "This could be a good idea. We won't advertise for recruitment but for the purchasing of territory." The purchasing of territory? Wait, Arthur, are you intending to buy other territories? Didn't we decide to build our territory at the Sighing Wilderness? Not Wearing Pants asked in surprise. Previously, the strongholds of the guilds inside Eternal Kingdom or outside Victoria City weren't considered territories. They were just shelters for the members to stay temporarily. With the new territory system, gamers could create their own kingdoms, laws, and even choose their own residents like a country. It was a country that the gamers wanted. The gamers only had to pay taxes to Eternal Kingdom or Victoria City. There were no other disadvantages. It was quite incredible that the gamers could achieve that in a game. Arthur was the top rich gamer, and he was in charge of the Pioneer Alliance, which was the top guild in terms of power and finance. He wouldn't allow the Pioneer Alliance to stay within Eternal Kingdom. As the chairman of the top guild, he had to create a large kingdom. They had to apply for approval to create a kingdom. The gamers couldn't just designate any land to become their territory. Otherwise, the gamers would create havoc in Winterfell. They had to apply to Lord Sherlock or Queen Victoria for approval. The application criteria were stringent. The guild had to have 5,000 members before applying. Secondly, the guild had to pay a large sum of magic stones. The detailed sum would depend on each guild, the size of the territory, the employees, and the recruited NPCs. Arthur had tried to apply once. According to his calculation, a blacksmith, enchanter, mana engineer, and lich would cost a shocking 100,000 magic stones. Who could afford such a sum? Most of the guild members were new gamers who didn't even have bronze coins. If the sum was shared equally among all of the members, each of them had to fork out 20 magic stones. Even Arthur couldn't afford to pay 100,000 magic stones. Perhaps if they obtained the territory through other means, it would save them some money. The system announcement only said that they couldn't employ NPCs themselves, mentioning nothing about territory. If they could obtain territory from other sources, it wouldn't break the rules of Lord Sherlock. Arthur lifted his head and looked at his guild members. He said, "Let's go and find Patrick Star." Patrick Star was harassed incessantly by the gamers of Eternal Kingdom. Other news workers like Patrick Star were also harassed by gamers of Eternal Kingdom. The gamers wanted the news workers to publish news articles like, Our guild is recruiting new members, but we're facing competition from other guilds. We hope to publish a news article. The title is Springfield Flower Kindergarten Recruitment. We don't have a weekly salary, a guild fund, or a rich boss, but we have love, women, and fun. We also have the adventures of a sword and mana universe. What? Are you saying that the article is meaningless? How can it be meaningless? What? Are you asking for magic stones? How can we have magic stones? Look at us. AI, will you stop pushing me? Patrick Star had encountered such gamers for the past few days. The articles that the gamers wanted to publish were meaningless, and they didn't want to pay magic stones. It was a requirement to pay magic stones for publishing articles. Patrick Star wasn't the owner of the publishing press. However, there were sensible warriors of Eternal Kingdom, such as the orc called Arthur. Arthur gave him 100 magic stones and said, "This is the market rate remuneration. We require an advertisement to be published within 3 days. The title is The Pioneer Alliance is looking to purchase empty land." Empty land? What was that? Was the territory expansion not in accordance to the dungeon core level? Patrick Star didn't understand. He had to find out more since it was related to Eternal Kingdom. Arthur didn't expect an NPC to ask such a detailed question. After considering the incident caused by Chang'an City, Arthur pondered for a while before saying, "We intend to build a temporary camp. There are too many creatures in Eternal Kingdom, so we are unable to stay in the dungeon." Patrick Star was enlightened. He didn't know the effectiveness of a camp and whether it would alleviate the overcrowding problem. He was considering whether it was meaningful for him to publish it. As long as it wasn't a rebellion against Lord Sherlock and the magic stones were paid, Patrick Star wasn't very concerned about it. "I understand. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. Let's discuss the detailed requirements of your land." Shocking news! Are the benefits of the residents of Eternal Kingdom deteriorating? 5,000 warriors are looking for a new campsite. Please contact. Tisk, it's unfortunate. The deluge of goblins will create unhappiness. In the Dungeon Lord main hall of Eternal Kingdom, Polio was reading the Winterfell Daily Digest. The top headline was related to Eternal Kingdom again. Why are they so curious about Eternal Kingdom? There are so many new goblins that aren't trained and are lacking in discipline. Isn't it normal for the dungeon to be chaotic? Phoenix stood on a horizontal bar high in the air as he combed his feathers. He said to Polio, "Patrick Star has been writing nonsensical articles. Isn't Lord Sherlock concerned?" Meow, meow. Polio turned his head, looking around to ensure there were no other creatures. When he was sure that Lord Sherlock wasn't around, he said to Phoenix, "A few days ago, I saw Patrick Star giving Lord Sherlock a magic stone card. Lord Sherlock won't be going after Patrick Star based on the magic stones." Phoenix raised his brow and nodded with understanding. While they were chatting, the door was pushed open. Phoenix squirmed his head and pretended to sleep. Polio rolled the newspaper and squeezed it into his mouth. However, his mouth was too small for the newspaper. The door to the Dungeon Lord main hall was opened, and the noises of the gamers flooded in. A gamer asked feebly, "Is this Eternal Kingdom? I'm here to ask about the land lease. I saw the news article in the newspapers." A gnome raised the newspaper held in his hands. It was the same newspaper that Polio was reading. The gnome didn't have any green symbols above his head, meaning he wasn't a resident of Eternal Kingdom. Chapter 549 The First Founding Task? Please have some tea, meow. Polio placed his bloody chrysanthemum tea in front of the down and out gnome before sitting next to him. "Can you repeat your story once again?" Phoenix said to the gnome solemnly. "I already said it." The gnome lifted his head to look at Phoenix in surprise. Polio raised his paw and said, "Meow, don't be mistaken, we're not looking for trouble. Your story is too, meow, depressing." It was too depressing, so the story had to be told twice. The gnome didn't understand, but since he was already in Eternal Kingdom, he had to listen to them in order to get help. The gnome inhaled and said, "I'm the grandson of a farm owner in a common village. Recently, my grandpa's farm was invaded by Devil King Mammon." PFFF. Phoenix made a strange sound. "What is it?" The gnome stopped and looked at Phoenix, befuddled. "Apologies, I thought of something pleasant. Is your wife having a child?" Polio said before the gnome had a chance to speak. "How did you know? Have you watched Mermaid recently?" "Of course. When Lord Sherlock was watching the movie, I was watching from behind him." Meow. "How was my mim? Do I get full marks?" "Not good." Meow. "It was too contrived. Watch me next time." Meow. Phoenix and Polio chatted with each other. Finally, Phoenix noticed the gnome gaping. He flapped his wings twice, dry coughed once, and said, "Apologies, we got sidetracked. Please continue your story." The gnome continued his story. "Mammon cursed my grandpa to death. Then, he used unscrupulous methods to take over the farm that my grandpa left for me. Recently, I came to know that a lot of treasure was buried underneath the farm. Mammon was going after the treasure, so he had his eyes on the farm." Ha 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 ha. Meow. Polio started rolling on the ground and said, "Mammon, he said that greedy Devil King Mammon took a fancy to his farm and cursed his grandpa to death. He used unscrupulous methods to take over his farm." Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Phoenix also rolled on the ground. He tried to flap his wings to return back to his original position, but it was in vain. He was still laughing as he said, "Is Mammon broke? Is he in such a pathetic state? Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing. Why are you laughing at me? If you help me chase away Mammon and his minions and retrieve my treasure, I'll give the farm to the Pioneer Alliance," the gnome shouted loudly, but Phoenix and Polio had no intention to stop laughing. To them, the gnome's words weren't reliable. Who was Mammon? He was one of the 7 devil kings who ruled over Hades. Though he was greedy, with the restraint placed by the Devil Management Committee, he had no reason to take over a farm just for treasure. Was Mammon not afraid of being punished by the Devil Management Committee? What's so hilarious? Sherlock asked as he stood by the entrance of the Dungeon Lord main hall. Both Phoenix and Polio were laughing incessantly. You'll repeat your story again. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, we'll conduct a thorough investigation. As a professional adventurers guild, we accept all kinds of missions, but you have to sign a contract. When we solve your problem, we'll obtain the farm, buildings, and furniture, while you will get the treasure chest, Sherlock said as he led the gnome out. Who's going to take this gnome to Winterfell's old district and look for Evelyn to sign the contract? A gamer shouted excitedly, "Gosh! I got the strange encounter mission." The gamers at the side spoke enviously. "Oh my god, what a fortunate event! I'm so envious. Awesome, awesome. I'm standing in the front, but I didn't obtain the mission? This is unfair. You must have an appealing face to obtain the strange encounter mission. Be resigned to your fate. I started playing during the second beta testing, and I haven't obtained a strange encounter mission. Instead of waiting for a strange encounter mission, accept the missions at the Adventurers Guild. The rewards are better than the rewards of the strange encounter missions. Why aren't you at the Adventurers Guild waiting for missions? A gamer must have a dream. What if I get a strange encounter mission?" Sherlock wasn't bothered by the gamers. After sending off the gnome, he returned to the Dungeon Lord main hall. When the door was locked, the noise outside was cut off. A group of orcs watched the back view of the gnome recede into the distance. "Lord Sherlock, the gnome is highly suspicious. Though his story is hilarious, he doesn't have good intentions. I suggest we kill him." Meow. Polio moved forward and suggested solemnly to Sherlock. Phoenix got close to Sherlock and landed on his shoulder, then said seriously, "Would Mammon rob him? It's as hilarious as Michelangelo robbing a common human. Lord Sherlock, I feel that his request is mocking our intelligence. I suggest killing him. Please give this mission to me." Sherlock didn't accept their suggestions. "Whether he is deceiving us or not, we have signed a contract, so we will follow it. As long as we chase away those robbers, we'll obtain the farm and the treasure. If there's no treasure, the gnome will have to compensate us. We aren't on the losing end." Polio asked in surprise, "Wait, Lord Sherlock, didn't you agree that the gnome would get the treasure chest, while we would obtain the farm?" "Yes, the gnome will get the treasure chest." Polio was enlightened. "You're indeed Lord Sherlock. Why did the advertisement that we published using our magic stones become an Adventurers Guild mission? This is infuriating. Is the game messing with us?" Sylvanas was so furious that the few hairs that she had on her head were standing on end. Arthur spent 100 magic stones to publish the advertisement in the newspaper in order to find affordable land. A gnome came, but he signed a contract with Lord Sherlock. The mission appeared in the mission list of the Adventurers Guild, and the difficulty level was designated as S level. The reward for the mission was the farm. The categories of missions weren't based purely on difficulty. The higher the reward, the higher the category. Hence, a higher safety deposit was required for accepting the mission. Though it was a safety deposit, it was non-refundable. "We have no other choice. Perhaps, it's our punishment since we're exploiting the loopholes. We're better off than the Chang'an City Guild. They were condemned publicly in the newspaper, while we only lost 100 magic stones." Burning Chest Hair consoled everyone, but Not Wearing Pants quickly said, "I would prefer to be condemned in the newspaper than lose 100 magic stones." The other gamers nodded in agreement. 100 magic stones wasn't a small sum. The mission is going to be publicly available. We have to obtain the mission quickly. This is like the first founding task. Peasant said anxiously as he gazed intently at the Adventurers Guild system. He wanted to accept the S-level mission the moment it was available. The reward for this mission was a large piece of land. It was like the first founding task of traditional online games. The competition was intense. If the old district of Winterfell wasn't a safe zone, the place would have become a battlefield. All of the large guilds had their own strongholds in the dungeon and the wilderness, but they were buildings that were restricted to a few hundred square meters. They weren't considered territories. The territory system had been refined since game version 0.9. During the public beta testing, the final territory system was completed, but the guilds had to pay large sums of magic stones to Lord Sherlock or Queen Victoria. It wasn't feasible within a short period of time. With this mission, the gamers of Eternal Kingdom had the chance to obtain a new piece of land and establish their own country. Even the unaffiliated gamers were concerned about this mission. The new gamers who were also concerned were unable to enter Winterfell because there were too many of them. Sherlock wouldn't allow gamers who didn't have at least reputation level 5 to visit Winterfell freely. These gamers could only obtain information of the mission via the discussion forum or gossip at the Dungeon Plaza. The gamers of Victoria City also wanted to participate, but they were unable to enter Winterfell. So they looked for the customer service officer Eggface to make complaints. Many gamers were befuddled by the S-level mission when it was available. Adventurers Guild S-level mission: the farm invaded by Mammon. Mission description: a gnome claimed that Devil King Mammon invaded his farm, and he requested help reclaiming his farm. Your mission is to chase the invaders away and make sure that they don't come back. Or is that the wishful thinking of the gnome? Mission objective: get rid of the minions of Mammon and protect the farm and the gnome farm owner. Mission reward: the guild or the gamer will receive a large piece of farmland that's at least 5,000 square meters. As the farm is desolate, the surrounding lands are unclaimed lands. Mission conditions: this mission is a faction mission. All gamers or guilds in Eternal Kingdom are eligible for this mission if the safety deposit of 10 magic stones is paid.